Welcome back, everyone. It is the new year. It is time for new night shifts. ZP here with Jason Kaplan and Jason. The holidays are over, and you know what that means for everyone. It's time to clock in once more.
It is time. It's been like a year since we actually had night shifts, which is a shame. But luckily, we are back here in the new year. New year, new shifts. I don't know really how to go about it, but I do have to say this though, ZP. If you didn't know, over the break we did lose a very important person in our community. Did you hear about this?
No, who'd we lose, Jason?
Well, the Deadlock community lost a good one. Unfortunately, I was told today that Viper Pregnancy Enjoyer has had their Twitch account banned. Apparently, it is harassment. So the Pregnancy Enjoyer is no longer here with us. But we at least will live in the spirit of our emote that we have on our channel.
You know, I gotta say, I was holding my breath here because, we didn't re-rehearse anything at this point. I was wondering, it's like, okay, if Jason actually says someone that legitimately was taken out, I'd be like, okay, I shouldn't have been smirking here. But, in this case, still very sad.
You got lucky this time.
It's an era that has ended, but, it hasn't ended is our format here on the night shift. It's your first time tuning in. Here's how things go down. We take the best of the best from EU and NA and smash them up against each other. And we kick things off with our best of one challenging match. It's going to be the return of Fearless Furies. They were inactive for a few weeks, Jason, but they're going to be going against Leviathan, where Leviathan has kind of been the solid number 2 in EU after all the chaos of buff enjoyers falling to the wayside.
It might have been a year since we last had night shift, but at least the teams in EU are staying the same here. Fearless Furies, Leviathan going up against each other once again to take on Abrams. But I'm interested to see what's going to happen, more so towards the NA portion of the show, because people out there looking at Floormen, well, they can probably assume Lord and M's going to be in there, and I believe they're right, actually. It's kind of like a rebrand of Hydronation, which ended up rebranding to Sneaky Golem, and now kind of rebranded to Floormen. I want to see how they're going to do, especially with Bunny with Clock, who lost one of their star players, Apache Pop, over to their now opponents this week.
Yeah, I mean, Star Player may be underselling it too, in the sense that Pashi was the brains behind Bunny with Clock, and effectively in somewhat of the team captain role. And Bunny with Clock, was beating Floormen in their last iteration as Sneaky Golem. And Pashi Pop leaves Bunny with Clock to join Floormen. And also, this kind of leads into our guest for the Graveyard Shift tonight, who's going to be Pashi Pop, because got to kind of dig into what in the world went down with that roster swap. But NA for sure is definitely set up to be a thriller. But looking at what is at hand here, that's the format. And the reality is, Jason, we couldn't put on these shows without the support of our community. And of course, we got to talk about our patrons that have been supporting us this entire way through. Still got Tetsio and Matthew S., $250 night shift board members. Affix, who's been there the entire way through, and down we go, Jason. I mean, honestly, the support has been incredible.
Yeah, I think we're going to hit the point where we just can't fit everyone's name on this, and then you have to become a pledger of a higher amount to be showed on screen. Maybe that's one way we kind of swing it, CP. No, it's been fantastic to have so many people, whether you're a Patreon pledger, whether you're a Twitch sub, whether you're just a YouTube subscriber, someone who tunes in the show every week. Because of you guys that we've been able to keep the show going for as long as we have. And also big shout out to Jester DM, who just gifted 5 subs in chat. And I bring that up, ZP, because eventually we'll be talking about a specific reason why Twitch subs are going to be so important over, the course of today and potentially next week.
That's right. There may be a reward, a community reward, if you will, but we will get to that in just a few moments. Still, we got to review a little bit of what went down in the last night shift. It was all the way back in last year, Jason, and we saw perhaps the most concentrated pick priority we have ever seen in night shift history. Look at how many heroes got stuck in the 1 to 0 pick category. The players really kind of settled in on what was the top tier.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head talking about this has probably been our most divided pick priority, or at least is that divided? Would that technically work in this case? I think it kind of works, right? The split between like 6, 5, and 4 and 0 and 1 and 2. I don't think we've ever had a 2 be 0 picks, like a hero not be picked twice over the course of the night shift that week. But I mean, taking a look at some of the heroes in particular here, and some that I'm expecting to see yet again coming into this week. For me, off the bat, you're looking at Doorman. I've seen some big adaptations and some big plays, specifically out of Sai. I was watching some of their scrims today over on Melee Creep's side. And wouldn't be surprised to see him actually have more of a priority of being banned.
Yeah, Doorman, I think, has been the point of you let that hero through, you tend to lose. People have gotten better and better with him. He's not only good on basic stats, but he gives you unbelievable advantages when it comes to shifting around the urn, when playing around mid-boss. I mean, Doorman right now just gives you everything, and I think has been justly picked higher. But yeah, for today, I would expect more bans to come in. But, we'll see. We've had some balance changes over the mild patches since the last night shift, so we'll see exactly where everyone is reading things right now. But also in terms of items, we got our item priority, and it's kind of interesting. Not a big surprise in some regards. Like, the number one was Cult of Sacrifice, where it's still in the mode of why wouldn't you pick this item. Interesting to me as you look at things that have gone back up in priority is Connect Dash actually going a little bit further up, where, I think there was a period of time, Jason, where the item was like dead for a lot of characters and people realized, no, actually, we want to start running this again. Also, Warpstone coming back on more heroes.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised to see, like, obviously Warpstone makes sense for sure. Connect Dash as well, just because, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, all of the movement got slowed down across the game, and of course, how it kind of scales up as well. So having extra stamina, I feel like, is extremely important. It wouldn't be surprised to see it still being picked up over the course of today. On top of that, I think the really interesting one for me, excuse me, is Tank Buster getting picked 35, or going up 35 placings in our overall items that we have. Getting a little bit of a higher priority. I think a lot of that may be due to Lash as well. Seen a big pickup of Lash. Seen him picked 5 times in the night shift last week. I feel like we couldn't buy a Lash to show up in the show. We had to convince me to dress up and cosplay as him to finally get him on the night shift.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny too with Tank Buster, where people thought, okay, they changed the item, so it was more of a impact to people that had full HP rather than low, and people thought, oh, this is a nerf. But the way the players ended up taking it, almost viewed it as more of a buff. So it kind of goes to show that initial thoughts when you see the changes may not entirely reflect reality. But Jason, speaking of reality, we gotta talk, Jason, about what is coming to the night shift community. Should we hit our sub goal? That's right, we got a new night shift skin that has just hit. It is the Abrams night shift skin. We got a teaser for it where I haven't even seen it, Jason.
Well,
we'll see how this
I don't know
looks.
if we actually do have a teaser. I'm just saying. I know it was still being worked on the back end. And I think the only tease that we might be giving is us saying what it is and what hero it's for. And hopefully expecting one of the players to actually pick Abrams so you guys can see the skin in game. But you're right, ZP, at 1,200 subs, we're going to be releasing our next night shift skin, Abrams, coming through. I think very fitting considering he's pretty much our logo. He's part of our logo, ZP.
Yeah, it was kind of we were talking about, and you and me were both aligned. It's like, okay, who are we gonna do? It's like, well, okay, we got Abrams on the logo. We got to get an Abrams skin up here of everything else. Like, there was a few different ideas, but overall had to be Abrams. But the next skin, who knows where it's gonna go? But it's just a fun way of giving back to the community. The community's been so good about supporting us, helping us put on these shows that it's good to give back. And the Mo and Krill night shift skin has done incredible. I think it was like over 22,000 downloads, Jason. So people are really into that skin, even if they weren't watching the show.
I think what's so funny about that skin is probably most people don't realize that when you score on Mo and Krill, you're actually putting a night shift logo on the ground. Like, it actually is in the night shift logo, which is something for some reason some people don't really recognize or haven't really realized within that skin, making it really slick. But of course, Ozzy coming through once again, helping us out with this one. Big shout out to him for that one. But I'm excited to see if we could get Abrams plates. We could actually see the skin in full effect in the game. But that means we got to get into our game ZP first.
Yeah, and of course, to get into the game, we got to talk about the teams that are going to play. We're starting off with the EU money match, and the first team to talk about, it's going to be the return of Fearless Furies. They've been avid for a few weeks here, Jason. They took some time off for the holidays, need to get back in order, but things shifted up a little bit here. Apocycle back on the team, was off the team for a little bit. They had Ayano coming in to fill, and the roster mania continues. Apocycle back in on the roster, where to me, a player very kind of divided, where if Apocycle gets on something like the Victor, looks really, really good, but then there are some games I think where like, it was either him or Surgery that got stuck on like a Warden when Warden was really bad a few patches ago. And to me, I think when I look at this Fearless Furies team, mechanical skill is quite good, but they run into hero pool issues a lot in their draft.
And I hope that's something that maybe they've been working on over the break. I think that's a super important thing to have, is that flexibility of hero pools across the board. I was even talking to Lightbringer about it today, saying that's probably one of the most valued thing you look at when it comes to a player and the draft flexibility it can give you. I think also one thing in this team that I'm probably going to mention, no, actually, no, it would pretty much be towards them, and I've been saying for months now, is they don't really have like a star player in my eyes. They don't have anyone that really stands out. I mean, Apocycle can be that player when I've seen him on his Victor, but he has to be funneled over like 40 to almost 50,000 souls to really become that threat. But beyond that, I don't think we've seen that individual player have those moments just yet. But maybe Mr. Bobby here with the Lash popularity coming back into the mix, maybe he could be the star player for them in this match.
I think that's generally true. I think Surgery did have like one hero game on the Doorman, but the way Doorman's been, I don't even know if you're getting to play Doorman nowadays, but going into the opposition for Leviathan, a team where, these are players that have been involved in the competitive scene for a long time. Many of them, the old one-win core, then you throw in Obakim on top, Freemock, who's made his way into the team. Of course, last year was on Aegis Aurora, now is mixed in. But when I look at Leviathan here, Jason, the player to me that has really leveled up from last year to this year, and I'm talking about the entirety of last year, not just making a 2-week joke, to me has been Empty Dreams, where Empty Dreams has really come into his own as a huge playmaker on this team. And while they haven't been able to quite take down Abrams just yet, when they've looked good, a lot of it has come off of Empty Dreams just being the man of the hour.
Yeah, I think he's been grinding quite a bit, CP. I don't know if you take a look at some of these like Oceanic streams at all, but Disco Virtuoso, he's actually been playing in a team with Empty Dreams and with some other, actually, sorry, ABL's playing with Empty Dreams over one of these teams with also a couple of other players you might recognize. There's like this APAC event coming up, and there was one just a few weeks ago where there's a lot of like Russian players participating in it. And Empty Dreams has been one of those I've been watching, and he's been grinding hard. And maybe that's why we're seeing such an uptick in his skill and his play so far.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. And I mean, it's easy to forget given the fact that we've been doing this now for about a year and a half. But, this is still a brand new game. Things change week to week. And the players themselves, they also improve. And before you know it, who's on top, who's on bottom, things change a lot in the scene. But moving along here, as we go forward here, we got our Mo 1v1 coming up next, I believe.
I hope it could possibly be happening. Our first Mo 1v1 of the year. Now, I think we need to explore this snowball idea. I don't know, ZP, how many snowballs have you actually unlocked? How many ornaments have you gotten?
On my main account, just one so far. I've kept most of the snowball unlocking to Holiday.
Holiday?
No, not Holiday. No, it's been more Geist. It's been more Geist. Yeah.
What? ZP playing not Holiday and not Warden. This is blasphemy. I've never expected to hear you say that.
Yeah, a little bit of Geist, also a decent bit of Warden. But okay, we're getting into it. This is a longer Mo v1. I mean, this is both players using, air dash check, but final parry comes on in, and that's Obakim who falls. Surgery takes it, and as a result, Jason, Fearless Furies, they get to choose their own destiny here between first and second pick in this draft.
CP, okay, I'm sorry, I have to go back to this. Why are you only unlocking them on your ult?
Honestly, I don't want the MMR destruction that's come about here. Like, I've been trying to take the actual grind seriously on my main, and it's been chaos, man. Like, the way the ladder has been the last 2 weeks with people unlocking ornaments, it's not been good, is what I'll say there. If your goal is to simply climb, you could undo a lot of work in a handful of games, but
I can't climb much higher than E6 that I'm at already, so E6 Page coming through as a first ban here out of Fearless Furies. I did unlock them all on my main account. Well, I only have one account. I locked them all. Surprisingly enough, I think it was Kelvin took me the longest, which is shouldn't be that hard, to be fair. But Leviathan coming through with their ban, and it's gonna be Shiv. Okay, so we do have Doorman being left open, but good to see that it might be a new year, but Shiv being banned is all 2025.
The early Page ban is what's interesting to me. Also, I gotta say, I love how we have Schrodinger's Kaplan, where it goes from I1 to E6 depending on the day and the context.
Yeah, sure.
Whatever you're trying to say here.
It was a very quick climb, then very quick downfall, and then climb again. Oh, hey, we're getting Abrams. We're getting the new skin.
That's right. Fearless Furies, actually, they weren't going to pick Abrams at all, and they decided, no. We need to see the skin. We need to make sure it doesn't get banned. But, prioritizing frontline makes sense. Also, Billy did get nerfed a little bit in some mini patches, and, Chain Gang isn't quite as good as it used to be. So, well, he's still going to get picked first. Just not first, as it were, Jason.
Yeah, I do wonder with the Page coming through, maybe that's obviously going to, well, not maybe, it's going to be obviously a targeted ban to prevent Billy from having that dominating Billy Page lane. But I think where I'm more looking towards is maybe not the first picks, but like the second, third picks out of these teams, like all the picks in the first half of the draft. Because I just don't know what to expect with the 2-3 weeks that we've had off. But I mean, seeing Mina being picked up for OCs, that's not too surprising.
Yeah, what is a little bit surprising is Mina taking that high of a priority in EU, because Mina was lower priority when she was getting picked in EU, so that being picked as early is super interesting. Now, Fearless Furies, Hayes second. That's a difference, and that's something, it was kind of funny. I was talking with Lightbringer, and Lightbringer was saying, I don't know why these guys aren't picking Hayes. Hayes is really good right now. You should be playing more Hayes, and maybe people have come around to ideas like, wait, Hayes is good right now. We want to play it. The interesting thing to me, though, is that Doorman is yet to be picked, and generally Doorman in the 2-3 spot is ideal, and instead, Fearless Furies, they go back to the tried and true. They go Yamato, who wasn't picked at all in the last night shift of the last year, Jason.
Yamato, like one of my most hated heroes to get my ornament on, honestly. I felt completely useless down in my I6 at the time. But yeah, I've been hearing good things, hearing that she can be really strong right now. I kind of haven't seen it properly executed, even though I did watch some melee creep games where Fishcake was playing it just yesterday, but it still wasn't as impactful as like the old days of Yamato. But I think the interesting thing is Leviathan taking the victor in top 3. I find very interesting here.
Yeah, I mean, on some level, maybe they don't want Apocycle to play it on the other side. I mean, it was kind of something that Apocycle was grinding out for a long period of time. They get rid of it. They don't have to worry about it as much. They end up banning the Pocket in the mid-stage bans. We'll see if Fearless Furies comes back with here. And it's so interesting to me, Jason, where you just take a few weeks off and it feels like everything has changed. And there hasn't even been that major of a patch relative to the past. Like, things are a little bit more static. And yet, here we are, and... yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, I'm also curious to see what Leviathan's going to pick after the first 3 picks, because the Haze, I mean, I'm expecting the Hazes we've seen in EU have been like full utility Hazes, right? With like slow and hexes, silence waves. I'm kind of hoping to see the similar thing happen here to really punish Mina, to prevent her from being really annoying. Maybe even similar with Billy, if he does go in deep, you can just silence him out and not allow him to really do as much. But there's the Doorman that you were talking about before. Normally in the first 3 picks, at least we get to see it in the second round, this time for Leviathan. But then there's always that question, is it going to be Gun Doorman? Is it going to be regular Doorman?
All right, Mirage coming in here for Fearless Furies. And I gotta say so far, Jason, from the draft, at least from what we saw in previous weeks of play, Leviathan's draft looking way better here. I still feel like getting Doorman at 4th is a bit of a scam, as it were. And I mean, now you just kind of wonder what you're going to pick up, if anything, on the support end, where Fearless Furies goes with the Wraith. Now for Leviathan, you have Paige out off the board, you have Kelvin off the board. So, you know, some of the options you would pick here are gone. But also playmakers. Like, you look at the playmaker situation here, Jason. Surely someone's picking Paradox, Holiday, Bebop here soon, you would think.
It was smart.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if we're gonna really make it this deep into the draft without one of those 2 heroes being picked, then I would wax your eyebrows for you at the first event.
Why is it my eyebrows? Why? It's like, you know what? Many people will die, but that's a sacrifice, you know, I'm willing to make, as long as it's not me, you know?
Just one night, you know, you're gonna say, you know, you can't get drunk. We'll give you a couple drinks, and then bam, eyebrows gone the next day. We do see the Holiday being picked up as well as the last pick for Leviathan. So we get 2 playmakers being locked in and secured. Do we think Fearless Furies goes Bebop then to have one initiate for their side, or do they just let it slide and go something else?
I don't know. I mean, generally speaking, people have been too bullish on Bebop as of late, and you know, instead they go Viscous. And yeah, I mean, you can play Viscous as kind of quasi playmaker, especially with roaming. You know, one of the biggest changes we saw in the last night shift and in the Deathy tournament was that it was more in NA, but teams were more willing to roam at 2 minutes and, you know, make more ganks post 2 minutes while people are going boxes, etc. And Viscous can get active in the same way that, you know, Haze can. So, you know, for Fearless Furies, you don't have a hard initiate in the way of Paradox or Holiday, but Haze and Viscous can kind of slot into those roles in and of themselves, and they're going to have to if they're going to make this worthwhile versus Leviathan.
I see some really strong mid-game potential out of the Furies. If you could utilize that Haze properly, get those roams with gangs, pick up slowing hex to really punish and guarantee a kill on the target you're going for. I want to see how this is going to play out, though. I think most importantly, it's going to come down to that 2-minute mark. I've been seeing a lot of box maxing. I don't know what the American teams. I'm kind of curious to see where EU currently sits at box maxing and what they want to do with allowing the player to get like solo farm when his teammates box maxing, or if he's going to continue to wait and stall things out, or if early gardens will be taken to go for those early jungle invades and eventually into those centers, which can really stack a game in your favor. But there we go, ZP. Look at the top left-hand side. Man, myth, the legend. The Night Shift Abrams skin.
Yeah, he's got that old-timey hat on. Can we get a zoom in on Abrams here? You know, a little bit more focus on the skin that will be unlocked at 1,200 subs.
Say pretty please. There we go.
Oh, I love it. Even the book got a little bit of old-timey action. And I will say, you do really notice the tail on this skin when there's no cloak.
Yeah, you do. I didn't actually realize. Well, I mean, I knew it was long, right? Because you can always see it at the bottom of the coat. But yeah, Ozzy coming through here with the new Abrams skin. Remember, 1,200 subs when we get to that point, whether it's this week, next week, or in 6 months from now, that's when we'll be release this one for the community to pick up and use. Early Rescue Shot being picked up for Bobby. And he's going to be paired with a Mirage in his lane. So some decent poke. And they're actually putting Alpha Cycle on. I mean, he typically plays carries, but it's interesting to see that he played Victor in the past and played carry with it. And now he's on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in the sense that the unity there is you want to pick the hero that gets a lot of farm. And in this case, they're going to be putting Mirage in a absorb farm role. But also there's a lot of mouths to feed here. When you look at this Fearless Furies comp here, Jason, because between Wraith, Mirage, Yamato, and a little bit on the Haze, not everyone's going to get farm. Like, someone is going to have to starve, and whoever's starving, you know, their impact on the game isn't going to be great. So in terms of, you know, managing your team comp off an economy basis, there's a little weakness there.
Yeah. Oh, okay. A little bit of a backward charge. I don't think he meant to actually hit a wall onto Empty Dreams. It picks up and locks him into it to be his death. Bo being the first one to go down in this game. And Jax Libido coming in with 10 gifted. Thank you so much, Mr. Libido, sticking around for another year. And so long since we've seen you.
Yep. A whole year. And Jax Libido just saying, you know what? Get that Abrams skin out. Get it out here right now as Viscous eating all sorts of pokes. Sai, I guess, underrated the danger there as they just get run up on by overseas. So, you know, maybe a new year, Jason, but you know, some trends of, you know, players not necessarily, you know, rating the danger properly still exist.
Okay, so we hit the 2-minute mark here, and this is where I'm actively looking at this mini map, and I really want to see who's going to kind of go where. We've already seen Empty Dreams. Looks like he has rotated off to do some box maxing, especially since they got a kill. They can kind of afford to after shoving the lane. On the other side, no one's really roaming too far out of their lane. It seems like Fearless Furies are actually kind of semi-freezing the lane on the left-hand side here, which can really punish the box maxing, to be honest.
Yeah,
but yeah, not as much of a spread as I expected.
Also, you know, we didn't really talk about it too much, but the Empty Dreams on the Victor is a little bit surprising to me. When you think about what players usually play. I mean, Empty Dreams is doing where players, oh, the parry straight out of the door into a focus fire. Obakim just barely walks it out. That was a near disaster, Jason.
I was actually trying to see how many fixation stacks he had. If it took a couple of shots, a couple too many shots, Obakim might have actually passed from that one. But he's going to actually be sitting very far behind the lane. Even the Sleep Dagger being thrown in, trying to catch out onto this one, but will not be successful. So far, a very strong start here for Leviathan.
Yeah, but which to be expected, right? I mean, between the two teams on paper, if you had to say who's going to win, you would think it's going to be Leviathan, just off of recent history. But for sure, you know, they've had reasonable showings, and you never quite know what can happen in a single match of Deadlock. As you know, again, it's in the Abrams skin from the back. Rotation back in the lane here from OCs. A little bit of health restore off the rake. And yeah, you know, looking at the general trends in the game right now, you have a rotation here into the left-hand side here. Overload from Fearless Furies, looking for a pick. Are they going to get it? Freemock instantly put into the ground.
Yeah, great Sleep Dagger again coming out of Surgery. It'll lock that into a kill and potentially some damage onto the Guardian. Now my eyes turn towards Colt, who might be pressured in the mid lane. He needs to defend this Guardian because he could take a lot of damage knowing that Haze, played by Surgery, is not going to be here. And even Overseas goes down as they commit onto the dive. 16 HP, even less than that for Surgery, and they get themselves 2 kills and equalize the souls at 17k apiece.
I really do like how things have evolved a bit in recent times, where people realize, oh, go for the boxes, and they finally put things together, Jason, of, yeah, go for ganks too, and things are getting a little bit rowdy in the right-hand lane right now, as you see both Mirage and Abrams diving deep versus Mina on the other side. Of course, right now, a little bit of poke being seen in the middle, but on the right-hand side, Obi nearly going down, hiding behind the barrel, still may not be out of danger yet.
They're just really applying this pressure. Considering that first death that happened for Bobby, they really want to keep the aggression on in this lane, and with even OCs coming in from behind, trying to really punish them here. They have to be very careful of no rotations coming through, and luckily for them, as we can see in the minimap, nothing will be happening, except for Colt going down to Flammable. That was over in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, and Cult has had a very difficult job here when you think about how Surgery, or how they've been playing it here, where they're doing more roaming. Overall, you know, Cult has had to bear the brunt of, okay, good, you're getting the solo farm. But on the other hand, you know, you're more likely to just get, you know, dove on, or at least to end up in a bit of an HP deficit.
Surgery is off at another fight here. Gets a kill into Freemok. I mean, he's still pretty much just been non-existent in this middle lane since the initial 2.5 minutes through. That's another kill coming into Overseas. And this is, I guess, this is like the style we're seeing these days now, as you mentioned before. Knowing those box rotations come in around the 2-minute mark. And if you're going to be going for that as Surgery here, you might as well just go for a gank, especially because you can't be seen approaching this lane. Really providing a strong start for Fearless Furies to kind of carry them through. He talked about how many mouths need to be fed on their side, and well, they're doing a good way of dealing with it by just stacking up kills.
Oddly enough, the one starting most has been Apocycle here so far. Cube, and then on to Cult. Punish here on the Obakim. Cart comes out. First shadow transformation doesn't connect. He gets punished immediately thereafter into the parry, into the flying strike. You want a piece of holiday on top of it, but maybe a little bit too much to ask here as 64 HP. Cult gonna be running back.
There's the Guardian going down. 27-25k, a strong start for Fearless Furies. I want to see if they now rotate this in to some jungle camps and take this away. I think the double Sinners is definitely going to be where my eyes will be turned towards at that 8-minute mark. The Surgery, I mean, having a flawless start to this game, I think is super important. Not to mention the fact that Colt had to kind of sit in that lane by himself. He dealt with the pressure extremely well, and he's even souls to his counterparts. So this has been a really ideal start for the Furies.
Dive in on the Overseas. No way out of that one at that point. And yeah, you know, I think about this here as we see Bobby under a bit of pressure. Low HP on the Abrams. No, not quite going to be able to get away. Obi can be able to finish off. Things just continuing to heat up across the map. Nox Nostra in, deep into the church. Surgery goes for the parry. Not going to happen. And it's gotten very spicy here. The last moment here, Jason. All lanes kind of exploding along with the Blue Guardian.
Yeah, Burger Boxing our way through 2026. Love to see it. And by the way, for chat, we are aware of missing some audio on some of the players are observing. It is being looked into and fixed and will be done momentarily, but the action won't stop either way. As Overseas is going to be going for the charge. Gets parried up. What was that? Oh my God, Arzo. The dash away with parry catches Overseas out and sends him to his death.
You know, it's gotten a little bit more dangerous to play Billy consistency-wise over the last few weeks, where he's been so top tier that everyone has had to play against Billy a lot. And as a result, people have gotten better about fishing for when to drop your parry, catch a quick melee or two. So it's kind of the uncertainty of playing Billy is that he is still really strong, Jason, but you know, there's moments where you're just gonna die because someone read the parry, because you can't not go for that. Okay, Apocycle is just gonna tornado, not eat damage out of it.
Lucky for him, there was no one actually to capitalize on him being locked away in the Baroness Hotel. The dive going to be coming in yet again on this right-hand Guardian. Flammable trying to defend against us with 3 players in his vicinity. At least has Obi Kim here to help out, but they're going to lose the Guardian either way. And now you can see yet again Surgery on the rotation, coming back into this left-hand side, maybe looking for a gank here. You obviously have the Sinners now up as well, something to keep your eye on. And these fights are just not stopping.
Yeah, I mean, you have war rotating over to the right potentially. Right now in the middle of the map, you have Cult looking back and forth right now with Empty Dreams. Neither really taking too much damage. Freemok, meanwhile, finding Surgery in on the left-hand side. So again, things have gotten a little bit scrappy. More scrappy than you would expect for EU pre-10 minutes. I feel like, Jason, there was an era of Deadlock where there was a very gentleman's view here, and defend your Sinners. Viscous over Mina, low enough HP that, you know, in off the splatter pressure, able to go in and get the final hit.
-4 though, he missed it, but at least denied it. That's still very important. I think one thing we have to keep our eye on top of this game for Leviathan with how scrappy things have been. Empty Dreams is about to hit 9,000 souls. Freemok as well at 8.9k. And only really on the other side is like Arzo at 8.4. And I get Colton just now approaching the 8k mark. I mean, we're starting to see some carries and specific players get towards these thresholds where they start to get a little bit of a lead that makes them a little bit hard to deal. Well, I say a little bit, very hard to deal with in these mid-game fights.
What I'm curious too is, you know, I think the difference between pub play and comp was very on display last night shift, where Wraith was not doing particularly well. But okay, Flying Strike over in directly into Nox Nostra. Cult find themselves under a bit of pressure here. Mina in off the rake. Cult very, very low shadow transformation, but so late that I don't think it's going to save Cult here and in the moment. 0 HP down. Overseas able to finish that off. Meanwhile, Earn Control going to be firmly had here by Leviathan as Obikim. You get Earn Control as a team with Doorman. It's probably looking good for your ability to turn it in, Jason.
Oh yeah, very good. I was again, I was streaming earlier on today and watching some scrims, and someone in chat asked me, how do you stop a doorman from just getting the urn every time? And basically the answer was, you just don't let them get the urn, because once they have it, it's kind of impossible to stop. You have to overcommit resources on the turn-in if you want to protect it, which means you have to keep someone there, and ideally you don't want to have to put someone there until you know the urn's being walked in, but that door just catches you completely off guard, and Obikim's gonna be doing exactly that. So honestly, if you're Fearless Furies, yeah, maybe you keep Psy there and get a puddle punch or two to delay. But for me, you look for pressure around the map with the objectives. You look for Guardians or something. And if anything, they've really not gotten much of anything at all. OC is being tracked down by Surgery. Oh, and he gets 800 bag on top of that.
High risk, high reward to go back in there for OCs, and ends up with the risk portion of it. Urn, though, is turned in while that's going around, Jason. So Leviathan, I mean, yeah, OCs dies there, but you're still way, way ahead. And you get the Guardian in on top of it. So macro-wise, for Leviathan, you're really liking where this is all at. And this is even after Surgery committed robbery against OCs just a moment ago.
So about something that I was talking with Lightbringer about earlier on today was about like comeback souls and how really misleading they can be. And you want to hear something crazy, CP?
Oh yeah, no, I got the same thing, but for the sake of broadcast, brother's like, I gave Jason the heads up, but we should tell the people regardless.
Yeah. So like being 15, 16k souls ahead around like the 16-minute mark. I don't know if time's been affected. I haven't really like looked that deeply into it. So I guess 16k soul difference. When you get a 1v1 kill as the person on the team that's losing currently, you basically get more souls from the comeback mechanics than you get for the actual kill. And some of the numbers you ran of being like the lowest soul value on your team versus the highest soul value of your team getting a one-on-one kill, the person was getting 1,500 comeback souls and a 1,300 kill souls. So he was getting essentially what, 2,800 souls off of one kill.
Yeah, you effectively get a little bit over double, but there's an interesting part in the math too, where if it's a 5-on-1, it doesn't really work out that way. Like you actually have to do it like with 1 or 2 people as opposed to your whole team getting someone. So there's a lot of like interesting math there. But when it came down to me, when we were talking about it, just comes down to when you're ahead. If you're Leviathan right now and you're ahead, number one thing is don't give up dumb kills. As like simplistic as that is, it's something that teams have been failing a lot. Like you look at scrims from teams, Jason, they'll just mess up and give up kills they shouldn't. And the way comeback mechanics are right now can easily let the other team back into the game.
Yeah, and it's something that teams really have to adapt to is, like you said, when you're ahead, just don't give up stupid deaths. A great job by Surgery here to continue to close the gap as he gets, a 2-man kill over onto Freemock. It's a very difficult thing to think about, but it's something to really keep in your mind, especially when it comes to comeback urns. If you're the advantage team, or I guess it's an advantage urn, I guess you would call it, there's almost no point going for it, because if you do get it, you lose a couple players, you pretty much net lost that fight. You give them such an easy opportunity to get back into the game. But speaking of the game, Colt trying to contest and gets caught out here and locked down by Flammable. Even Abrams being stuck here is now Bobby being forced to just seismic impact away to make sure he can escape this one. And Leviathan, I mean, the lead that they had, it's still 8k, almost 9k. It's not really growing too much anymore.
No, it's going quite the other way around. I mean, the last few engagements very much in favor of Fearless Furies. And now, I mean, in a reasonable setup here to get control. Well, okay, Leviathan's going to be fully back up by the time it's up, but we'll see if they do a bigger play for earn control here, because, the other thing that when you talk to pros and you look at, the metrics overall, giving up first earn, I mean, it's not great, but it's the 15-minute earn and on where having control of it is really, really important. And given that you're up against Doorman here, I think if you're Fearless Furies, you make a stand on the next turn.
Do you see what Empty Dreams just bought? A 15-minute infuser on Victor?
It's core.
Isn't that a little early for an infuser?
People keep pushing the limit. Like it went from, we get this late game on Victor, to we get mid game, to now it's just, I'm Victor, I want Infuser, but will you be able to survive? The squad is coming out here. Empty Dreams looking for a way out, getting chased down right now by Psy. Cube's right in his face, and we'll see how much time Empty Dreams can buy right now. Just surrounded on all ends. And that's a rough timing death-wise now as Earn is spawned, but absolutely no one is on the right side of the map near the urn. Instead, it's Leviathan just pushing the lane up, going for the walker. And if they get it, they're just going to be able to walk back, grab the urn at their own leisure here, Jason.
It might just be ultimately just a 1-for-1 trade. Unless Fearless Furies are not able to capture this left lane walkers. You do see the contest coming through. Flamble's going to be here. Obikim is there as well, but he will fall being chased out, but not before helping to get 1 kill onto Colt. And that walker, it's still relatively healthy. It still has a lot of HP. And honestly, look at the mid lane. We see a big push on Leviathan, realizing, okay, we defended this walker long enough. We might be able to have 2 from this.
Getting mid walker especially would be huge. Arzo and Surgery both biting the dust. The pressure on the mid walker still very much here. OC's laying into it, and yeah, I mean, Fearless Furies, they're not going to be able to get over here to defend it. They're going to lose mid walker for this, Jason, and Bobby just fall into the wayside. So Leviathan getting everything they want and more. I don't know if it's quite at mid boss level here yet, but certainly they can get urn control and go from there. Although they're in the weird spot, Jason, where if they grab it, they're gonna have to go into Fearless Fury's territory that turned it in. So maybe they don't mess with it right now. Or if they just go mid boss.
Yeah, they're gonna commit for. They're forcing the fight out. If they can also get urn off the back of this, that would be pretty damn massive. It's taking a little bit of time to finish off the mid boss though, as the reinforcements have come in our Fearless Furies. So realistically, they could go for the test. You see Surgeon coming in from the side, gets slowing Hex completely locked out of any sort of chance to contest this one. And now he's just going to pay the price for this. He will fall. And Leviathan, they get every rejuve. They get at least one kill and potentially second on the side. And maybe more off the back of this too.
Yeah, I mean, Obikim dying twice in that fight. The true focus for Fearless Furies, but in the end, Leviathan now working with a pretty significant advantage, and they're going to run Urn now with the advantage of Rejuvenator, which, I mean, look, you're already running the Doorman, which makes it hard to contest Urn, but you have Rejuve on top of it. Your Fearless Furies basically don't even bother. I will note, though, a completely different note, Jason. When you look at builds and change-ups here, Surgery went for the full-on slow haze as a build. Like, went slowing Hex and slowing bullets, hi, I'm Haze, I'm attacking you, and you're going to be really, really slow coming out of sleep build.
They have BRS too. A little bit of synergy for the team here. And Fortitude for the rotations around the map, and he's not going to save him here. That's going to be another death coming through. And now potentially the Urn turn-in, which honestly, Leviathan didn't need to force, but with the help of the door, they get in and out before there's any sort of respite out of the Furies. And it actually might just cost my life. Bobby gets caught out once again, getting locked down, swap back in, just permanently sticking in this alchemical fire. And that's another kill, and this is not looking good, honestly. With the way Leviathan are playing 25, 24k lead, and with all walkers now down, they have full control around the map and the jungle.
I think the other problem is, too, when you think about win conditions here, when you're running Haze and Viscous as sort of your quasi-playmakers, you can skirmish and run at people and get setups for kills when the game is even. Neither hero, Jason, is really good at making opportunities to get back into the game when you're this far behind. Not in the same way that a lasso, a swap, or a hook may be. So the win conditions for Fearless Furies are pretty rough right now. I mean, okay, you have Arzo and Apocycle reasonably farmed, but they're not farmed enough that they're going to be able to take over a fight with a, what's soon to be a 30k Victor running at you. So I run the calculations here, Jason. I don't see a ton of great ways for Fearless Furies to come back into this game right now.
Same, 100% same. I look at Bobby trying to be a frontline, 14,000 souls, lowest in the game. No chance you can stand. Like, the Victor doesn't even have to attack you. He doesn't have to shoot you. You're just going to die to his aura of suffering over time. Especially the Infuser tapped in on top of this. Empty Dream's just going to walk straight through that front line and hit the back line. And then you have Flamble able to jump in. You have to worry about the swaps at a free mock. Not to mention overseas with the Chain Gang. And then, of course, Obikim opening up different avenues of attack and pressure with the doors. I would hate to be a backline player for the Furies at this point.
Effectively, for Fearless Furies, you're hoping for a mistake. You're hoping for someone on Leviathan is in the wrong neighborhood. They push their advantage a little bit too much, and you punish them for it. Your fate is not in your own hands here at this point. And that's the problem when you run the comp that they decided to go with, is that there's a lot of ways to play it when it's even, but not as many ways to play it when you're behind. And we'll see if they're going to do it. I will say, though, Jason, not great for Wraith's win rate, where we were already kind of joking about the Curse of Wraith. We were watching part in the Death Slam tournament, and I don't know. Wraith is good, but the comp results recently have not been great.
I wonder if it's because games don't really get deep enough into it to allow the Wraith to just become this immovable object. And then, of course, you take into account other heroes like, for instance, Victor, who can kind of stand up to it a bit, especially if you can close that distance. And Empty Dreams right now at 30,000 souls, he also has escalating exposure, so he's going to put out a ton of damage for himself just midst in the fight. And he's already hard to kill with the Infuser on top of that. You can see the Furies. I mean, they need to like avoid some of these fights. They're trying to contest the turn in. That's the third of the game they picked up for Leviathan. And once again, Bovie gets caught out getting too aggressive, and he'll be finished off. In the meantime, the backside Surgery is using his bullet dance, doing some decent damage, but gets swapped back to the ground to allow Fremont to escape.
The problem is your front line is made of paper there, Jason. Like, both your Abrams and Yamato, who should be alive to the end, get instantly bopped in the middle of the fight. And after your front line is dead, you kind of see Surgery rolling back around and be like, guys, it's bullet dance time. And Leviathan just kind of looks back and goes, no, absolutely not. And just, turn on Surgery and take him down. So, yeah, not a lot of options left here for Fearless Furies. Shrines are going to go down. And of course, this was the last patch of the new year, Jason, but you get Mega Creeps on top of it, which makes the comeback potential even harder.
Yeah, it makes it much harder to push out of your base, but it does also mean you have waves always crash. You always have some source of income for yourself. Mid-boss spawning now, and that means Leviathan have the opportunity to be going for it here, as Flammable has been picked off by the chase of the Furies, realizing they have to get something out of this. But I don't think they're going to really get much more than this. The Surgery, he's on the chase. You can see on the minimap on the right-hand side. They're going to get the catch on the Bobby, who's just trying to back away. The cube comes through to save him for now, but the fight's not done, ZP. Oh my god, the swap!
Well, the Fearless Furies would like for the fight to be done right now, though. Okay. You get a catch in onto Mina. Nice little hit of comeback souls. But the problem is, Jason, you need a lot of comeback souls at this point. You're down 40,000, so it's a little rough as down into the middle. Wraith in all sorts of trouble. And this is where you love to live as Victor. The question is it a little bit too much? In this case, it is. Entire team around you, close quarters, and not quite ahead of the game enough to actually make it your own.
Yeah, and luckily mid-boss hasn't spawned as they jump the gun there, so there's no punishment out of either team for the losses they're suffering at the moment. Surgery's like, yeah, I'm out of here. Crippling headshot picked up on top of this for free mock and stam mastery. Gonna be so slippery on her. And you can see them just waiting for anyone to peek too far. You have a Lassa ready to go. Lassa's not gonna connect though. The Bobby just slips by it. Of course, because he's using the new night shift skin for Abrams. That's why he's able to get around it. If you guys want it at home, you can get it once we're up to 1,200 subs here on the channel. That's
right. Released to the community at that point. And again, I think the thing is seeing it in motion in game that strikes me is that, Abrams got a big tail, Jason. That's all I got to say.
It's not the only big thing he's got. It's biceps. Massive biceps. 37,000 soul lead. Am I reading that right? I could do math correctly.
Close enough. Also, in terms of itemization, it's kind of funny how we've gone full circle where, Holiday went through her gun meta build, gun got nerfed, we went back to Spirit, and now you look at Flammable's build here, we're back to using Veilwalker. Veilwalker finding its home on a hero that probably should have been used on to begin with. But mid-boss is up in Leviathan. They're looking to put away. Meanwhile, Sleep in the bullet dance is going to be enough to take down Paradox. Absolutely not. Freeblock just tanks it like a champ. Gives the pain back to Surgery. And Psy going to be following Surgery soon thereafter. The stat differential just way too much between the teams now, Jason.
Bro, Empty Dreams has Phantom Strike on Victor. There's no coming back from this. He gets directly in the middle of your team, can pop Infuser, has escalating exposure and warp stone. The mobility is being king here for Empty Dreams as a chase down comes in on another kill, as ours was able to turn at least one back around. But it's not a good sign if you're Surgery and you get a full combo off to a solo Paradox, you're not able to kill her.
No, not at all. And also, I kind of wonder if wanting to play Haze was a little bit of a bait here from Fearless Furies, because remember when we were talking about the hero pool in the beginning and how Fearless Furies, they don't have quite as big of a hero pool? Well, Surgery is the main doorman player for Fearless Furies, so did prioritizing the Haze mean that they weren't giving doorman as an option? That's why they gave doorman fourth. I actually think that may have been the case, but either way, it's Leviathan. They're going to move on to the money match once more for what's become the de facto EU matchup, Jason, of Abrams versus Leviathan.
Yeah, it's the gift that keeps on giving, and it continue to give in 2026. Hopefully for them, they're prepared to potentially take down Abrams as our #1 team in EU, though it's going to be extremely difficult. I'll notice Surgery though. I feel like the haze worked pretty well. Early mid game, I feel like it did exactly what it needed to do, but things just slipped too far out of the way. Bobby wasn't able to be the front line with the Abrams. Again, you had a split farm between Mirage and Wraith a little bit too on top of that. Was that Colt on Yamato wasn't really able to get going either. It was just a rough game overall with their front line. They just could not handle how far ahead Empty Dreams got.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of interesting because you look back, it was relatively even up until the urn spawned, right? Like the early game, you had some good rotations, and that was where the haze being played by Surgery did shine. I mean, I do think haze gives you some really strong ability to be aggressive pre 10 minutes. But if you don't secure a lead off of that, if you just stay even, where, by the way, that steal, probably the highlight of the game for Surgery. It was all downhill from there.
What's the point of kinetic dashing right before you bullet dance?
It's the attack speed. You still get the attack speed.
It still works for bullet dance.
Yes.
Okay, then that makes sense. That's sick then. I'm really showing mastery of haze in this one. But then you just saw things get too far out of hand. I mean, no one really fell behind Leviathan's side. I mean, Freemock, he was at 35,000 souls at the end of the game. Ended up keeping up relatively well with even Empty Dreams on the Victor. But also, think about it. The amount of urn turn-ins we got for Leviathan, a lot of them uncontested because of having the doorman, but even the ones they fought for, that was a lot of extra souls that really kept them rolling on through this game.
Yeah, I also think just the power of having doorman on your side right now is that you can be a little bit behind and then go, we'll make it up on objectives. Not that they even got behind here, but yeah, I don't know. I think back even to the where you know, overall in the draft, it was definitely a situation of I kind of favored the Leviathan draft to begin with, and I didn't see enough gained from what you were going for on the Fearless Fury side to kind of make up for what they lost there. They end up losing Doorman, they lose up traditional playmakers, and you know what they had gained here is that, okay, you got Abrams as your first pick, and Abrams is quite good, even though it was a rough game for Bobby. And, you know, you got Haze, but I don't know if it was worth what they gave up.
I think they just, I don't even really know where they fell very far behind. Part of me wants to say urns because we saw the 3 or 4 being locked in for Leviathan, but then they started to fall behind individually. I think losing 2 of those walkers was maybe a big turning point where they almost defended their left-hand walker, or sorry, for Leviathan. Then they get themselves 2 walkers in the right and the mid lane. That really gave them a lot of control, a lot of jungle control, and a lot of the ability to fight in behind enemies' front lines to catch them off guard and really limit the amount of souls they could continue to take, turn into items.
So we're just waiting right now for our, what's it called? Actually, we have to choose an MVP here, Jason. I don't think, look, take a look here. Let's see. Yeah, I agree. You're already on top of it. Sorry, I get distracted by something else. There was I don't know if it came across, there was like a loud bang that just happened, like something falling in my background. So I'm just sitting here, it's like, what in the world just happened? But it is fine. The MVP is ready, and it's going to be Empty Dreams, I believe.
I don't actually know who it's going to be because there's a thumbs up on the second one. Okay, it's going to be Freemock. Okay.
That's Freemock. Okay, no.
I said Empty Dreams or Freemock, and then we got a thumbs up, and I wasn't sure who it was either. But I think, honestly, both of them equally deserved it. I think Freemock did a great job, especially when it came to dismantling Surgery. He won out on 2 1v1s against him that maybe wouldn't have like resulted in a big comeback for the Furies, but for a Paradox to be able to handle a Haze 1v1 like this, I felt was like very important. And again, he had some great swaps as well. Looking at one of the longest swaps we see back towards mid, where he's able to swap on the side to keep himself alive.
Yeah, and the interesting thing too, the beginning build here for Freemock, it was a full orange build on Paradox, which kind of makes sense. You get the early damage boost on your left clicks, and then you kind of build up utility there on out, you know, adding Healbane, Sullying Hex, etc. thereafter. Also does help in lane pressure, you know, getting early Guardian down. But I also love just the ability to play around Time Wall, where it's just like, oh, you think I'm in danger? Well, I'm just going to work around this wall, and actually, Surgery, you are the one that's in danger.
Yeah, I mean, well done by them. A nice little warm-up match for them, because the real test for them, of course, is going to be the next game. Abrams being undefeated for, it feels like 9 shifts. I mean, basically since Buff Enjoyers quit, right? Since they disbanded, they've been the #1 team hands down.
Yeah, I mean, they've been looking incredible. They've been the team to beat since Buff and Joy has left, but maybe this will be the week that Leviathan is able to flip the script. It's a new year, and why not have a new champion? This is Deadlock Night Shift number 20. We'll be back in just a few moments with the EU money match. That's right. The first challenger match of the year is done and over with. And now we got to look at the stats. ZP back here with Jason Kaplan. And, you know, if there's upsides here, when you're looking at the defeat of Fearless Furies, at least your Wraith did some damage in the end.
Yeah, 25K. I mean, a very good amount considering you did the most in the lobby. To be fair, if you're shooting the Victor, he's just healing up a lot of the damage you're doing. So it's free player damage for you. But I mean, overall, as we did see, it was kind of like an unfortunate game that just continued to get out of hand for the Furies. And I want to look at Colt really quickly. 4-9, him and Bobby together, like 1-8 for Bobby. Just wasn't able to really do anything to become a front line to allow Arzo and Apocycle to really do damage. And then, of course, Empty Dreams getting this far ahead. I mean, I guess in the end, it wasn't insanely far ahead. Still 5K ahead of Arzo, still 7K ahead of Apocycle. But it's really the other 4 players that I'm looking at as like the advantage really becoming difficult to deal with. You saw Surgery didn't really engage. He stayed away from Empty Dreams. And then the rest of the front line, if you can call that, for the Furies, they just took too much damage from him.
Well, I think it does kind of come down a little bit to frontline where, I mean, Bobby had a rough game, to put it mildly. I mean, it was, you know, the curse of the new skin, as it may have been. But, you know, Bobby was getting isolated a lot of the game. Cult never really got fully online. Like, it's amazing Cult was able to do the amount of damage they did, where it just felt like every time we looked at Yamato on camera, it was Cult getting chased by 3 people. So, meanwhile, you look at the front line from Leviathan. Empty Dreams was basically the person that you had to run from the entire game, along with Overseas, and you still had Freemock and Flammable on Holiday and Paradox, respectively, continually making plays, along with the objective control of Obakim on the Doorman. So, I mean, to me, when I look back at this was one part mechanical execution for sure, but also I just like the draft that Leviathan was able to play a lot better in practice than what Fearless Furies came out with.
Yeah, I think even like the last pick of a Viscous just didn't really amount to much. I'm not sure exactly what I would swap in instead of it. We were talking about, you know, like a Bebop. I guess Bebop technically would not have worked that well in this situation either, because you don't want to be pulling necessarily someone into your team when you're already so far behind. But yeah, I would agree. I think there's a lot more high priority picks going over on the side of Leviathan. I mean, seeing the Mina, seeing the Holiday, seeing Paradox, Doorman. I think those 4 should have been a little bit higher in the pick priority, or at least maybe not the Mina, but the other 3 for sure, considering what we have seen out of teams as of late.
I do actually think the Viscous pick may have been a desperation where they weren't expecting it, because they ended the draft with Paradox Holiday. Like, they picked up both in one go, and, you know, maybe there's a world where Fearless Furies was going, oh, we were expecting to get one of those. And they don't really like Bebop, because Bebop is still, you know, hasn't been the most popular in comp as of late. So maybe it's just a thing where they got forced into a corner. But that was a challenging match, Jason. We got to get into what is going to be the championship match here and the teams playing against. And to get about that, we got to talk about Abrams, the roster that has been the team to beat here in EU. Of course, Jason, when you're winning everything, you don't really have to change your roster much.
Yeah, we found out for them it required some other way for them to force a roster change. But this team, yeah. I mean, who was on them previously, so he kind of slotted back into the team extremely well. He played with Demov over on Buff Enjoyers. So it's just a really overall strong, good team. I mean, together, a lot of the heroes he's playing right now can be seen as like in meta, and the flexibility across the board within this team on top of that. And even potentially seeing some Lash Lasagna Sniper. Again, we did see in the last night shift, number 19, Lash was picked or banned 5 times. Though we haven't seen him yet today, only had 1 game. But there's definitely for the potential of some of like these players' best heroes to be pulled out here and just become impossible to beat. Like, I want to see someone beat Abrams, not because I don't like him, but because I want to see closer matches in EU, because NA is really the region to go to nowadays.
Yeah, even though it's kind of funny in NA where Melee Creeps has also been on a pretty impressive streak, but Melee Creeps, they always give up maps. Like, Melee Creeps is never sitting here just absolutely demolishing the other side for the most part. Like, it's close. Whereas Abrams, some of the weeks prior now, it hasn't been that close. I mean, Leviathan has put up a few good fights here and there, but it never really feels like it's crossed the threshold of, oh, wow, Abrams is about to lose this one. Whereas Melee Creeps gives you that feeling all the time in NA, and, you know, take that as you will.
Yeah, but I think they're always super entertaining. They're always they're you know, always back and forth in the series. But I think it's just a testament to how good these players are. Like, I don't want to talk down EU and say EU is a bored region to watch, but this is kind of how far ahead Abrams are to their competitors. And again, you put Leviathan against any like other team, and it's going to be either a really close match or they're going to win. But the gap between Leviathan being kind of the number 2 team in EU and the number 1 team of Abrams, it's still insanely wide, which is, it blows my mind to see that big of a gap when you're talking about the number 1, number 2 team.
Yeah, and for right now they're riding high, but also to take a look at before we get into the draft, we have the match history that just kind of shown just how dominant Abrams has been. At least I think we have the slide. Just goes, yeah, here we go. Yeah, it's been a lot of Abrams versus Leviathan, and unlike in NA, Jason, where Melee Creeps is dropping a map here and there, you ask Abrams, hey, would you like to drop a map? No.
No. They want to make their quick money and get out right away, Though I will say, like, seeing the full 3 series where things go back and forth, they're always really entertaining to watch. But honestly, if I'm Abrams, if it comes down to orgs, like maybe we hit closed beta within the first half of this year, and orgs out there are starting to look for teams, I would rather be a team that just 2-0s and dominates a region completely, because you're probably gonna get the best offer from one of the best orgs out there. So I think long term for Abrams, it's very smart to continue this domination if they can, and they put the pressure on everyone else in Europe to be like, you guys got to step up and you guys got to push us, because otherwise we're gonna go to other regions. Like we saw, I think Abrams played in the Deathly tournament, right? They didn't win.
They did, yes.
But they got pretty damn far.
Yeah, they got very far, as it were, And, I mean, no big surprise. I mean, it's one of those things where, okay, yes, you're very far behind in mechanical play when you're playing with ping, but all your macro mechanics and other aspects of mastery are still intact. But I believe we're ready for the draft, and we'll see just how Abrams is going to change. I think the biggest thing for me is going to be, do we see Doorman at a higher priority? Because Abrams has been treating Doorman as very high prio. It worked out really well for Leviathan. I think there was some matchup-specific knowledge that they knew that the Hayes pick kind of indicated that Doorman wasn't coming out any earlier, but we'll see. Honestly, if I'm Leviathan or Abrams, I'd look to ban it, but we'll see what the bans end up being here. Is the first ban, Viscous, comes in from Leviathan, Jason.
Okay. I mean, it's kind of crazy that Dimov is one of the best, if not the best, Viscous player in EU, and I actually completely forgot that he even plays it. It's been so long since we've seen him actually utilize it, because normally back on Buff and Shores, it was Hoot playing it when Hoot joined the roster. But to see a Viscous first ban, I mean, to me, that kind of says we want to leave open a lot of OP heroes so we can guarantee to get some of the. I mean, I say that, but they're coming in as a first pick. I don't know.
Yeah, also the ban of Mina. So, I mean, maybe Mina just has really gone up in priority. Either that or Abrams just looks at OCs and they go, nah, OCs, we don't want to give you a comfort pick. It's one of the two, right? But Leviathan, they're going to be coming out the first pick, Abraham. So that wasn't a Fearless Furies thing. That is just the nerfs to Billy, I think, have added up a little bit, Jason, to where now you have before it was Billy Abrams. Now it's probably Abrams Billy.
Yeah. I don't think the nerfs really hit Billy that hard, but to be fair, you're probably going to pick one of these two as your initial picks to just have a beefy frontliner who has that consistent damage as well. I'm really looking towards OCs. What is he going to play if he doesn't get Mina? Because back in the day it was Ivy, if you remember, ZP. Yep. A long time ago, before like Abrams became what they eventually were. And I don't expect to see him play a gun Ivy in this game, but the Doorman you were talking about wanted to see a higher priority, and it does come through for Abrams.
Yeah, and I think this is smart from Abrams. Everything we've seen indicates that this is the proper way of the draft. Now, what do you give up in turn here for Leviathan? Leviathan ideally. Okay, they're gonna go Paige. Remember, Paige got banned early in the last draft, so Paige is seemingly gone higher up in prio. In this case, you're probably gonna run the Paige Abrams lane, and in contrast, if Abrams got, they would have ran Paige Billy's lane. So you use it to support either Abrams or Billy, either two you get. Wraith came out as a higher prio in the last draft. That felt like a bit of a mistake to me, but maybe you grab it for OCs here. No, instead you go Pocket, which has to be an Empty Dreams here, Jason.
I would imagine so. And it's so funny. I think of Empty Dreams, I think of Pocket, I think of that like stat line you talked about. We had a best of 5 with Paravision versus who? Was it One Win or was it Abrams?
For which game?
It was the best of 5 where Pocket won every single time, and Empty Dreams.
Oh yeah.
They ended up winning it because he played it 3 times. Just that series of seeing Pocket so heavily prioritized. So yeah, I would 100% agree with you in that case of where Pocket's going to be going. And then you have to now worry about the Kelvin. Do you want to take Kelvin away because it could likely be picked up for Leviathan?
Wait,
but I need to reattach
Jason,
my arm.
I got a bigger issue right now with this draft. Where's Shiv?
Okay.
Where's Shiv?
Yeah.
No ban, no pick. What?
That's a very good point. Especially, I mean, you pick Yamato. You could have went Shiv there as your 3 pick.
Yeah, you could have gotten Shiv for together. Okay, the fact that Shiv hasn't been picked or banned at this point in the draft has to be studied for future generations, unless something has truly gone wild. Now we've done all the setup here. It could be Dmov on Yamato, and then you end up, picking the Shiv for together right now. But getting Shiv this late into the draft, Jason, it feels like robbery to me.
And I feel like you could have just banned the Shiv here for Leviathan.
God, right?
But by taking away Paradox, if you're gonna, I mean, to me that says they're gonna go Holiday now, right? So they take away the initiators from Abrams, though we know who can play Bebop for sure if he wants to go that route, or even Task can play it. I'm excited to see the Lash. Normally I'm not, but I've been seeing really good things, and I've been hearing really good things about Lash being probably one of the strongest heroes in the game right now. I think he has like the highest win rate across all ranks, if I'm not mistaken, too.
It's at like near 60%. Like the Lash has been eating good, but okay, you get the Haze for your early game presence here. Do you go Holiday to secure an extra playmaker on top, or do you go the Shiv because you still need a little bit of a front line? Leviathan's front line is looking a little bit bare here, Jason.
And
they go Bebop! Okay. I actually was not expecting that.
Over a Holiday, too.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, to be fair, Bebop, decent counter Lash. You can get rid of his Death Slime really quickly. The hook's on a lower cooldown than Lasso. But I would have expected Bebop to be picked here. I know. I mean, I don't know if you've had Bebop in some of your games. I've definitely had Bebop games where we see 1,500 damage bombs going off. I don't think the game will last long enough for something like that to happen here. And then we see a Sinclair being picked up from Abrams. Have you been hearing much with Sinclair? Have you played him since the changes to the Vex bolts?
I haven't played him too much because Sinclair, I feel like, is you're either all in on Sinclair or not. Like it is, Sinclair is like a one-trick's dream because there's enough Sinclair-specific tech on it. So I haven't done a ton of Sinclair. I do think Sinclair is probably a little bit underpicked, but also Abrams finishing off here with the Warden. And I mean, Warden, I think, is still like in a fine spot. I don't think he's the highest priority hero, but do I like him better than something like a Wraith right now? Answer is probably yes. The other thing that's changed a lot here, Jason, is Geist. Okay, a few things here. Geist got last picked after all the changes that have gone down. And on top of that, Shiv is neither picked nor banned at all. That hasn't happened for like 2 months, 3 months?
Is there like a secret third ban for these teams that we don't know about? Or no, is there a world where the Viscous ban wasn't Viscous and it was Shiv?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be kind of funny if we go to production. It's like, guys. Actually, Shiv was banned to begin with.
I'm actually curious if it was Shiv and not Viscous now that you bring it up. Or now that you mentioned like Shiv wasn't picked this entire game. But I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it was Viscous. I'll trust the production in this one. But it is very odd to not see together in Shiv. It's like cookies and milk, or apple pie and ice cream, or root beer and ice cream.
Maybe also ice cream. Yeah, I was gonna say you kind of put yourself in I guess it's gonna be root beer and also ice cream again.
Or chocolate fudge and ice cream. I want ice cream. I just want ice cream.
Do they have that in Italy? Does it exist?
It's called gelato, and it's healthy, but not as tasty for sure. But no, yeah, I mean, I agree with you on the Warden. We've been seeing a lot of Warden. Like in the scrims, I saw Warden, I believe, every game that I was watching today over North America, though a little bit of a different build between the two. Now, I know you're a big Warden fan, but I want to ask your opinion on Warden, because he's definitely one of the best heroes for triple dipping in the 4.8k thresholds across the board. How do you normally build your Warden?
I mean, I just kind of leech off of John's builds, which is, very, very gun heavy for the most part. I think it is one of the better ways to play him. I mean, you still need a lot of farm overall, but it may be a little bit too gun heavy, but it's kind of funny. You talk John is like, no, just go more orange. Like, continue to go orange. I mean, there's a few other things mixed in, but I don't know. I am a fan of the gun heavier builds. It's very greedy for farm. Like, I think regardless of how you build Warden at the moment, you actually have to make sure that you're getting funneled a significant portion of the farm, or it's not going to end well for you.
Okay, I can confirm. I went to go look at the draft, by the way. It was actually a Viscous ban, and Shiv just was not picked. So, new year, new together, I guess. New Abrams game plan, not getting together Shiv so he can just carry out matches. So we'll see how things are going to work out as we jump into our first game of our money match. Abrams up against Leviathan, defending champions, being undefeated for the last, 5 weeks, I believe it was. We'll see if they can do it yet again here today.
And I mean, as I look at here, the big win conditions for me is that if you're Leviathan, right? Like, what's an ideal game look like to you? Number one is you're getting good rotations out of the haze at the 2-minute mark and creating some mismatches for quick kills into tower pressure. And then also, you're hoping that Overseas throughout the game is going to be able to land good hooks and keep Abrams on the back foot. And hey, you get early damage like this on the Yamato, not bad either.
And we see actually who going to be on the Yamato. We see Fremont on the Abrams this time. I think the rest of the picks are pretty much expected for Leviathan in terms of who's playing what. But I guess Abrams, a little bit of a switch up here. Is that actually Sonya Sniper on Warden and Saint on Lash?
Yeah, and I think that makes sense because the way Abrams has kind of delegated the responsibilities, Sanya would usually be on things like a Wraith or anything, you know, an Infernus if you go far enough back. So in terms of, hey, we want this character or person to get really well farmed and take over the game, it's usually been Sanya in that role, and that's the best way of playing Warden right now. I don't think you play Warden as anything other than a farm hog who gets ahead of the game. So it makes sense to me to have Sanya on the Warden.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. I just don't have much of a memory of how well Sync plays Lash, but honestly, I mean, with what I've seen him play on Kelvin, Dynamo in the past, I feel like he plays pretty much every hero extremely well. Even think Vindictive, if I'm not mistaken. But already, I mean, we're seeing initial aggression out of Fremont. Hit a charge on a hoop before, and he's going for another one as well. He's not going to connect onto a stun as he was on the other side of the map in his opponent's territory, but he gets back to safety.
Yeah, Fremont getting a little bit aggressive with it. Of course, off here on the right-hand side, we got Tass. New harassment angles, and off the doorman as Together is able to find Paige. Oftentimes lane mates, in this case, brutal enemies in on the left-hand side as you got Empty Dreams kind of picking up the pieces right now in the 1-on-2.
How do you think Overseas is going to do on this B-bomb? I feel like he's really fallen off in play. Obviously had some tweaks to the bomb and how strong it can be in recent times. Still has an insane... I think he actually gained his stamina. Is that right?
I didn't look at the latest bebop changes or play him since the latest changes, but yeah, they did change his stamina around again, so he's less of a liability than he was before. But I think what it comes down to after all the changes is that, again, as simplistic as it may sound, land hooks. You're just a lot more dependent on landing more of those hooks versus being a hero that can get so farmed that just existing is good enough. Like, you really do have to continue to make plays throughout the course of the game to make bebop worthwhile.
Okay. I mean, it's still Overseas, and we debated who the best bebop player in EU is. We talked about TAS, we talked about D-Mob, we talked about Overseas. I don't know where we landed on who inevitably was the best one in our eyes. But, I mean, we still know Overseas to have massive impact, whether bebop gets nerfed or buffed. But what do you see? It's that fight breaking out here. Together has joined the mix on this left-hand side. Taking a hell of a lot of damage for this one as you still see the page connections landing with those M1s. And Together's still sticking around. I believe he's been able to heal up, so he's must have had melee life still here for this.
Also just got a little bit from the passive, but in the end ends up falling. Quick melee can only do so much. Meanwhile, OC's in some real danger, getting chased down by Sanya, just barely able to turn the corner across from the gun damage. Bell comes out, even more damage here in on the Obakim. So Obakim and OC's just barely hanging on this right-hand side at the moment, Jason.
I mean, we've hit the 4-minute mark, and we're looking at how the rotations would differ from the last game, especially looking towards Obakim swapping over to the Haze for himself in this. And OC's he's so low on HP and still so far away from an ultimate.
You can also just dive. Yeah, okay. That's an insane sleep dagger. That is so important because at the HP Sanya was at, you could just dive. Tass already did that for OC's. And even the sleep dagger, it just spares one here, Jason, because when you see one part of the lane at full HP and the other... Wait, why are you... Obakim just came back in. Obakim's dead.
Yeah, this is... Das ist nicht gut, ZP. Das ist nicht gut. I go back to my time in Germany. This is not good for Leviathan. It's already a 4K difference. The right lane Guardian's already falling down.
I'm just confused that Obakim's get down Mr. President attempt there. Like, what universe do you not die? Running back in at that HP with both angles covered, both on the side and the front. That was a little bit odd, but
he got back to base eventually. Just maybe it wasn't the way he intended. Or maybe he did intend it that way.
Either way, Saint, some really nice harass here in on the Lash. Again, Flammable down to half HP and decides he wants another bite at the apple. Barrier, though, comes on in. May have baited him. And Flammable able to finish off Saint. The trickiness of Page barriers claiming another victim there as Saint thought he had the kill, and the barrier just added just enough survivability there, Jason.
How do you feel about Paige right now in the game?
Overall, I mean, if we go by data today, certainly I think she's still pretty strong in the fact that she's getting early picked and early banned, but I just think she messes with decision making in such a powerful way that it's always to the advantage of the Page player. Like, it's not just the durability that you get out of her, but she makes you make bad decisions when you're up against her, and that part is super valuable, on top of the fact that her ult is really good for earn fights, really good for mid-boss contests. So she's solid right now. Is okay. Who did not respect the hyper beam?
What about her skill floor versus skill ceiling as a hero?
It's decision making based, but also, I don't know. I think everything in Deadlock, if you consider movement as part of your core skill set, everything is high skill. It's just a very variation in degree, you know?
Okay. I mean, I think that's like a topic we can maybe discuss. I want to go a little bit further into that, but maybe if we have like a pause or something, we can hop back to it, because we still see kills coming through as Together gets called out and finished off in Leviathan. I mean, we talked about an early 3-4K lead for Abrams is going to be completely turned around, even though they did take the guard on the right-hand side, which allows them to just burger box in the mid lane now, just trying to stack this lane, look for kills. Obakim, I don't think he's going to escape this one, but the help of the stealth and the movement is allowing him and buying him time, more importantly, but just walks into the open arms of Tass as he punches him back down. And that mid lane Guardian, it shouldn't be surviving much longer either.
A little bit of Looney Tunes action from Tass there. Already knew he was going to before he got there himself. Mid lane working out pretty well for Abrams, who, as you were mentioning, Leviathan had actually started to build up a lead after being far behind, but the engagement in middle here, not only turning the several kills, but turning in the mid Guardian going down in plenty of time before first earn ends up spawning. So Abrams getting a little bit more stability on the game, and maybe a rotation here into the left. We'll see where Tass ends up going.
I mean, I'm looking at souls, and it says the game's telling you it's equal, but it's really not. If you look at the map, look at the Guardians that are left. Leviathan have one, and the left and right lane haven't taken too much damage. So as they say it, the right lane is under some pressure now, but even the mid lane is still above half HP. Leviathan haven't been able to make too much ground on the objectives, though they might be able to crack into this right lane Guardian, though they didn't have the minion wave there, so they're not really going to be able to take it down before reinforcements get to this position. So I think the soul discrepancy we're seeing so far, ZP, it's very misleading.
Yeah, because on one hand you have economy between the teams, and then on the other hand you have what does each team have in their favor, and a lot more of the map at the moment is opened up for Abrams, and we'll see how they handle it. I mean, the one thing they have to respect is the fact that you're still dealing with the haze. Obakim is still going to be very mobile as he goes across the map, but okay. As I say that, OCs runs afoul of D-Mov.
No deep push out of Abrams here to deny away these sinners, or really much of the jungle so far, though. As I say that, again, Tass gets in deep. Should have a door to allow an escape here, going for the double sinners. Actually allows his teammate to get in here, and Obakim spots it, not expecting two players. Oversee jumps down into the hole looking for a fight. He immediately backs away as the call bells are coming through, ringing in his ears, down to 500 HP. And this is going to be a great invade of Abrams using that doorman, as we've been talking about all day today.
I think using Doorman as early Sinners invade on the double Sinners is really, really smart, because the downside of when you go there for an early invade is that you can get caught and not have an easy way out, but your Doorman, you bring your own escape with you. So it's a great way of snowballing your advantage a little bit more as Flammable gets caught here in the middle and exiting the Baroness Hotel. We got a great post-checkout policy for you. Direct teleportation to your next destination, which is your base.
Yeah, that's one way to teleport someone, or to get a teleport.
Is under attack.
So taking a look at things, the left lane Guardian has been destroyed on Leviathan. Getting them some souls back on their side and potentially back to some map control. The kind of Abrams so far have won I would say they won the early game for sure. I mean, taking out two of the Guardians, now piling on this left-hand side to look for the third and final Guardian. There's no way we can defend this as Leviathan. They just have to give this one up and maybe look for some counter pressure, which might be coming through in the midst of middle as Hoot goes down from the hyper beam once again. Minions on the Guardian, and Overseas is just zoning away Together.
You know, using the hyper beam there, it's not the longest cooldown in the world, but you know, now that you're going to be fighting for earn control here, you do kind of wish you had it here, when such a key part of playing against Doorman is getting first earn control. Saint, though, gets caught out. And earn control is going the way of Leviathan, so this is what you have to do, and it's what I wish teams against Doorman did a little bit more frequently. You have to actively prioritize earn pickup versus Doorman team. You can't let Abrams just walk up and grab it. In this case, Leviathan, they're going for speed here, Jason. This is a full-on run it across the map instantly move.
Well, they will lose the Guardian. The other decides to push it, which we up against Empty Dreams. We do see Sonic Sniper go in. He's not going to get the melee onto this, but they might get some kills off the back of it, though, with the last stand coming on through. Overkim low on HP. Empty Dreams on the other side of the map does pick up the 1v1, but it's not going to stop the battle breaking out on this right-hand side, ZP.
Yeah, so you end up giving up the earn. You're not quite able to land the melee. Still, you get a few kills, which, if you're Sanya, you're very appreciative of. I mean, all in all, I guess it's a slight edge to the Leviathan there, but it's not much given that they gave up 2 for 1 on the kill in there. And also, you look at who you're giving it up to, where Sanya, most farmed here in Abrams, exactly where you want to be. In comparison, though, Empty Dreams, very fed pocket on the other side.
Shall we?
Yeah, and a very underfed Hoot. I mean, he was at 6k souls when he died and respawned back in, able to jump up to 8.6, but he was very far behind his teammates here, getting a big wave of farm, and something they're desperately going to need for him to act the front line, and more of like a pressure towards, I guess, Obikim if he shows up, or even Empty Dreams, as the Baroness Hotel comes out once again. Trying to keep this Garden alive for Abrams. The reinforcements are here, and they're really committing both teams a lot of resources to take this Guardian or defend it.
On the right side, the Hyper Beam still getting pretty reasonable damage here, bring Demov down to a quarter. However, you look at the rest of Leviathan, and you get a Obikim deep behind enemy lines here at the moment, and no way out. You look at the kill feed. That's the full team press on the Obikim.
Everyone got a piece of Obikim there, pretty much, yeah. Just the unfortunate part if you're caught behind enemy lines. Limes? Caught behind enemy lines. At least it's not lemons. I don't know where the hell I said that from. Yeah. How's saving here, ZP?
No. Just continue the twist in the wind on the lemon-based analogies. I mean, there's things there, life gives you lemons, but we're just a little bit too classy for that. 65k, though, the 67k. Leviathan, the small lead they did nurse, getting chipped away at the moment. Guardian-wise have evened things up, though, a bit here, Jason. Right now it's 3 Guardians down for Abrams, 2 down for Leviathan, and they just made that push onto right-hand side. Didn't quite work out. But also, the way the game has changed, I mean, you're going for the Guardians more so for the immediate souls and map control. You're not worried about flex slots, of course, the way you used to be.
I think I expect this game to play out much differently than it has. With the initial 2 Guardians of Abrams that they got from Leviathan, I kind of expected them to start steamrolling into the jungle, grouping up for some kills, but you have to give credit to Leviathan. Overseas is one big player I'm looking at in particular. The damage he's been able to do with Hyper Beam is, I guess, alleviate a little of the pressure by keeping Hoot in check, at least at that time. I mean, Obikim hasn't really done, I guess, too much so far in this game, but OC's been continuing to farm up at 14k, and of course, Empty Dreams, if he's playing Pocket, he's going to have a good game at the 16,000 souls, leading the lobby at the moment. He's really going to become an annoying nuisance for them in these next few minutes.
I think the problem is the Leviathan, they need to get a game-winning advantage soon. And okay, sneaky hook attempt on the Sanyas. Follow through going to be there. The setup was there, and Empty Dreams immediately knocks him down into what's turning out to be a very quick Walker push. You're going to have Task rotate in along with Saint for a little bit of pressure, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. All the damage going into the Walker, even with the result. Doorman going to take Bebop off the field. Hyper Beam pressure gone, but the Walker is just completely plowed over. It's too much firepower when you're able to open the fight with the pick on the Warden.
And Thunder dropped a massive bag too. I want to say like 600 to 800, even another one going down. This is so many souls being stolen over for Leviathan side. They've been able to completely get up to a 13,000 soul lead out of nowhere here, ZP. Just blasting on through this one, especially with the Walker being taken. Maybe there's a world 2026 is where we don't see the 2-0s for Abrams anymore.
Well, they also need it. Like, what I was going to make the point of for the Leviathan composition, I don't think they win late game. Pocket gets a lot worse late game once Divine Barriers start getting bought. Affliction isn't as good. Haze kind of falls off. Bebop falls off. You don't, with the exception of OCs, don't have a huge amount of scaling, but okay, parry on the Billy together. Getting caught mid-quick melee. And it's Fremok looking to punish 300 HP. Gets a shield in off the Doorman. We'll see if they're able to save together, who got himself in a real tough situation from that parry.
Who just immediately backs away from that flying strike too, realizing I don't want to go that deep on in. Again, an urn being spawned in. You can see the doorman being used to try to pick this one up and potentially run it back in, but it's going to be an advantage urn. Actually, sorry, it's a comeback urn for Hoot as he secures it before he does go down. And Obi became able to pick it up, so now it's an advantage urn for Leviathan. And realistically, I don't feel like you should be going for this. I don't think you want to push into a tight corridor with Abrams there.
OC's caught dead the right. Was a gentlemanly one-on-one that turned into a quick come up for the Billies. So you get urn control now for Leviathan. But the point I was getting to, Jason, is that based on the team comps you have here, I don't think Leviathan wins if this goes super late. So they're in their win con right now. They need to extend this lead. If they get Ernie, it would be great. But bear in mind what we were talking about earlier with, comeback souls and how they operate. Trying to turn in this urn is actually very risky for Leviathan, because if it goes awry, they're going to give up their entirety of their lead and give Abrams an easy path to victory. So, this game could be settled on the next few fights as we see Yamato going in over the top. Has to shout transform as Knockdown is about to come in. Flying strike finds Freemock. Big pickoff here for Abrams. Even bigger if they could get Obikim under the gun. Lands a sleep dagger, 70 HP in a dream. In off the rope, and now having to do some gymnastics to try and survive as you get the covering from the hyper beam on the side.
And Abraham steal away the urn, and they get the cap on this one too. Equalizing things at 95,000 souls. How the hell is Hoot still alive? But a big chunk of damage goes into Empty Dreams before he does get finished off. Great hook yet again on a Sonic Sniper. Immediately back away out of Overseas, realizing we don't want to take this smoke. We don't want to go for this fight. And a massive turnaround here out of Abrahams in this tight quarter. I mean, they've actually taken lead by 2K souls now.
And truthfully, Jason, when we look back, that may have been the game, because Leviathan needed the lead they were working on. And I don't know. I mean, you can make arguments either way, but I don't think it was on Leviathan there to try to force that urn. I think they need to prevent the urn from getting turned in, but committing that hard with the advantage they currently have, which isn't as big as you may think. I don't know. I don't love their decision to try and go for urn there, and now it's completely flipped the game.
With like a doorman there, you know how easy it would be to cart you into their mid lane walker and like separate your team? I feel like you just don't bother to go for that fight. Maybe just take the urn back to your base, or maybe bait it out on the left-hand side to get a push on the right-hand lane to get the walker. I just feel like there's no waiting for you in that situation, because even if you get the turn in, there should be no road to get it for free.
Man, I will say, Hoot's been having a tough time this game. I feel Hoot has been the repeated sacrifice. Tasso able to even up, punish Obikim for the pick on the cult. And here comes Saint, full HP. Ready to go. As once again, the mid lane getting a little bit zesty once more.
I actually wonder, I haven't seen Hoot stream in a while, and I've seen people in chat talk about how he hasn't been streaming in a while. Has he just taken like a decent break on the game recently?
It's possible. I know melee creeps in NA are probably more vulnerable than they've ever been, because they were doing a lot of Minecraft over the holidays. Initially, we weren't even sure they're going to defend. And also, Ido's PC exploded, which, rip Ido. Apparently, Ido couldn't reinstall a GPU. Take a GPU out and putting in a new GPU was too complex. I don't really know. I just
Someone
saw some
told me
of the
he tried using chopsticks.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. Someone told me that, and I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but it does kind of sound like an Ido thing to do.
Dude, when you put all your stat points into playing video games and none into other
into intellect.
Yeah, just no, just video game. Video card too complex. But again, we have the doorman invade attempt here from Taz. Gets pulled away from his door and treats Bebop to a trip to the Baroness in turn. Root comes on out and still holding form here, defending. Got more people coming through the door as these Sinners invades, Jason. Nice take here for the doorman.
I thought that was so funny. Seeing doorman just stare at his door and just not be able to get back through it, but the reinforcements were there again. Just the door allowing you to get these invades and away from these invades that should not really exist. Trying to contest out on those Sinners, which, I mean, the longer the game goes, the more benefit you get from something like that. I think maybe items are something to look at here. I mean, look at Freemock. He's gone basically pure damage. Got Hunter's Aura, Point Blank, K-Dash, Cultist. I mean, he's got 2 green items and 0 in a Spirit Investment.
It's the don't run into Abrams in the jungle build is what we're getting out of Freemock right now, especially with the Hunter's Aura. But buffs are up, Urn is dropping down, and again, if you're Leviathan, you need to contest this Urn pickup, but you look at how Leviathan is positioned on the map. They're giving up Urn control in full to Abrams. They're not going for the contest, Jason. but I don't know if they're going to get anything of value in turn here. They're just kind of meandering in the middle of the map.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they had a plan there of what to do with this urn going this way of Abraham's. I thought maybe push the right lane walker. So they're kind of grouping up in middle to prevent Boot from running across the map. Great hook comes in yet again. A changing to follow up as well together. No kills coming through as a stolen affliction gets landed on. And a great ground slam coming through as well. On top of that, a Saint ends up catching on to two, immediately popping flammable and overseas. And Obikim falls just a few seconds before that. And honestly, it opens up mid boss now for Abrahams.
Yeah, especially the two heroes you got. You got flammable and overseas immediately there, particularly getting rid of the page. Obikim gone. Nothing is standing in your way here for mid boss, and you get urn control on top of it. Just a really good engage coming in from Leviathan. You get empty dreams just in the neutral up top. 3 rejuve charges, and Jason, this one just about done. You saw the quick attempt at a steal good from Freemock. Freemock will quickly be joining the rest of his team back in base.
I honestly lost track of where the hell he was, and then I realized, oh, he's been hexed. He's a bunny. He's just running away. But yeah, this is the shoulder charge with Hopium, and none of it working out. He falls down. This mid lane walker's gonna die as well. At least one upside for Leviathan is there's a lane shoved on the left-hand side, so it's not as easy to countertake another walker out of Abrahams. They have to be so careful. They don't want to lose out on really too many players here. This could turn into shrines.
It's not looking good at this point. Who's had a tough game here so far? May about to be losing 1 rejuve charge, and does. Killer, not quite enough cover, but again, it comes at cost. Overseas ends up falling for it, and if you're Abrahams, you'll take trades like these all day long. And I mean, you look at the economy allocation here too now, Jason. Hoot, despite it being a rough game, at 23k. You have Sanya at 32,000 souls. This is exactly where you want a Warden to be to end the game. And, you know, comeback potential for Leviathan, it's so limited because, again, yes, you have overseas, and yes, you may be able to land a big hook, but a lot of your team fight damage is going to the wayside. 2 divine barriers just got picked up, so you may have empty dreams as your one of your most farmed is Leviathan, but it doesn't really matter anymore, Jason.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're going to cleanse off Sanya, who can cleanse himself, and then you still have 1 extra one to float around to whoever you want it to be on. Also, going back to the Warden builds we mentioned before, we do see the tri-dipping out of Sanya Sniper, so maybe this is an EU versus NA thing. A lot of the NA Warden players that I've seen, at least today, have just been pure gun and health. They've really not invested into spirit.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is that you can make the argument that you don't go Fleetfoot and you go Surge of Power, and you're getting more overall value out of the slot from the Surge of Power because you're still getting attack speed and you're getting the benefit of not getting slowed down while shooting. That's probably the biggest point of contention at times. Also, in terms of difference between Warden builds and regions, EU really loves intensifying mag, and NA, historically at least, has been a little bit on running intensifying mag. It's a much more popular item in EU than NA for whatever reason.
Well, I know we could bring Lightbringer in here. He would probably rage over EU versus NA and builds.
Lightbringer hates all regions equally when it comes to the builds.
Oh yeah,
aside from his own
probably is true. Yeah, exactly.
No.
Exactly. His own builds. He said once the new patch comes out, he's gonna do like a 6-hour long stream where he's just making new builds.
Yep. He's just like, I need to improve the meta in a good way. But little does he know, the return of Line Pro on the new update has been prophesized.
Oh no.
The greatest builds. Flammable though. You know, Jason, we're kind of beaming a little bit because the reality is this one just about over. I mean, you have to look to overseas to land the Hook of the Gods and a bad response by Abrahams. It needs to happen like 4 times in a row. Otherwise, there's not a lot of comeback power right now for Leviathan.
Maybe get a kill on Sanya. It's gonna cost you a hell of a lot. There was a massive chain gang comes through, and together they turn this fight around. Colossus popped on top of this, looking to charge straight in towards that front line to save out on Sanya. And as you're saying, it might take a couple of kills quite a few times to come back into this one, but Leviathan are gonna fall short in this fight, now falling 30 to 40,000 souls behind once Abrahams is done with this base.
And for Abrahams, it's just about doing a last little bit of housekeeping here. Maybe together it goes down for the final rejuve, but nothing's gonna be stopping them from getting the shrine, securing the mega creeps, and likely getting the patron on their way out. But also it's Abrahams. They enjoy staying, Jason, when they're this far ahead. Good chance that they just end the game here now, but where are they looking? Yeah, a few people backing out.
They got a door to get out if they need. Yeah. Actually, I haven't been on the show since they've done this, but oh my God, did I not predict and talk about how we need some sort of like resist protection for the patrons if you're standing near it defending?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my, I was so happy when I saw that change, and thank God it's made finishing games so much more interesting. Just having that one player who can survive on there to get the extra resist to the patrons. You can't just burst it down. You have to kill them off one more time. I don't know about you, but I love that change.
I mean, it's big. It also makes the end game a lot more interesting because eventually you just hit a point where unless you had a dynamo or something that could actually stop people from attacking whatsoever, you know, any two players could instantly kill the patron, so there's no defense. Now, though, doing the full all-in actually requires winning the final team fight. You can't just skip the last team fight anymore.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see it, and you see the respect out of that with Abrams backing away, and oh my God, OC just... He doesn't have his swap up, so he really can't do much to escape this one. Just trying to heal things up with the essence bombs going out, but eventually gets chased down by Saint. And that's just the beginning of the end. Well, it's not even the beginning of the end. It's like the middle to late game of the end here, ZP, if that makes any sense at all.
Yeah, I don't know. Say beginning of the end here is just kind of like saying, okay, you know, the nukes have gone off. Humanity is down to its final, like, 3 people of radiation poisoning. It's like, it's the beginning of the end. It's like, okay, well, the end clearly happened a long time in the past here, Jason.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they get themselves 4 more kills. They lose Hoot. And we see, well, I mean, Together's backing away to heal up, I guess. But the rest of the team going to be going for the finish here. So Abrams, it actually got a lot closer than I expected here, ZP. But they will go out to finish off the first map of the series and keep that 2-0 streak hope alive.
And for me, when I look at this and, you know, the teams in their win conditions, Leviathan got fooled by the curse of trying to turn in enemy advantage earn. It's really that simple to me. They were in a great spot in the game, and then eventually they decide, you know what? We want to try and go forward and do this earn in your territory. And it ended with disastrously predictable results.
Yeah, I think we said during the moment there's really no winning in that situation, trying to go for an advantage turn in, considering they have Doorman, considering there's no way you're going to get out with 0 deaths. The best case scenario is you get, you know, a lot of your opponents killed and you get the earn turn in, but like realistically against Abrams, are you going to be able to pull it off? And I don't think they had a big enough lead to really do that, or at least the heroes that they needed to do that.
No, not at all. But, you know, you go to the highlights here. I'll say this much. Hoot breathing a sigh of relief, because when things were going well for Leviathan, which they were for a decent period of time, you know, past the first turn in the game here, it was a little bit tough for Hoot. Hoot was finding himself focus fired a lot, eventually got reasonable farm, but I don't know. Yamato coming back into the play has not been super convincing for me today here, Jason, between Cult and Hoot just now. But that hook right now, this is where Leviathan got ahead of the game. It just, they threw it away a bit after. Yeah,
I mean, it was a good hook to open things up. They get themselves a walker off of that, pretty much unanswered. It was a really good turnaround. But here, this chain gang coming through, catching on to basically 4 players, saving Sonya's sniper, gave him the entire base to use to their advantage. Not to mention, they already have like a 40k solely at that point, so not too crazy to see something like that happen.
Abrams right now is that you can play really well and you can beat them in the beginning part of the game. You can beat them at the beginning of the mid part of the game. But once you make one key mistake, they're so good at punishing you and then never giving you an opportunity to get back into the game. Because overall, Leviathan did look really good, Jason, up until they didn't, where they tried to go for that earn play, and then once they fell behind, they just had no meaningful ways back into the game.
Yeah, comp definitely affecting them as well towards the end here. As you mentioned, Edward Dreams is eventually going to fall off, and Abrams is just going to get stronger and stronger. I mean, Sonya, he had a huge lead in souls compared to his teammates, and he really made that effective. I mean, he wasn't highest damage in the game, but still put up 28,000 with 27,000 out of Together, and he was just really able to be a strong front line for them. That just something you had to respect for Leviathan. Like, realistically, who's going to kill Sonya Sniper on Leviathan's side? And I just don't see anyone.
Yeah, well, also maybe controversial, but I really hate the downside of playing Pocket right now, where you can play Pocket and you're really effective and you feel great, especially when you're ahead of the game, up until the point that the game hits a point that people buy Divine Barrier and you just hate being alive. Like, I feel as though Pocket suffers from getting countered by an item worse than almost any other hero in the game. And that includes Lash with people building counterspell. Like, there's still points of failure there. Whereas Divine Barrier, just like, oh, your Pocket, Divine Barrier, poof. It just makes Pocket so much harder to play and be an impact player as you get deeper into the game.
Yeah, and you really depend, I guess, that mid game to really shine before those Divine Barriers are actually picked up. I do wonder, though, would a Shiv have changed the way this game played out for Abrams? Would they have won quicker? I do wonder why they didn't go for a Shiv, but it didn't really seem to matter. Maybe they're trying to practice some other things here to get together out of that Shiv camp and ensure that he can play some other heroes to a high level and maybe take some other ban-worthy heroes.
I think putting Hoot on either Billy or Shiv, probably instead of being on Yamato, probably would have ended up better. That's my take. If you're looking at how you could have had an even better end to this game, maybe they didn't want Leviathan to pick Yamato. Hard to say. Also, in terms of cleanup, Sanya did his job beautifully here. Absorbed farm, got to fights, right place, right time. Had some nice combos with Saint and good fights near the urn. Like, even the urn that they lost, Sanya was still able to get a kill off of it, set up to a second kill, and make it not the worst for Abraham. So, I mean, Sanya was just remarkably consistent this entire game.
What is team bonus on the soul breakdown for Saint? Is that when you're behind and you're the lowest soul value? So he was the poorest person on the team. Okay, so he got 10% of his souls, so 2.8k from being the poorest player on his team. It's kind of crazy.
It's always a bad feeling in the pub. Like, in a pro play, you want some people to be more farm than others, but I feel like it's a mark of shame when you're playing your pub games in Deadlock and you see yourself getting trickle souls and you're just like, no, I can't be having this bad of a game. Like, I'm on a hero that needs farm. What do you mean I'm getting the trickle souls? This is terrible.
I got an answer for you, ZP. You get trickle souls, and now bear with me, trophy collector. Pair those together, and you'll eventually lose your little trickle of souls coming through. Man, the trophy collector has just died off completely with the nerfs that happened to it. I was loving that item, but you know what? We don't need to talk about it too much more because eventually it'll get buffed again and it'll come back into play.
And just like eventually, we will be back with the second map. We're gonna go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if Leviathan can lick their wounds and force Abrahams to a map 3 for the first time in over a month. Do they have it in them? Stay tuned to find out. Welcome back, everyone. It is the night shift. It is EU and Abrams. They are on their way to yet another victory. And, Jason, the interesting thing to me is that it's not like Leviathan was completely steamrolled. They made it close up until it wasn't.
You know what? Leviathan were winning until they didn't, until they weren't. I think, I don't know. I feel like even though the souls were even very early in the game, having the two guardians down for Abrams and like the map control they had from that, I feel like they were like heavily in the lead in my mind. But there was like that turnaround that came through overseas again, hitting a great hook, gets himself a walker so they can start to get more aggressive around the map. There was like a period of time Leviathan did gain that control, but then like that mistake of trying to go for the urn cost them all of that lead and allowed Abrams, I don't want to say allowed Abrams to get back into the game, but it prevented Leviathan from getting stronger in that game and it gave too much catch up back to Abrams.
Also, as a reminder, before we get into the second draft of the day, right now the prize pool is set at $600 per team, per region, per winner of the region, I should say. But you can donate and add directly to the prize pool. That goes to the players, not to us. But in terms of stuff that also goes to us and just generally making the show happen, we are currently dealing with our sub drive right now, where if we hit 1,200 subs, we will release our brand new Abrams Night Shift skin that you've seen in game here today at a 0% win rate. But if you get to play it, 100% win rate, Jason. We save the magic for the viewers.
On another note, you know what? I feel like we have a great opportunity here because I'm looking at your camera and the camera keeps shifting where it's focused on you. I'm wondering, is there a world where we could set up like a use your channel points, like 100,000 channel points, and move ZP's camera left? And then, we have all these people using the channel points embedding to change where your camera actually is on you. I feel like there has to be some world where we could code that and make it happen. That'd be so funny to see. But yeah, going into the next game, looking at the draft or thinking of the draft, I don't think there's anything too crazy to be changed at Leviathan. Maybe take Doorman away to prevent Taz from being so around the map and allowing them to go for like these double sinners invades and stuff like that. But beyond like the Doorman, you left Shiv open and Shiv didn't even get picked by Abraham. So they didn't even show you their strongest comp they could provide.
Jason, you know what that reminded me of? That reminded me of Twitch Plays Pokemon, where just like in this case, it's just... I don't know what vote democracy versus chaos mode and all the other things are, but yeah, left, right, up, down, totally do that.
I told you there was another idea I had where we make it so if you redeem like a ridiculously high amount of channel points, you ban the casters from saying a certain word that of your choosing for 1 minute of time. And I think, bro, what is that?
Those losers.
What is happening?
That is there's these Japanese beetles that have gotten into Minnesota, and they seek warmth in the summertime. Hang on.
They're a little far away from home, aren't they?
Well, they also have no survival instincts. They literally just like die to anything.
Bro, help a man out here. ZP's under attack.
Yeah, they literally just sneak into the house in the
I'm just waiting to hear like a loud slapping sound, and then you come back and
it was more of a crushing.
Crushing
here. Yeah.
Well, you know what I can do to fill time here is I was working on my soundboard, ZP, and I could hit a couple. But you're back, damn. No chance. No chance.
Okay, so Leviathan, they first pick Abrams again. The big change here is that from the last time is that they ban the Doorman instead of banning Viscous. That also means for Abrams, do they pick Viscous to give Demov the Viscous early because clearly it was a high priority ban? Instead, they go, we don't need Viscous, we got Paige.
Yeah, Paige Billy.
Yep.
Name a better duo. Chocolate fudge and ice cream. Ranch and pizza. Strawberries and whipped cream.
No more hiding.
Pepperoni and pineapple on a pizza. I'm gonna end it there. You cannot get better than that. That is the best duo in the world by far.
And this is where people will be demanding the exile of Jason Kaplan from the broadcast. But
no, I know there's some pineapple pepperoni lovers out there. I'm not worried. They got my back.
Like one of my hands.
Okay, so Victor ends up getting picked up by Leviathan here. Again, they go for the pocket, so you have to assume it's going to be empty dreams in the pocket, which again puts it on a little bit of a timer. But in terms of endgame, just by virtue of picking the Victor, Leviathan has given themselves a better late game look than they had before. Now, I do wonder if they decide maybe they ban something like the Warden this time around, get Sanya onto something different. But here's the difference that we're going to see here, Jason. Last time around, Abrams, they picked the Doorman in the spot. Doorman is banned instead of Viscous, and Viscous gets picked in the spot. Now, in terms of heroes, it changes things up because it's probably D-Mob that's going to be playing on the Viscous, and Tass is going to be looking for something like a Paradox. So if I'm Leviathan here, I consider coming in with a Paradox ban.
The Paradox ban? Okay. I'm also looking at, like, Shiv's left open against EP. I know Togethers plays Billy, but there's still a world we could see Shiv being picked up here and maybe seeing D-Mob go to Billy to put Viscous on Hoot. There's so much, like, flexibility
Put Viscous on Hoot, is what you just said.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know what I said. Okay. So you see the Yamato come through out of Leviathan. So again, Shiv's left open. Warden's left open. There's a lot of like different heroes that Abrams can use on the turn here after these second rounds of drafts.
Shiv died.
It was smart.
Not sure why, but okay. This is kind of what I thought here. With Viscous being picked up, D-Mob's got to go on it. Tass needs a hero here, and it's not going to be Doorman, so they go Paradox. And I do wonder if there was an opportunity lost here for Leviathan where you could have banned the Paradox. Instead, they're like, okay, we don't want Hoot to play it. But in terms of frontline, I feel like Abrams, they still can just pick the Shiv unless their hero pools are so down to the idea that they only want together playing Billy or Shiv, therefore you don't have to pick or ban Shiv because you know Abrams won't go for it. I don't know.
Well, right now, Abrams, they need something for Sanya. And that's what I'm kind of like looking towards. I mean, Warden, it is still open. Trying to pick it up yet again.
Looking to summon a god, right?
Flash being stolen away, but I mean, Saint was going to be on page.
Yeah, I 100% think they go Warden here. Although it is interesting in terms of Saint's heroes that Saint was playing a ton of Vindicta, and Vindicta hasn't been contested at all today. Not picked, not banned. Vindicta just kind of fallen off, where before she was definitely a higher prio winning you, so that's also been a bit of a change. Instead, we got the Sanya hero that's going to be Wraith, and I almost want to go back and like figure out what the difference here is that for Abrams, you still could have run the Warden, but they decided, no, this is going to be more of a Wraith game for us instead.
And I'm not really sure why not have the Warden and why go Wraith. Oh, and the Shiv comes in last second. A 6-pick Shiv. What world, what year are we living in right now, ZP?
Well, it might be the one where do they go Geist at the end here? 6-pick Geist. They already have 2 more in the front line, so they don't necessarily have to. And, maybe they could use something on the bigger carry end, but they go Bebop. So, honestly, Jason, with the exception of the Victor, Leviathan, they want to win this in early to mid game. This is not a late game composition at all coming out from Leviathan.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's weird because you have Victor in there too. And Victor, I feel like he needs to get late game to be effective. But I mean, having a Lash in there, Holiday and Bebop, like you have so much mobility around the map. You have so much pick opportunity as well. One thing I worry about for Leviathan is, do they have the damage to follow up on this? I feel like they're lacking in damage. Is that just me?
No, I mean, they have plenty of good spirit damage on, especially before Divine Barriers come on in. But in a way, I feel like the Leviathan game plan here is that they crush the early to mid game. And then from the early to mid game, they get enough of a lead that Victor is high enough that he can just kind of run through the people that have farm on the Abraham side. But the Leviathan comp here, Jason, really only works if they're up 20 or 30K in the latter part of the mid game. If it's even, they just lose.
Yeah. I mean, especially with Shiv. I always worry with Shiv on the other side. They need the Viscous to save them. Yeah, Billy. I mean, yeah, if I look at these comps, like I'm definitely favoring Abrams for sure. But obviously, like you're saying, if Leviathan can get off to that early lead, maintain that lead throughout the rest of the game, and especially in that turning point about halfway through, there's definitely a world they can win. But I don't know, man. I find it so hard to not bet on Abrams here. Not that I'm trying to influence your predictions in chat. I don't want to be, if you lose your points, it's not on me. Bet your prediction points responsibly. But this is, I don't know. I don't really feel Leviathan's comp much.
I'm going to be honest. I got to play the odds. Even though I don't think Leviathan is going to win, I put down 3,000 channel points because, it's not that big of a deal for me onto Leviathan. That's what I've done here. Because
I'm watching in mod view on Twitch, and I just get like no channel. I only have 7,000 channel points, and I don't think I've ever predicted in a single game.
Well, don't be poor, Jason.
Trying, man. I'm trying.
I don't know what to tell you. Like, you know, make good bets. You know, wait for melee creeps to throw a game. You know.
Didn't Jake like say bet the house on one team? That team lost. Maybe I did bet once, and that's where I lost all of my points. I know now to never take advice from him on investments.
In fairness, Jake did lose the house on that one. So I mean, Jake was all in. He just, you know, just didn't pan out. Also, you know, the funniest part, should Leviathan force a map 3, there was a tease in Discord that was happening. I don't know if you saw it, but you know, the devs were teasing maybe there's a patch today in 7 hours, and they did that like 6 hours ago. You know,
I'm AFK for a minute. I'm AFK looking at the Discord server.
I can forward you the message.
Please do, because there's a lot of messages here.
Jason's like, I'm gonna go through the entirety of the competitive Discord.
Oh, ain't happening. That's too much.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
Let's see this. So that was it? Just 7 hours?
Yeah.
They
Also,
oh, I know what that's about. No. That's not the patch. That's for Stranger Things episode 9.
Well, people wanted to believe patch, which, by the way, we would still go. Like, we would just continue to run if the patch hit. But imagine prepping for a map 3 on a brand new patch. Also, given that be fair game, we just let people play the new hero. If there was a new hero.
But we're not saying there is. There could be.
That's right. I mean, it just makes sense.
They can play anything new to the game.
Either way, we're hopping right into it. We're seeing free mock on the beautiful new Night Shift Abrams skin. That is a lot of tail without the trench coat, is what we've come to learn here, Jason.
Yeah, I'm kind of uncomfortable with that much tail. I don't know. That tail makes me feel really uncomfortable. I don't know why.
The trench coat had a strong tail hiding function. Also, what is going on right now? Is this an early gank attempt by free mock or lane swap? Yeah, more of a lane swap. So Leviathan not necessarily liking the lanes they were dealt, and they full swap it up. Send Pocket and Holiday off to the right to match up against Viscous Raid.
Abrams' butt looks like he's just a sack of potatoes. It's like his butt is just a sack of potatoes. I can't unsee this.
Oh no.
He's got a long butt. That's all I'll say. I mean, but where's the tail? So the tail's really high above the butt? That's interesting. I imagine the tail to be like just like at the top of the crack of the butt, you know? Like where the tailbone is on a human?
I didn't put this much thought into it. I got nothing.
Ozzy, what have you been up to making this skin for us, man? But yeah, okay, well, we can focus on the game. So actually, we were talking about D-Mob before seeing the Viscous picked. There's actually going to be Hoot on the Viscous and D-Mob going to be on the Shiv, with together still maintaining the Billy. So again, showing the flexibility that this roster has, you would normally expect it to be together on Shiv. But D-Mob showing us he's got a pretty good Shiv as well. And then of course, Hoot, we don't really get to see much of his Viscous over the course of his career, but we don't have an insanely good Viscous.
Jason, the health on Leviathan is just miserable right now. Look at the health bars on the top right of your screen. Leviathan is dying across the board. Tass, the only one getting a little bit of the same damage in turn. So the early lane phase right now, no one has died here just yet, but okay. Tass actually the first one to fall. Just when you think Leviathan is on the ropes, Remock's able to find something here, and more pressure on the D-Mob, who also oversteps. So it goes from Abrams being fully healthy and Leviathan super wounded, the Abrams overplaying their hand. And Leviathan getting a nice little edge at the beginning.
I mean, it was a snowball kill. I think that's the first time we've had a night shift, right? I think the Christmas update didn't happen until after the last night shift number 19. Yeah, I don't know why D-Mob was just kind of running into overseas there though. That was a bit odd. That was a bit odd.
Also, we fixed our tracker here. As you can see the upper right of the screen, you can add to the prize pool. We'll talk about it on stream, and it will go directly to the player, split between NA and EU. So 1200 is our baseline, but you have the power to add more.
Christmas might be over, but the season of giving is still here for the players. Oh my gosh, the heavy melee one after another here. Not together, trying to maybe look for a fight. I don't know. He's gonna has Paige, has the backup, has the shield as well. Such a beefy lane to be up against with a Victor and a Lash. I feel like Paige has Satan has his work cut out for him.
Also, you look at the pressure being applied right now. Sanya just behind the tower, Viscous in front. Rough time, but okay, what comes on in. See how much extra damage is added on here. Tass already started the lane at a bit of a rough spot, pays an additional HP tax here, courtesy of Overseas, and I think you're gonna pick Bebop right now. This is the kind of production you need, Jason.
It's kind of dangerous, man. He went Mystic Burst Slowing Hex. So you hook someone in, you slow them. They're already gonna take a lot of damage, and then Fremont charges them. Like there's some really strong kill potential in this lane here for Leviathan that I'm really digging the Abrams Bebop together.
See if they're able to put a little bit of containment on the Sanya and Hoot, who so far have just been running the right-hand side. But okay, you got Fremont coming on in, the 3-on-2 onto the right. While this goes on, though, Empty Dreams just gets run over in on the left. See if there's a little bit of equalization to be done here off the rotation here for Fremont, and doesn't result in any kills here, Jason. Gives a little bit of breathing room in the lane, but that's it.
I do wonder, I don't know if Lightbringer's in chat, like what's the economic loss going for a gank and failing? I think it depends on how many boxes are still up in that area, or like what kind of box run you can do in that area, because you're obviously, I think, planning 2 box run there and then box run out if you need to.
I think team-wise it just depends on what the lane that's left solo does, because they're just going to absorb the farm anyways in that instance. Like, you're getting all the excess to the person in lane, but if Overseas gets denied, if the lane gets frozen in response, then you end up with a loss. It's more what happens to the lane part overall is Fremont doesn't like the way that fight's going down, just has to use charge as an escape tool, as Overseas, you know, decent HP, but having to run into the underground to get out safely.
And hearing that chain gang coming out, he's like, yeah, I don't want any of this. I do like the Slowing Hex. I mean, obviously on a Bebop, it's generally, I think, a really good item for him to turn things into more kills. But the fact that you can also control Demob's mobility, control Sonic Sniper, control together, it helps you really facilitate and like lock in those kills that you really need to have if you're hitting these.
There's no way that hits.
Activating Reed comes through.
Hey, on our screen, it looked like Obakim was out and his toe was just barely in the book line there, as it were, Jason, and nearly to disastrous results for Obakim. But also, in terms of disaster, I mean, this is the lane they swapped to. This is the lane matchup that Leviathan wanted on the right, and it has been miserable. They are down to half Guardian HP here already, but okay, taking a look at Lash. Lash under a bit of pressure. Obakim, real danger, needing to back out. Meanwhile, Fremont laying in the damage here on the Abrams. Nowhere for Together to go. As Lash comes on in to get, okay. The ground slam on the page. Still, is it gonna be enough? The dive comes on in into the parry. Oh, the parry, it doesn't hit the tower. The tower just proxy alt instead, and I can't believe Paige is still alive. The moves back and forth, finally Senko's down, but gets more of it than you'd expect. Buys enough time for the reinforcements to get back in here and maybe take the life of Obakim, which Together absolutely does.
Damn, I mean, some misplays from Leviathan. Overcommitments. Together picks himself up a double kill up to 5.9, almost 6,000 souls. I mean, he's gotten a massive lead from this overcommitment and this really mistake out of Leviathan. He can't be making these mistakes up against Abrams, as the other immediately punished this one. Also, I know Goober's in chat, and this was looking a little familiar to something Goober likes to build, as he likes some gun viscous, and I would be very happy to see who go that same route.
All orange. The John way. You go deeper into the NA lore, where it doesn't really matter what you see John pick. You know, is that an orange item hero? Yeah, probably, because John's playing it. Okay, Empty Dreams. Getting caught while we talk about that here. 3 rotation for Abrams off to the right-hand side. A little bit peeking there for Demov, and now going back over into middle as taking advantage was Leviathan. Get the mid guardian down early, and this is not too bad, especially if they get Tass, who a little bit out of position, now taking the hyper beam right to the backside. It's super low as Tass, says the slow walk from Overseas enough to get the angle.
Do you think he meant to uppercut Fremont into Tass there to go for the charge?
Debatable. I think it may have been a happy accident.
I'll take it. I'll take it for sure. I mean, that ended up working out. I mean, who needs a warp stone when you have a Bebop who can just uppercut you into the enemy team, right?
Exactly. Use what you got.
Good parry comes through the puddle punch here.
Yeah, Tess rotated to the left-hand side, by the way. Tess has had enough of middle and takes the freer kill on the Obakim, who was already kind of low to begin with. So, unexpected rotation to the left for Leviathan. Now let's see if Abrams turns this into a Guardian kill. The left-hand side Guardian is already pretty low, so if you bring 3 people in here, Victor's gonna rotate in, but it shouldn't be in time to save the Guardian.
It's gonna go down here. Abraham sporting only a 2k soul lead. That's who's just trying to escape from Freemock on the chase, and he gets the kill. But it's gonna cost him his life, and that was a big bag as well, as you saw for a split second on your screen. Demoff finishing off that kill into Freemock. A lot of extra souls going his way up to 7.6, but again, together, he's gonna hit the 10k mark 9 minutes in. Together is gonna be very scary. And you talked about Leviathan needing to have that strong mid game and come out of the mid game with a hefty lead, and well, that lead's just not showing right now, ZP.
This game is further gone than it appears. You would look at this and go, oh, it's just 4K. Like, you can make this up at earn. Maybe not. This is actually a bit disastrous at the moment for Leviathan because they're not running a comp that's going to scale them into the end game the way they want. Like, if you're hoping Empty Dreams carries you, that's not going to happen unless you're really, really far ahead. As okay, Freemock tried to do a little bit of Sinner stealing and is quickly rebuffed, and may have just brought the pain on the Overseas. Overseas is getting hit in turn, like they were going originally for Freemock, and they go, no, we'll take a little bit of Robot instead. It's fine, although that's a risky angle to poke there from Demov, given that you could just get hooked straight through.
That was 1k damage almost in, I think, just serrated blades. I don't think he actually did much more damage beyond that. Together again, or up to over 10,000 souls. Obikins is punished another time. I think that's like his 3rd or 4th death now. He's at 6.8 thousand souls. Death Slam on cooldown because he used to try to escape there, and they're going to lose even more around the map, lose the mid lane Guardian, and potentially now the urn.
That was one disaster after another in quick motion. Now, that being said, being able to catch Saint via the Hyper Beam and Freemock evens things up a little bit, because that was looking like the freest urn turn in ever after getting mid Guardian. It's still not looking good for Leviathan at this point, given the soul deficit here. And okay, we'll see what level of contest comes out here for this urn. You have Freemock kind of lurking nearby. Pocket nearby also together. Meanwhile, we'll find Empty Dreams one more time. And this Billy is huge right now, Jason, where even if they kill him here, they're having to invest a lot, and you get the backup from Hoot, so this Billy's not even dead. He's taking the fight here versus Overseas together. Ends up getting parried, though. The parry could have been the decision maker, as Overseas able to finish it off, where the parry accuracy versus Billy has gotten quite good, Jason.
Yeah, it's gotten much better for sure. Very difficult to just freely spam away on the melees anymore. Killing Blow comes through, but a little bit too high HP on Obik. Maybe that wasn't the target he was going for. Maybe hoping the serrated blades would be enough to finish him off. No knives left to throw out here for Demov. Wait, I didn't even realize Osis is on pocket. I just now realized that. Is he going Glock it?
I hope not. Do not do that. I think, what was that? It was like Max or something. It was just like, yes, go the gun pocket build. Like, I'm not a believer, Jason.
I mean, that's how I got my ornament for pocket.
Dear God. The MMR damage of the challenge has been catastrophic.
I only dropped like 2 ranks doing all of the ornaments, so I was actually quite surprised.
Honestly, better than most got out of it, is what I'll say.
Oh my God, last year I dropped hard. I dropped like full-on divisions last year trying to get all the skins. Just like Empty Dreams is going to be dropped here on his side of the map. Sorry, on the other side of the map. Trying to actually, no, I was on his side of the map. Trying to buy up or survive, I guess, some time for the reinforcements to be there. How many of this the skins did he get last year? The Christmas skins.
I don't remember. I want to say it was around like 5 or 6, but okay. Freemock over Seismic Slam, no target in mind. Still shoulder charge up in pursuit of Tass, who is very quickly trying to get over to the jump pad, but getting pursued every step of the way. Charge in from the top, a little bit too much damage. Time Wall not going to be saving him that time around, as you know, Leviathan, the picks right now still matter. I mean, it is doable to get back into this game, even if it's a longer climb than you might expect.
I mean, you saw Tass there. Like, even with the charge and the amount of players from the Leviathan side, it was still taking a very long time to kill him. And allowed Hoot to get some pressure on the left lane Walker and to continue to steal away more jungle. I mean, at least the soul discrepancy, only 4k between the two teams, so Leviathan able to keep it relatively close. But I do worry for like Flammable and Obikim. I guess you don't necessarily need the most souls towards those two players if you want to use them as initiates, but they don't really have, I don't know, I still feel like they need to do a decent amount of damage here in these fights considering the comp that they do have.
Dimov caught a little bit out of position off into the Leviathan jungle. See together rotating orbit, not quite in time. So the interesting game state here, Jason, is that Abrams, as you should when you're this far ahead, they have been more aggressive in going into Leviathan jungle, but Leviathan's done a reasonable job of getting some picks. This time, okay, pulls in together. Is the follow through going to be here? You see some people around, including the Holiday. There's no lasso up here just yet, though, so you can't quite go lasso into hook. Hyper beam, though, coming in over the top still. Looking to turn this into a favorable position. Together, though, just punishes Flammable, who was the one in chase to begin with, into the swap, in onto Overseas, and just like that, Abrams instantly puts things back in their favor.
Overseas got an interesting build, too. So he's got Spirit Strike, let's take away Spirit Resist, and he also has Mystic Vulnerability to take away more Spirit Resist for his bombs to do even more damage, and then, of course, this Hyper Beam can really just shred through on top of that. I don't think I've actually seen that. He also had Mystic Slow Overseas. So that's a really interesting kind of supporty build for Bebop that still can put out a huge punch of damage with his bombs.
At this point, Jason, I think you have to be worried for Leviathan. The urn is coming down. We'll see if they're going to get first control, but the way Abraham's positioned, they're in a way better spot to get urn control here. Remok comes in, grabs the buff, but may pay for it with his life. The Captivating Reed coming on down, along with the rest of the team. So you got the gun buff, but you immediately went back to spawn with it immediately getting eradicated. And I guess upside here for the urn, and almost a twist of fate relative to the last game. Should they pick it up now, it'll be an urn that goes to Leviathan side. But they're waiting here, Jason. They're hoping it goes directly into threshold that it turns neutral.
Telling everyone stop farming.
Exactly. They're actually trying to not take souls right now. There it is. They're playing the margins, and they're going to get the neutral urn as a result.
I think you spot us out from melee creeps. I think the first time we've seen it on Night Shift, at least like so prevalently, and you pointed out and called it perfectly. And it's cool to see it still happen yet again. I mean, that's just like little micro things that do have a pretty massive impact on like the chance of winning the game. Of just realizing, okay, we're not that far ahead. We can still just wait a second or two and not farm to make sure it's a neutral turn in. Because now you can obviously get the 4.7k souls, but you also could have a fight that you can win pretty easily with the lead you had before.
It's such a smart, cerebral gameplay decision that you always want to do when the margin is that close that you can still reasonably get a neutral urn. Overseas just getting pummeled. Hyper beam or no, Hoop bringing the goo from the back. Meanwhile, urn turn in contest as Hoop just continues to lay down the gun viscous. These goo balls having some force behind him here, Jason, as back over towards the urn. Things not getting any better here for Obakim. Goes for the punch, ends up getting parried. Urn turn in the Abrahams, and we may be witnessing the true beginning of the end. Not the end of the end, but the beginning of the end.
Just let me know when we're at the middle point of the end, and that'll be good. I mean, once we do end, we'll be at the halfway point of the end of the show, to be fair. So we still have North America come up after this. We do see the mid boss being started here for Abrahams. Remok just trying to give Overwatch to it, just trying to sprinkle down a couple of bullets here or there, but it's really not hurting any more than raindrops do. And realistically should not be contested. He's gonna go in either way. The ball being used as well to continue to stun them up so they can't go for any steals, and they get themselves 2 kills, and they're gonna have themselves some more.
20k lead, all 3 rejuve charges, and Abrahams is licking their chops, Jason. Another victory potentially on the books here as who takes down Flammable from afar. They say gun viscous can't hurt you, but I'm seeing the gun viscous right now, Jason, and I'm seeing a lot of hurt.
I think a lot of people on the other end of Goober's aim has felt how much pain gun viscous can do. And they're even taking the second walker of the game, or even pushing Obi-Kim back. He's at 13,000 souls. They're gonna pick him off once again. I mean, you just crack open the base. I feel like here you don't even need to worry about the third walker necessarily. You can maybe send one player to deal with it. As they hit a good hook over on it together, but again, he's just so far ahead, 21,000 souls, that he's just not so easy to pick off, and he still has his rejuve to use if he needs.
So like always, Jason, when you look at a scenario like this where Leviathan is very firmly behind, nearly 30,000, what win conditions do they have? They're already playing a comp that from the get-go we said needed the win in the early mid game. They've lost the early mid game significantly, and now they have to come back. I don't see a lot of good ways for them to do this here.
Yeah, and it's very deceptive too, because the lead should be much bigger. I believe it was Abrams when they turned in the early, lost 2 walkers for that to Leviathan. So like realistically, the lead should be even bigger than this if they're able to maintain those while that happened. I mean, Demov had gone down, wasted one of the reju charges. Hoot now in the midst of the entire team. Probably going to lose his reju here once the cube wears off. The backups, I guess, there in time. Okay, so Hoot will fall. 1 reju left here for Abrams. And Hoot's back alive. You can see the entire Leviathan team bounce padding away, trying to escape this one and make sure they don't lose anyone else. But Hoot's back in on the charge.
Just the man to watch right now, laying down the damage. It's green, it's fierce, it is absolutely everywhere. Not even Abrams is safe. Where, Jason, should Abrams win this game, that is a 0% win rate on Abrams since we've done our night shift skin.
But you at home will have a 100% win rate on him once we reach our sub goal of 1,200 subs, and we'll be opening up for all of you to enjoy, just like our Mo and Krill skin, all created by Ozzy, who's done a phenomenal job on those skins. Even did some other skins, like for Goober, for instance. Did a Christmas viscous skin I thought was so sick. I don't know if you've seen that one, but Goober did that for his community.
What people have already done so far in the game with skins is just pretty remarkable. But, you know, what isn't too remarkable is what is happening to the Shrines. Leviathan, they are already getting forced into the end game. Patron first stage falling. A massive lead, and the Hyper Beam from overseas, kind of a tickle beam at this point in the game here, Jason, when you're this far behind.
Yeah, and it's kind of unfortunate too, because this build was really cool. Like, again, the Mystic Vulnerability, the Spirit Strike, a lot of utility, a lot of like Spirit Shred for your team. And they're still just going to keep losing players to the first stage Patron. Oh, we got Hyperline 2 in space. Who just takes him down point blank shooting into the ground. And just no teabag coming through.
We were just watching Call of Duty there for a moment where someone's laying on the ground and you just hear a player yell, "Shoot the effing bodies." That's Hoot. But in this case, the player was alive, and the Leviathan, they are gone. Abrams once more defend the throne, a 2-0 victory. And the second map, even more decisive than the first.
Yeah, they took the lead in the beginning, and they didn't want to give any chance for Leviathan to come back into this one like they did in the prior match. So Abraham still looking strong here in the new year. Leviathan showing some glimpses of hope, but again, I feel like the draft is a little bit rough for them. I still wasn't a huge fan of the comps they ran in both the games here up against Abraham's, but still good to see they're around, and hopefully they come back next week. If they get invited back next week, even stronger.
Yeah, I mean, Leviathan, they've still been the #2 team in EU. That's the thing worth noting here, is that you can put any other team in EU against Leviathan, and Leviathan's probably going to win, but winning up against Abrahams, that is a true challenge right now. And 2026 not proven any different than 2025 in that regard. And, you know, the interesting thing to me here, Jason, is, again, Leviathan went even harder into winning the early, the mid game, and it just didn't pan out. Like, they had a few bursts of life at the very beginning of the game, and then all it took was a few good fights from Abrahams, and then just pure filth out of Hoot here at the Gun Viscous, where you just heard Jake, you know, join to get ready for NA, and Jake was probably taking some notes, going like, "Ooh, Gun Viscous, get me in on that."
I wanted to get, I wish Goober had a camera, because I would love to get him in here to talk about the Gun Viscous build, just to hear what he has to say about it, since he's such an extensive Viscous player. But yeah, I mean, Hoot was just doing incredible damage. You can see as well at the Blood Tribute with the Hyperline onto Freemock, gets him knocked onto the ground to go for the headshots, and then just immediately jumps into the pit with 9,000 souls to spend. Like, this was easily their series, especially in the second game. And they've shown they are still true to be the best team in Europe, and the team to beat at the moment.
And of course, you look at the stats here. The eye test said that Hoot was having a good game, and the actual stats, Jason, say the same. Hoot pumping the damage on the Viscous, but, you know, one thing of note here is that part of doing this level of damage, you're going to go gun build, you need people to make space for you, and together on the Billy just looks good in not only the first game, but especially here in the second game.
Yeah, I mean, just look at his build as well. It had BRS, Blood Tribute, Hollow Point, K-Dash, High Velocity. He didn't even go like the Express Shot build for the Ultra Gamba out of a Viscous. So if you've seen that Goober build where he just counts on like a Lucky Shot proc with his Alt Fire, I believe, and Express Shot. And then, of course, he had Saint, like being a solid support here, had Knockdown, Rescue Beam, Divine Barrier. Like, he had everything he needed to keep his team up and running, because they just wanted to fight, and fight is exactly what they did. I mean, we didn't even get to talk about Sonic Sniper, because he really wasn't prevalent in this game, because it's all about like who demobbing together.
Well, Senya Sniper is basically your life insurance policy. Like, you don't talk about your life insurance policy while you're living the prime of your life and you're not actually sick. Like, Senya was there in case the game was close, but they didn't really need Senya because the rest of the team did their job. I'll also say, by the way, in terms of players that have had massive impact, and I don't know if it's the right role, I don't love the shift from Leviathan where they decided to put Empty Dreams onto Victor. Like, Empty Dreams is like way more impressive when you've been putting Empty Dreams onto more playmaking roles, more heroes that are getting into it early. I almost feel like it's not that Empty Dreams is a bad Victor, but giving up Empty Dreams on heroes that get more value in the early to the mid game, to me, doesn't necessarily feel like the best trade-off.
I mean, thinking about him in game 1 today, not even in the Abrams match when they're playing against Fearless Furies, he was the one to kind of carry them through on the pocket. He had, I believe, a lot of damage on that one and was really, really effective. But yeah, I mean, maybe it's a hero pool limitation, CP. I think that's one thing we always have to take into consideration. Maybe like OCs cannot play Victor and Empty Dreams could kind of play Victor, so they had to go that route in the end.
Yeah, it's very likely. I mean, the hero pool situation for teams can definitely make some weird changes that on face value, you're like, why'd you do this? It's like, oh, here's the reason why they did this. But Jason, our MVP is locked in, and that's right, is going to be the one, the only. It is Together taking the MVP here for Abrams, and hard to argue against it, Jason, with just how impactful he was in the front line today.
Yeah, and both games played Billy every single time, and he finished off here with 11 kills in this last match, but he was just super effective. He had some really great chain gangs as well, looking back to the first match here to set up Sonic Sniper, as well as like Saint. They had like duo or even like trio wombo combos that they could kind of stagger. I mean, a Death Slam into a chain gang or into like a last stand out of Warden, or you can use the chain gang to set up Warden. Like, they had a lot of ways to facilitate Sonic Sniper on that hero in that game. But even here, I mean, he had a great, I don't want to call it a 1v2, it was kind of an overcommitment of Leviathan on that left-hand side with the Guardian. That Saint bought so much time. Eventually Saint goes down together, gets back into the fight and gets 2 kills. And with that, he just really started to bolster up and explode into this lead and become this formidable force that really Leviathan didn't have the damage to deal with.
Yeah, I think, to me, when I look at how both maps went down, I do take a little bit of issue with how Leviathan drafted, because Abrams in both games, Jason, they had team comps that were pretty reasonable at early to mid game fighting and had really good late game options. And Leviathan comps weren't particularly balanced in the same way, to where I almost feel like Leviathan, their win conditions were very narrow, and they had to hit conditions that maybe weren't all that likely to be hit against a team like Abrams. So for me, it's part execution, but also I think the draft could have been a bit better when you look back at it from the Leviathan side.
Yeah, I mean, you have to wonder how many weeks does Leviathan need to keep going up against Abrams before they finally do crack that shell and finally get just a map victory against them, right? Because they haven't been able to do so far in the night shift. But then to get a win, at what point is it roster changes? At what point do you look maybe introspectively and realize, okay, our draft is really an issue, we need to switch things up, maybe it's our macro that's the issue? I do wonder at some point, like, when is that change going to happen for Leviathan, even Fearless Furies, that someone finally takes it to Abrams and what that will be? And I don't really, nothing really comes to mind of what it potentially could be. Maybe it's just new players on the roster.
Well, one thing we do have here, as people always come to look for it, we do have the hero priority here in EU this week, and it was a bit of a change, Jason, from what we saw at the end of last week. And, taking a look at what really strikes out to me and changes that we've seen is that Vindicta went all the way down to 0. Vindicta was a mainstay in EU and NA, and kind of went by the wayside. And also Geist. Geist went from picked basically every game to picked just once.
Yeah, I mean, I missed the entire December, so I don't really have a strong memory of what went down on 19 through pretty much like 16 or 15 of night shift. But yeah, it is weird to see Vindicta just completely fall off with nothing being changed, right? I don't think she got touched in the last patch, the minor patch. No,
and it's weird too, because Saint, in the entire time you were gone, you mentioned a little bit in chat and wanted to clarify, Saint had one of the best Vindictas we've seen. Like, Saint actually turned out to be just a Vindicta god, and to the point that at times against Abrams, teams were really banning around Saint playing the Vindicta, and today it just, people was like, nah, we don't need Vindicta. We don't need her anymore. Bebop actually back into the frame. Bebop wasn't getting played at all, but obviously got some changes. Hayes also getting prowled a little bit more, so it's super interesting. No one dabbling with McGinnis on the EU side of the pond, but maybe he'll change in the NA.
I saw Naked in chat. Put him in there. He'll make McGinnis play and make McGinnis work. And I mean, to be fair, McGinnis was a real menace, at least in my rank of pubs. Being able to, you can't trade with her when it came to the lane. But I don't know if that necessarily works out when it comes to pro play. But I mean, again, that's only the EU half of the show. We still have North America come up, and I really want to see how Floormen are going to play. Having Pop rejoin AVG on that roster from back in the day with melee creeps, I think is so cool. And then to potentially have those two play up against Saya, another previous teammate. I mean, they're already going up against Cool Cheese, who again is another previous teammate. North America really switching things up constantly within a lot of these players. Eventually, you're going to play against a teammate at some point.
That's right. And of course, all the NA action is coming at you right after this break. When it comes up next, it's going to be Floormen taking on Bunny with Clock. Friends turn the enemies as Pop takes on his former team. Now one of the Floormen, NA. Going to be full of all sorts of drama and intrigue. It's coming at you right after this break.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to the night shift here. It's time for North American Deadlock to get rolling. I'm Jake. I'm joined by Dan, DDK, and we're about to jump into some great action. There's been some really interesting switch-ups recently with the rosters in NA, and I think we're all just excited to see what happens on tonight's match.
And also, Happy New Year! Happy New Year, everyone. This is it's the first show of the year, so that's really exciting as well, because this year, Jake, it's going to be a big year for Deadlock. We've already got, I feel like, a lot of people that, myself included, feeling like maybe that open beta is around the corner. Big patch in January at some unknown point, so lots of exciting stuff in 2026.
Yeah, I feel like this is a bit of a patch waiting room, I think, for the next couple of weeks. I think a lot of people are eyeing that with potentially, one of those big patches that always comes and really just blows up the game, adds a ton of stuff, changes a ton of things, and just, gets people reinvigorated for some Deadlock action. Still exciting to see the meta continuing to shift here for competitive teams, at least in EU. Although NA typically just has a completely different read on the meta, so we'll see if there's any carryovers as we get into these matches. But before we do that, let's take a quick look at the format here, how we run things on the night shift. You can see we've already had our EU Challenger match and our EU Finals. And then in NA, it's going to be Floormen taking on Bunny with Clock here in our Challenger match. That's going to be a best of 1. And then Melee Creeps await in the finals for a best of 3 versus the winner of that opening Challenger match. And NA has been extremely competitive the last few weeks. I mean, Melee Creeps has been on top, but they've had to work for their wins. And with the addition now of Pop leaving Bunny with Clock, joining the Floormen, there could be a worthy adversary rising up to that challenge.
Yeah, I totally think that is the case. And I think we're seeing in general the transfers like this at this point in Deadlock, and just given how close all of the top players are now, and how everybody knows how one another plays, you got generally less. The routine players are getting more adaptable over time because they adding more into their hero pool. So I feel like these kind of transfers aren't as crazy and catastrophic as they were once, 6 months ago in the Deadlock scene. So it's really exciting to see that as teams trying to figure out, what they can do to get the best roster going forward as the big events might be, again, just like foreshadowing it a bit here, coming later into the year in the next 6 to 12 months. I feel like it's hard to not see perhaps Deadlock esports really evolving. So now things are getting really serious, I feel like, Jake.
Yeah, I think definitely that upper echelon of players has really started to kind of play around within the confines of the game and really innovate and show new looks, new heroes. And I think that's really made the competitive scene particularly interesting when it comes to not only the drafts, but especially the executions. I mean, recently the meta, I feel like, has really opened up with the soul sharing change. We've seen a ton of activity in the early game, a ton of roaming and ganks and grabbing boxes on the way, and it just adds a lot more skill expression, I think, for players to show off, and a lot of stuff for folks at home to watch and learn from and take to their own Deadlock games.
Totally. And that chemistry aspect as well, something that's also a really interesting one. I think, Jake, maybe you can speak to this a little bit more because, coming from a 6v6 game, there's a lot of players, in a team and a lot of different roles that have to be shared. And I feel like, finding that right chemistry fit is going to be a huge, huge deal, obviously. We've seen that so many roster changes that is in large part, it's not just skill, but it's like, is this going to feel good? And so that's a hard thing to find with 6 people.
Yeah, I mean, I think through all eras of Deadlock, right? Like, as long as we've been running these competitions, there's been really a serious premium on players who add to that team chemistry, whether they're in-game leaders, just effective communicators. That's obviously a huge element here of Deadlock at the competitive level, but honestly, hey, even in a ranked game, right? Like, just having good communication, good synergy makes a huge difference when it comes to your team fighting effectiveness. I mean, it's easy to look at that net worth number and think that tells the whole story, but a lot of the way you get there is good teamwork, and a lot of the way you actually progress that and get towards winning the game comes from good teamwork. Speaking though of progression, let's take a quick look at our schedule as we're getting the drafts ready and getting this Challenger match all set up. So you can see we've got our Floormen versus Bunny with Clock. That's the match coming up right now, and the winner is going to go on to face Melee Creeps in the NA final. So we'll see, what times things end up going for it. It's going to depend, games can go very, very quick, and they could go very, very long. It just all depends on how the teams end up matching up here, Dan.
Yeah, and the Floormen roster it's so interesting because if you guys haven't been watching Deadlock for a while, then, you may have missed just the evolution. I think just a lot of rapid evolutions that we had coming out of what was Hydronation and Sneaky Golem, and now into this Floormen roster. You still got Hydration there. It's going to be with AVG, Lord and MZerbs, the League, and Pop, as you can see. And obviously Rocker's there as well. What to see. Is Rocker going to be playing today?
I'm not sure who's actually going to be in this one. Let me see if I can pull it up. I think what I have is showing no rocker today, so I'm expecting it to be, the rest of the squad coming in. Pop. I see. Okay, so we heard from production. We're waiting. Potentially, rocker could come in as a sub if one of these players for AVG, which would be tough. But honestly, I think it's kind of nice for teams to have a really solid sub as a backup, where you're not feeling like, oh, we're in real trouble if we have to sub out a player. You've actually got somebody on the backup, which I think is probably going to be a rarity given where we are in competitive Deadlock. Most teams are just going to be having that solid 6, but hey, can't hurt to have that backup and give yourself more options if the worst should occur.
Yeah, and I don't know if you were able to catch some of the matches previously in Europe, Jake, but going into this new year, obviously, there's not been a huge amount of action in terms of the patches. Are you expecting to see anything particularly different or any priorities that might have changed?
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty interested to see like options like Haze getting picked a little bit more, Bebop. I mean, I think some of these like early game initiators, gankers are particularly high value right now, where we're seeing, Holiday, Paradox, Lash, and then those heroes I already mentioned, right, in like a ton of these games, like really, really priority picked. I think that comes from how active the early game is right now and how much you want those high mobility characters that can not only go around the map quickly, but can actually show up and really have a big impact when they roam into a lane. Before we get into that, though, the specifics, and as I'm sure we've got a draft coming up very, very soon, we do want to say thank you, of course, to our lovely patrons. I mean, the show really doesn't go on without you guys. So shout out, of course, to the huge donations that's been coming in from on our Patreon. It's a great way to support the stream, the best way, since it's like the most direct way to get your money towards this production to allow us to keep running this community event. So far, the support has been amazing, and it all adds up, whether it's like a sub or a YouTube membership or even just watching and turning off your ad block. It all makes a difference and allows us to keep this ball rolling. As we know, I mean, the passion for competitive Deadlock in the community and also with us is so strong.
Yeah, it's very appreciated to weather us through into, I suppose, bigger times when things are rolled around and maybe more sponsors come into the scene. But for now, it's been so rewarding to see how much you guys support the show and just in general, just how excited you are for the show and how much you contribute. So keep it up. We will certainly always be super thankful, and I'm sure we're going to be having more things down the line as well to reward you as we kind of workshop that out internally. But for now, Jake, with this match coming up today, what are you expecting to see out of Bunny with Clock? Because we haven't really talked about them just yet.
I mean, in a way, you'd have to think Bunny with Clock are. I mean, it's like not a vote of confidence from Pop to leave a team and go to the opponent, right? So for Pop obviously thinks like, this Bunny with Clock team isn't going to be as competitive as the Floormen, that the Floormen may be the squad that's going to rise up and take on melee creeps. But I mean, Bunny with Clock, they brought in Matt, who's looked really solid on other teams, and this team has looked good across the board. Like Pop, yes, is an impact player, but it's not just a one-man show in the many times that Bunny with Clock has really put the test to melee creeps, even taken maps off of them. And so I think this one potentially is going to be, I mean, this might be like the most interesting match of the day, right? Across all, like both EU and NA, because this is that drama of like your teammate leaves the team and you have to immediately go up against each other in a match.
Is there, who do you think is the X factor for Bunny with Clock? If you had to put it down as like one or two players on that roster?
I mean, I personally rate Tanner pretty high, and I think with Abrams being picked super prio, like in EU at least, Abrams and Billy were in every game, and I think always going like in the first three. I think Tanner could be particularly impactful in this series. Like whoever's piloting those Billy/Abrams style heroes, maybe the Shiv goes a little bit more often in NA. We saw it's only 2 out of 3 in EU and relatively low prio, but I think those heavy frontliners, I'm always looking at them to have a big game where you're kind of either running over your opponent at a huge force, or you end up slipping behind the game, and it just doesn't feel like you can really get that much done if you can't step up to the plate.
That's okay. That's encouraging that you had that answer, because I actually had some different answers too, which only further maybe makes the case for them that they could do some damage here. I'm always a fan, like low key, of like Gibbs on the support, especially the Viscous. If he's able to get it, has some like very, very impactful plays just throughout the game with that. And is always doing a great job on the support. But also Aiden, obviously, is like an easy shout also. But looks like we'll be getting to the picks here. And you would expect typically to see Shiv getting prioritized. But I don't know what to think now, given that EU decided to just discard Shiv for no apparent reason that I can detect. They didn't receive any nerfs. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's kind of an odd one, a hard one to parse out from my perspective, especially because I think Pocket and Infernus have been two of the historical responses, like counter-style heroes, and we really haven't seen those heroes being picked all that often. And so, yeah, I was surprised. I would be really surprised if NA follows suit. I mean, we could easily see maybe EU steps away from it. They're playing a certain style, and NA still wants to value these like in-your-face brawlers. You know, they don't call it burger boxing for nothing, Dan. This comes from North America, baby. With the burgers, we got our dukes up. You know what I'm saying in the lane? Like, I don't need those troopers, those souls. I got heavy melees, level 1, baby. You don't need a skill point for that.
Let's go. Well, you get the belly ban, so like, that's one of the melees, the boxes out of the ring me, the main one.
True.
Has a bat though, to be fair. But
arguably the best burger boxer, Billy, is down. Floormen, see if they grab Abrams on their first 2, which has been sort of the other top tier frontliner.
I would say Viscus is surely he's low-key number 1 actually. Got that big fist, man.
True.
And so it's one of those builds, Phantom Strike builds, pretty scary, dudes.
We'll have to see. It is going to be Abrams first. And I mean, Bunny, I guess that Mina is kind of snagged early for Aiden. Vindicta was always like his go-to pick, but it got banned out so many times. I feel like he became a Mina player from responsively to like never being allowed to play Vin. Also, you ignoring Vindicta 2 makes me think, I wonder if the meta has just shifted away from that character. Like the snipe maxing build that was really popular for a while. Maybe that just wasn't seeing the same level of success and maybe falling off.
Yeah, it's quite possible. Mina just in general seems to have gone up in priority. I think she has been really good. Her power spikes are pretty nasty. And Warden's going to get picked up as well, which is really cool to see. Warden definitely, risen in priority and pretty good throughout the game. I think, in terms of like late game pound for pounds, maybe he doesn't necessarily stack up, but he has so much impact in the rest of the game that it doesn't matter too much.
I mean, hey, I think if you get fully online with that gun build, Warden gets to be a very, very scary threat. And they also grab the Pocket. So Pocket plus Mina together gives you kind of insane mobility in terms of heroes that can kind of go out in the map a little bit deeper, scout out enemy locations, maybe steal some camps away. And as strong as Shiv and Abrams are, it might be a little bit hard to like get on top of Pocket and Mina as they kind of kite away and dance out of the fights. This though, Lash is a kind of a great option to deal with some of those characters that are constantly slipping away from you. Grab a slowing hex and some silences, follow up with a big Lash ult. It's going to be something that, frankly, especially Warden is going to have to be worried about too. It's a hero that wants to be right on that line of overextending, and Lash can easily just pull you over that gap.
Good luck to you in your future endeavors.
Okay, Kelvin gets a ban. So it's interesting. Kelvin hasn't really seen too much action, but getting a second stage ban is pretty respectable. Okay, so the ban coming in for Bunny with Clock. Oh, I'm curious. What do BWC want to prevent Floormen from getting here?
Honestly, I think they should ban Viscus. I think Viscus would be a really sick pick for the Floormen. They go with the Cage, which is actually a ban, I think, along a very similar line in terms of like dealing with the support that can really make Shiv and Abrams just unkillable. But I actually think Viscus is fantastic this game. I think the cube is really nice to peel people. The punch can even be used defensively, and we've seen Gun Viscus kind of be like growing in popularity where you still provide a lot of that damage, but at the same time you also still have a lot of the saves that the Viscus kit just naturally has. Floormen go with the Sinclair though, which in fairness, there's some powerful. I mean, Warden I think historically has been like the best ulti to steal. It's just so consistently strong. You already want to build spirit damage on Sinclair. And so, yeah, stealing the Warden ulti, maybe stealing the Pocket ulti. These are pretty scary ults to deal with. And, you block that potential counter where Sinclair can, steal your Lash ulti and maybe give you some trouble.
The burst damage is actually pretty problematic, the spirit burst damage for Floormen at this point. I could also see Floormen going for like a very cheeky, or rather, sorry, BWC going for a very cheeky late pick on a Holiday, potentially, maybe less so now. But Matt historically is very good on Holiday, and obviously Holiday's kind of like in this like weird undervalued spot right now. I think at least looking at the last year's meta. But Paradox comes in instead, so we might not see that Holiday, but we are still looking maybe for a potential for Floormen to get an extra pick. It is possible. People do that with Lash, but instead we get Wraith coming online, so just there's the M1 carry.
Yeah, they definitely needed a solid carry. Wraith makes a lot of sense here. You know, you have that stun to interrupt Warden if he tries to ult right in your face, and it can be a pretty powerful follow-up stun if somebody starts on Pocket or Mina and, you know, gets some of their defensive skills out, then, okay, the Wraith lift is going to absolutely dominate them. And they go with an Ivy as the last pick. You know, this is interesting. I actually sort of suspect this is going to be a somewhat of a support Ivy. I've seen some builds, you know, people running where you go healing Nova and, you know, not pure support. You're still gonna have pretty respectable gun damage, but you sort of build into a healing Nova, build into, you know, some of these annoying purple items, going for maybe a Mystic Slow or a Suppressor, and maybe at some point a Lightning Scroll. And there's just a lot of disruption Ivy can deal while being a pretty massive healer with Heal Nova plus your leash. Like you can kind of heal your whole team up to full, and Abrams and Shiv might really appreciate that kind of a burst heal, especially if they're trying to go toe-to-toe with Yamato and Warden.
Yeah, I could definitely see that being a very nice way to round it out, that extra support. I'm actually very curious as to why we haven't seen the Mirage pick actually as well. I think Mirage would have been really viable for Floormen, maybe instead of the Wraith. I guess it just depends on, you know, how you want to play the macro. Because if you feel like you can get that Wraith just like loads of dedicated farm, I feel like it actually can make a lot of sense because you'll come online, you know, quickly enough. It's not really too big of a problem. And also you got Ivy to help, you know, obviously with Wraith, if Wraith is like really wanting to dominate a lane, keep Wraith safe on some of the pushes, there's a possibility. There's also ways to play it on the macro POV, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say here. Whereas with Mirage, he doesn't need any extra help at all.
I mean, I do think this is a game where Floormen are going to be able to funnel a lot of souls to Wraith, especially if Ivy is played as a support, as I'm predicting, which, hey, maybe Ivy will end up just being a secondary gun carry as well. But you've got Lash and Sinclair, who more or less want to fight 24/7. You know, Shiv and Abrams, they can be a big reader. They can scale a little bit well and get some farm, of course. But Wraith is really the one character here that jumps out at you as like, I want to sit in a side lane forever and just farm and make space and be that win con that's, you know, putting a clock on the enemy team. Bunny the Clock round out the draft with the Viscous for themselves, and I think this is going to be a gun carry Viscous. I mean, it might be maybe worth to go a little bit supporty, I guess. Then again, like given their draft, maybe you probably is going to be a support Viscous, because I'm now that I'm thinking about it, like they don't really have a support, although we have seen plenty of teams kind of go support lists and just, you know, buy a couple lockdown items here and there across the roster.
Yeah, I think I've seen Gibbs, who plays the Viscous for this team, kind of go a bit more rounded. But I love seeing Viscous get picked up by them, so Gibbs can get on it. That's something that I was talking about earlier that I wanted to see. We're going to get it. BWC versus Floormen here for the Challengers match for the first Deadlock night shift of the year. Of NA.
Yeah, North American Deadlock night shift. We're getting it rolling now with Floormen taking on Bunny with Clock, Poshi Pop, team swapping, joining the Floormen. And I mean, the Floormen, this roster is so star-studded, right? With Hydration, you know, being of the Hydra Nation fame, right? Running like, what did they get? Like something like a 30 tournament win streak in an earlier era of Deadlock. But it's been a couple months, Dan, since they've gotten a win. I mean, it really doesn't feel like they're the top dogs for quite some time now. So the Floormen, arguably with a lot to prove here in this match.
Yeah, certainly. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a really interesting matchup. We get to, of course, see the beautiful new Abrams skin. I think it looks fantastic, actually. Very dapper look. Love the suspenders. Big fan.
We are going to be dropping this skin, by the way, once we get to 1,200 subs. So we're hoping we can do that maybe before the end of January to kick off the new year with a fresh new Night Shift skin. I like this book, man. It's like seriously clean book. Nice quality skin, you know, it really fits the theme. I like his hat too, low-key. He's like the scariest newspaper delivery boy you ever did see.
Yeah, I think they did, Ozzy did a great job on this one. But speaking of the lanes, what are you liking here? We've got Shiv and wait, is Xerxes on the? No, it's Hydration actually. I would have expected Xerxes, but Hydration's on the Sinclair with the Shiv.
Yeah, I'm curious to see Hydration play this hero. I feel like this does kind of fit his paradigm for the style of heroes I think he likes to play. But Sinclair has historically been a strong laner, and alongside Shiv, it could be good, but a lot of it relies on actually connecting with Matt on the pocket, right? Like if you are landing your nukes on the pocket, I think you're gonna be feeling very powerful putting that damage through the negative spirit resist. But pocket can be evasive. It can be hard to hit things like Vexing Bolt on it.
That is true. You can basically, there's multiple tools to get out of there. So to collect the satchel, maybe even just some dashes will do it. So, okay, interesting. Well, looking over on the right side of the map, that's where Poshy Pop's going to be playing on the Wraith, just super hard carrying. And I'll also just always shout out Poshy Pop's content, because Poshy Pop does a lot of YouTube content and coaching and stuff like that. And it's super informative how analytical and in-depth he goes, makes it very accessible, all of the knowledge. So, you know, he's got some really cool stuff. So if you're looking for educational stuff, I just wanted to give Poshy Pop a shout out because he's doing a great job.
To see how this game pans out. It's going to be, is it, I will have to double check if our top bar names are correct. Is it really Tanner on the Viscous? I mean, I guess there's not, you know, I wouldn't be totally shocked, but I guess I'd feel like Yamato would be a more natural fit. But it's kind of like we were talking about, Dan, before the show, right? Like there's a lot of, you know, like teams now having that break, like a lot of opportunity to practice new characters, expand your pool. I think a lot of people were probably already doing that just from the holiday challenge, getting their Christmas tree rolling. And I know me personally, I was playing a bunch of heroes and I was like, oh, I actually really enjoy playing Vindicta. You know, I had never really tried it before, and just got into playing some new heroes, played some Sinclair, and you know, I wonder if that didn't get a little bit more players more confident, willing to play characters they hadn't necessarily shown in the past.
That's a good point. Is there any hero, like any like 2 or 3 heroes for you that you like never touched?
There's a few I have never played. I think I've never played Doorman, and I can't remember some of the others. I think there's like 1 or 2 I have barely played, but I won my first game on Sinclair, which is a miracle, actually. so I finished my Sinclair in 1, I believe. We'll have to see, though, of course, how the Sinclair ends up panning out this game. And ooh, Poshy Pop in big trouble. Big power slash connects on to Poshy. And this is going to be a dive. He's in real trouble. Yamato, absolutely full HP. Pretty fearless behind the wave, but takes a big burst of damage and has to kind of reconsider that aggression.
Okay, this is looking a little bit sketchy here. We get some assistance coming on through, though. Bunny with Clock looking to shut this one down. Nice kill onto Lord and M as well. So attracting some more attention. Arctic gets taken out in a trade, but still better numbers here as it's looking a little bit sketchy for ABG. The Flying Strike gets connected onto him, but he does have the tower to play off of, and he is Abrams after all. So he is a tanky boy.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to see how aggressive people are being on the lanes these days, right? Like, totally willing to go way past the tier 1, bring the rotation even to that part of the map. League, though, has kind of been profiting in the early game. Both he and Matt here, Shiv and Pocket, both have ultimates online early, but I love the idea of funneling souls to a Pocket. Affliction early onto the Shiv. This is just dead to rights here. Tries to get an ult off, but even ends up just wasting the cooldown there. Pretty big kill. That's probably the highest impact kill on the map there, and Matt picks it up. Starting the snowball on Pocket is exactly what you want on this character.
Yeah, you mentioned the tier 1 towers there. I saw actually a note from some newer players, it seems to be, and some other players as well, that there's a sentiment for some that they're not strong enough, that you can't turtle behind them enough. And I'm not sure if there is like a valid criticism there, or if this is from people that just want to chill, you know?
I will say the early game, I think tier 1s are very powerful. But just with the raw damage resist, it's such a high stat. I mean, pretty much can't take a Guardian before, 3 or 4 minutes. It's really, really hard to do. As far as the damage goes, I think that's a bit of a skill issue. You can't utilize the value provides. Oh, beautiful Warden ulti here in the mid lane. Aiden's just feasting on them. Talk about early farm. I mean, that kill on top of clearing some waves, and Aiden has really stepped up to the plate in terms of this farm potential. Floormen falling behind just a little bit. I wouldn't call it any kind of major advantage just yet, but it's exactly the player you want to be getting fed in the early game here. And Aiden, I don't know that we've seen him on the Warden before, so we're speaking to that idea of new hero pools, players showing that diversity.
Yeah, and there we go. Noxnosha up on top here, trying to catch Lord and M, and Lord and M looking to escape the tier 1. And he will be able to get out of that, it looks like. But yeah, it is a worrying sign. Aiden is crushing it right now. And speaking of tower going down, 6.5 minutes is very nice as well, this level of play. Definitely means that you did a great job on your lane. And, oh, nice. Puddle Punch coming on through. That's going to nail hydration. So, Bunny the Clock, looking like they're in a pretty good position at this point, especially, again, considering the context that Aiden is crushing it on Warden. And if he gets ahead, I mean, Warden's so good at just commanding the game early if he gets ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of high-tempo characters on the side of Bunny with Clock, right? You know, especially with Tanner on this gun Viscous, like, the souls are being spread around really nicely. Cool Cheese is the lowest soul count, but that's exactly what you want, right? Like, Paradox, I think in this game can just be kind of low eco, just focus on getting those catches, and the rest of the team doing well is a fantastic sign. For the Floormen, they're gonna have to, you know, deal with some overwhelming pressure coming in. That's a really nice kill to find to get that execute on to the Viscous. But Affliction is going to really hurt on Chip here. He's going to have to fall back pretty far, and they know he's afflicted. They're trying to chase down this kill.
And there we go. They're going to get it as well. But what else is there to be had? Hydration chasing it down another. That's a good pick off. Finds Cool Cheese. And they're looking to convert here. More weakened players being forced back by the Floormen. And you can see AVG there really trying to equalize the Guardian situation. Should be able to get this one. There we go, especially with the vaccine bolts. Those things really hurt. And there we are. 36k to 35k as we hit the 8 minutes mark. And the Sinner's Sacrifices have now spawned. So we're going to start to get a movement there. And you can see already on it, Aiden with a penchant for the Gamba.
And a full greed build here from Aiden. I mean, he has, I guess, some, you know, the active slowing hex is allowing him to fight a little bit early. But no investment into green in the early game is pretty risky move here to start this one off, but I mean, so far it's paying dividends. If he can just farm a little bit more, get maybe that green spike online, this could kind of get ugly. As Viscous attempting a roll here, but remember, this is like a very low investment roll. He just doesn't have any kind of spirit damage to follow this up, and he's just gonna have to back off from that fight. Matt taking the brunt of the pressure there and just gets knocked down.
Like gun items on Viscous there, I noticed. I think I saw like, what, 4 oranges, I think?
Yeah, he's full gun, I believe. This is the meta these days, at least. You know, people building just like that P90 Viscous. I'm a little bit skeptical, I guess. You know, I'm wondering how much that's really gonna look solid against the other top gun carries in the late game. But who made it work? And stun out of the Warden ulti is a really big deal. He's not gonna get that off, not gonna be able to stick around in the fight. Does what he can with the parry here, but the damage is way too good on the follow-up, and Cool Cheese takes another parry to the face. Floormen getting some traction in this game, and with those kills, they've evened the lead.
Yeah, great stuff there. He also got that 450 soul bag too, so that does help. You know, Aiden was... We talked about how important it is that for Aiden that he stays ahead, so that definitely chips away at that. And AVG and Poshipop doing a great job staying competitive on the souls overall, both almost at 9k. So doing a good job. And you know, with Poshy, he is a ticking time bomb. You have to keep Poshipop honest. His goal is to just farm some more, and eventually decide to just murder all of you and win the game. That's kind of really what Poshipop is looking to do here, and his team is going to be trying to protect that. So I would get worried, Jake, if we don't really see any efforts made to stop Poshy, because he's very efficient on his farming.
Yeah, it's absolutely a key question here in the early game is Floormen holding on to the gun buff for now, trying to feed that to a player who will use it a little bit more effectively. Big spirit move though. On to Matt, gets cut down. Lord and M with that follow-up. The ground strike's going to be enough to get that kill. Mina out of the bats. Slam down from AVG, and this fight looks pretty solid for the Floormen, but there's a lot of low players on both sides of the field. Hydration finds Arctic though, and it's just a 2-for-0. So another solid fight for the Floormen, and the early game advantage in the lanes is evaporated. You know, the early tempo lead that Aiden had, pretty much gone. He's just even with Poshipop. Counter kills gonna be found by Gibbs on the Hydration on the other side of the map, and this could be a nice fight for Yamato, taking a ton of pressure, but dealing a lot of damage if there's any kind of a follow-up into this one, but seems that there won't be. Yamato just caught alone. Paradox coming in to try to help, but could just throw good money after bad.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. It really looks very, very good right now for Floormen, looking to secure this urn now as well. So grabbing that one, obviously, has to traverse across the entire map. But they have it. So oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say Heal Nova Ivy built to be able to support and, you know, get people out of some of these dangerous fights, but for now just trying to hold the urn, and Floormen have to decide, do they want to run this urn or do they want to stick around for the fight? It seems like the decision is to maybe try to do both at the same time. A bit risky, see if it pays off. The rollout from Viscous should just barely be enough to get him out of trouble, but the rest of the team's still here fighting, trying to clear a Guardian. Shiv is back into this one, but the Floormen players are dropping. I mean, this fight is turning pretty scary as Arctic starts to put that work in on Mina.
I mean, definitely looking to be in a good position to do some damage here, but actually needs some more support, so suddenly in trouble. And Gibbs there with the flying strike, looking to just track down this Lash. Oh, there goes the Death Slam for the save there. Will that be enough to keep Lash alive? It looks like it will be. That's you never want to have to use the ult, but it is there. 50 HP survival, so Lord M barely making his way out.
Yeah, I guess you take that. It's a pretty long CD ult though. Tanner finds ABG, and I mean, this is turning into a real dogfight, Dan. Like, the whole team's just throwing haymakers constantly. Nice parry by Ivy. Perfect timing to still grab the urn. She wants this bad. Grabs the silent text too. I mean, this is full support for Xerxes. I mean, the backstabber is just a nice little value damage item on somebody with such a fast fire rate. But healing Nova into the silence wave, I mean, this is all in terms of assisting the teammates, keeping them alive, trying to assist for kills.
And in the meantime, we look at Gibbs, who we expected might go support, but he's gone all orange. He is looking very, very scary. It's going to be interesting to see how this kind of pans out here. BWC actually ahead on the Souls here, looking to press onto that left side Walker now, and they're forcing a response from Floormen. But do Floormen have enough behind this? Is this going to be a sustained assault? There's 4 players here right now for BWC. And in the meantime, the Urn drop-off spot is being protected. So the Urn is going to walk its way back across the map here. So like you said, a dogfight, scrapping all over the place here as the skirmishing continues on both sides of the map. But that Walker, it looks like it's going to be going down there. This looks like it could be a huge win for BWC.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, they've only dropped 1 player, and Lash, he's here, drops a big slam, takes down Cool Cheese, and Matt drops as well, so they're able to extract the blood price, but that is a Walker going down pretty early into the game, and I think those 2 kills, it's about even, but in the end, I guess you'd rather have the Walker down, and at the same time, Arctic's holding the Urn, so Urn control could be pretty valuable as we come into this next team fight. Lash ulti nearly up off CD, but there's some low players, and Aiden is right now controlling the Urn drop. So I really think this could end up being a tough team fight for Floormen to contest into. Pashi's trying to reset. Hydration's low HP is trying to maybe contest this Urn, but it's not going to be an easy contest, even for Shiv here. Oh, the Slowing Hex can't TP out.
Yeah, the Binding Word as well. There to lock it down more, but turning is on through for Arctic. So Bunny with Clock, you know, again, it looks like, as you were saying, and I totally agreed, that early lead that they had, it kind of just dissolved. But Aiden managing to stay up on top of things here, and overall, Bunny with Clock taking advantage in this game, you know, really leading the tempo, taking it away from their opponents. And with, you know, 16k on Aiden right now, he's still a huge threat. Poshy Pop, though, as we can see on screen right now, is obviously farming, as we said that he would be, and is looking pretty good on it. But is it going to end up being enough?
And speaking of who isn't farming, though, it's, I mean, Arctic and Aiden just running it down. Powerful twosome here in the side lanes. And I mean, there's a downside of having this very passive Wraith, you know, just farming it up, is like the fight's being forced into you. Here comes a real deep attack here onto Aiden, getting silenced, pressure down. The follow-up is good. Mina's doing what she can with the ultimates, but they're pretty much just ignoring this Mina, clearing the tower with that stolen Ordinal.
Yeah, AVG trying to get out of there on the Abrams. Absolutely not happening. And in the meantime, we just had the buff spawn, the new Ernest spawned as well. A 1v1 between Poshy and Gibbs on that left side of the map here. Looks like Poshy's trying to chase down Gibbs. Or Tanner, sorry. I keep thinking it's Gibbs. It's Tanner. Gibbs is on the Yamato. God damn it.
Yeah, I mean, being able to win a 1v1 Wraith on the side lane is actually really important at this phase of the game, right? If you can't deal with Wraith alone, it ends up being really annoying. You have to send 2 players just to push her back, and then she just blinks away and continues to farm. But if you can pressure her out 1v1, it really does limit what she can do. Cube guarantees an uncontestable Urn drop here, and they're getting all the souls out of this one, so big win for Bunny with Clock. And Pashy just can't contest this, has already used the teleport too, and doesn't have a walker to fall back to on this side of the map. So this is a bit of a scary place for the Floormen to play, but they're not giving up this territory easily. They're kind of sticking around, and Lord and M might look for some kind of a cheeky Lash ult if somebody tries to contest that wave.
And suddenly, a sizable advantage has started to form. 13k in advantage now for the Bunny with Clock team. So looking to be in a really great position. And I think you made a great point there, Jake, about the lack of presence that Wraith is, well, that's the cost for you with your Wraith farming, is that you have lack of map presence. So you're very susceptible to the other team who is just like pushing you around the map. And that's exactly what BWC have been so good at doing. And I think, yeah, of course, Aiden on that Warden is a really big part of that, able to force the action really effectively with a huge damage threat as well as the tankiness as well. So What's the next move here for Bunny with Clock? They've got a decent amount of map control. They're cleaning up that right side lane as well.
Yeah, I think whatever Warden gets involved, that's when I'm going to be a little bit worried for the Floormen. Because I think if Warden gets this ult off, slowing X is insanely good this game. I mean, almost every character on the Floormen roster can get really denied by a slowing Hex. And Cool Cheese hanging out by some of these jungle camps, looking for a nice posh pop. I mean, Wraith, this farm, you really cannot afford to be caught at this stage of the game. But for now, seems like he reads it. He's going to fall back off the play. Toxic Bullets now on Mina. I mean, even Shiv really can't stand toe-to-toe with this hero solo on the side lane. So Arctic getting a lot of value. And the swap in from Cool Cheese onto Zerbzy is good. Big pin from ABG, but now has to ulti just to get out of this. Tries to go back in and put some damage down, and he will do a little bit of damage there and counter pressure, but Zerbzy has fallen, and I mean, Matt still has the affliction, so you don't really want to team fight back into this. Gibbs, though, does die, I think, right around that middle walker. Maybe got caught deep with Lord and M's Lashel.
Huge threat there as well. Like, if you lose a player or two more than your opponent in that fight, they're doing the mid boss instantly. So really tense moment, I think, in the game there, which could have gone very poorly for either side had they sort of miscalculated the engagement. But both teams, you know, I suppose, coy enough to prevent that from happening. And we go back to this farming stage. Both teams just cleaning up the lanes, grabbing the farm that's available on the map. But at this point, there's almost nothing left on the map to get. So you're looking at the clock, and you got just under 2 minutes until we get the buffs coming up, as well as the next urn. So right now, it's a lot of just being very careful about your positioning, ensuring that you do not get caught out before the next objective spawn.
Yeah, that mid boss is, of course, really the objective in question now. Interesting seeing this Gibbs build, man. It's like very hybrid here on the Yamato. Has the point blank, and so the gun has all three, right? Like, 4,800 investment bonuses. So Yamato with very mixed damage. This game going to be interesting to try and deal with her. Honestly, all three of the cores really for Money with Clock have a very mixed damage setup here. Then you just add, they're basically all cores in this lineup, though. I mean, even Cool Cheese is a pretty serious amount of gun investment. So Money with Clock are not going to be hurting in the damage department. The question is, can they survive these engagements? A swap down to the low ground is not what Lord and M wants, though. So this Lash just tries to fall back, doesn't have the ulti to force this kind of a team fight. Money with Clock don't really get any kind of a lockdown connection here. And Flash Pops up on the high ground, really going to be threatening to bring a lot of damage down if you try and fight here.
Yeah, looking for that perfect engagement, which, of course, the high ground is able to allow him to survey. And looks like a disengagement again. You got to be so careful, especially around this mid-boss. And both teams disengage. We've got a slight edge in terms of the wave crash for the Bunny with Clock team at the moment. And how we got the urn spawning. So this is really what it's all about. And these bridge buffs are going to be challenged for.
Big fight. Oh, slowing Hex here onto the Lash. Tries to come in for a parry, but doesn't quite get it down. And this is a Yamato you're initiating on. She's still healthy. Still finding, hasn't even popped the ulti yet. They find Lord and M. He's not going to deploy the Lash ult in this fight. And this is a Yamato, with ulti. Hydration TP's out of this one. Lift is deployed now. This could turn into a pretty rough fight. Split across the map. There's also an engagement on the left lane. Yamato goes to clear some camps. Bashi's still fighting, but let's go to that left lane if we can. There's a fight going on there. Aiden finds League. And it seems like they're just going to be back up. That Tanner gets the urn control. And Tanner and Aiden work together. They're in a 2v2, so split engagement. And on both sides of the map, it's Bunny with Clock who get the win.
Yeah, really close situation. And the mid-boss is going to get forced here as well. We got the urn on the mid-boss as well. As maybe a prize for afterwards if they claim every single crystal, which they'll be looking to do. And there's not too much here to challenge this. For Floormen, I think it would feel somewhat suicidal, but they're going to try to go for it, try to at least steal away some crystals. You kind of have to do it in this game, and it's not looking all that great right now. All the crystals will be stolen by BWC or taken. Two of them will be eliminated pretty much immediately, so that is a good result for Floormen. They trade a couple lives for that one, and it's a hard call, Jake, but it feels worth it to me.
Yeah, they mitigate the losses, but still the fact that you hold on to one crystal is actually, I think, a pretty big deal for Bunny with Clock. It means, yeah, you only have, one player can get saved. I'm not sure, I think, who lost the rejuve already. I think it was Matt. So anybody but Pocket is going to get a res in this kind of a fight if it takes place here. Hydration trying to contest this urn, but yeah, I just can't really do that. Just trying to feign a bit of presence is all he can accomplish in that moment. And interesting healing Nova on Tanner. This is a pretty surprising buy for me this game. I think he's kind of teching into like this weird middle ground between Gun Viscous and support, if he really goes, what is it, the healing tempo, that would really surprise me. I mean, Viscous healing tempo, like, I guess the cube provides it and the healing Nova provides it, but it doesn't strike me as like a typical build-up you might see on a Gun Viscous or even a support Viscous for that matter.
Yes. Yeah, it's actually super interesting. It's one of the things I just love about Deadlock, because in Deadlock, anything can become viable in the game you're playing. But enough about that. We do have the engagement that the threat onto that right side Walker is going to be met with the pretty savage defense. That's going to be ending Poshy indeed. And also the players now on mid, they've got to be careful, because they're going to be now facing the players like just kill Poshy, now coming in on top of this fight, looking to chase everything down. You've got Hydration in a lot of trouble here. He's not going to live here. This Magician is going to get absolutely mauled. And there you go. The cleanup is great there. And now Floormen, they're in an insane amount of trouble.
Yeah, they're trying to just go full chaos, you know, pressure the map on all fronts. Coolcheese in perfect position, though, trying to contest this Walker dive. They are going to be able to drop this Walker. Coolcheese is alone, but to really stick around for this, I mean, if support comes in, things could go really bad here in the side lane. And Aiden's coming into this fight here on the left lane. The rest of the team clearing up Walkers. Here comes Aiden, swooping in now into the back, trying to clean somebody up. Who is it? Oh my god, they're in the wrong neighborhood. Aiden hunts them down, trapped in the small room. Surely they're in trouble. They're trying to put that counter pressure in and hold on. Yeah, he just bit off more than he could chew. Beautiful burst down from ABG and Lord NM, and I don't think Aiden expected that they could turn on him in that kind of a position.
Well, we did WC going to be claiming that right side Walker after all is said and done. You have Gibbs sticking around a little bit, and he might actually be in trouble there, because he's going to get chased. But looks like he's able to escape, cut off line of sight, and ABG pretty deep as well, able to hyperline his way across the map though.
I mean, well done by ABG and Lord NM to actually tango on that side lane, pull a ton of resources and attention, get the kill on Aiden, get the Walker as well. It really mitigated the losses, but elsewhere on the map, it was just full dominance for Bunny with Clock. They got everything they were looking for, and I mean, arguably their strongest character right now is Arctic on the Mina. I feel like this is really the power peak of Mina at this moment in the game, where, you know, not every player is ready to defend themselves from your burst. They just don't quite have the escape options yet, and, you know, your damage can really be felt. Yamato here with the Colossus on top of the Shiv, trying to chase him down, and he's caught, swapped in deep, and that's going to be lights out here for Shiv. Floormen maybe getting caught into more Pachbot, brings the lift, he's into this fight, but yeah, could be trying to just escape out of this one. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it.
Yeah, crazy action here on top of the roof here, as the fight is super vertical, and you got Gibbs down just traversing this wall once again, trying to reposition, and good spots here for Lord and M on this Lash, I gotta say, but his teammates are unable to sustain this damage. The hunt is continuing. BWC just too strong at this point. The differential in statistics is simply too great, too vast to divide, and that's going to be the rest of Floormen cleaned up, all except Lord and M.
I think Lord and M is in a tough spot here. Oh, he does get a trade on a pocket, which is nice. Can you just live a little bit longer? Every second you live here on the Lash, it's a second that the opponents aren't sieging your base. But I feel that siege may not actually be inevitable here, because Bunny with Clock, it's an expensive fight. They lose a few players. They're you know, low on Yamato. Is he really going to build Lucky Shot? This is a really interesting Yam build. So he built initially into a bit of that spirit damage with a max power slash, but then peeled into a lot of tankiness, and then eventually might close out with some heavy gun damage. And so I actually think that's pretty interesting. It makes Yamato really challenging to itemize against. You can't just counterspell the power slash and you know, try and kite away or have overwhelming damage and silences. You have to worry about all these different potential outputs, and Gun definitely has great late game scaling. An attempt to deny that from League, but this feels so ambitious. I mean, he's just going to be dead to the bleed out here. ABG is adding more pressure on us, but I don't think they can stand toe-to-toe with Aiden right now.
No, absolutely not. This is too much of a force hit, but, you know, they have to take their risks where they can get them. And so many players in Alpha Bunny will Clock to reinforce this position to continue the fight, but Aiden's actually going to get caught there. Beautiful there. That is so important. Pochipop try to TP away. Is he going to be able to do anything else here? He is pretty farmed, so we'll see if there's more damage, more fights to be won here. Paradox isolated against Pochi. Pochi is going to be bursting him down, but unable to continue to track him. But eventually, traded out.
Sergi tried to fly him out, grabbed him, but they just had just enough damage coming in elsewhere. 3 players down, Floormen, it's only 2. And not much really left to contribute to the fight here for Hydration. Lash ulti, good enough to grab Mina, but ultimately the damage is still there. Matt burst Lord and then punishes him for that being still in the ultimate. But I mean, this continues to be a real bloodbath. I mean, no solid fight that enables Bunny with Clock to really progress into a base siege. Still just competitive enough where they're not getting on. The prize for this fight is going to be, you know, 1 tier 3 camp, which is nice, but it's not going to blow this game wide open. There's still going to be a chance for Floormen to make a defense in the base.
Yeah, it is impressive how well Floormen are holding on from disadvantage, but you know, eventually that's just gonna, something has to give at some point. Something has to give, and it feels like, you know, the next mid boss is going to be a decisive moment for sure. That could really just decide this one. And a lot of neutrals have spawned across the map now as well, so there is a lot of farm stuff that needs to be done. So we might be in a stage of, you know, for the next few minutes, somewhat of a lull. I don't think Floormen can easily push into a walker. I don't think they want that kind of a fight. And but then there's also a lot of farm to pick up as well. So I guess this is all the stage 8. The game could cool down a little bit the next couple minutes.
Yeah, Divine Barrier, really nice find for Hydration to be able to pick up that item. It's going to give him a way to respond to Affliction and, you know, save people like Shiv and Abrams who can be in real trouble. And they're going to attempt to burst mid boss. I think it's about to spawn. The Floormen are just waiting for it. Yamato is going back to base, and okay, they're a little bit slow to go for the burst. They don't end up going for the burst. Yamato is going to be able to get into this fight. And Hydration's already down. The burst is good. They're going to go trying to lift. Have a beautiful counter spell. White Aiden blocks the lift. He's still fighting into this one, but maybe getting overwhelmed. Yeah, just swarm hit from all sides, and it's going to be enough. Poshpop still healthy, still pumping that damage, but here comes Yamato diving in on top. They have to fly Pashi out of this engagement. Zerbzi kills him out. That Affliction's still ticking down, but 2 for 2. Arguably a good fight so far for the Floormen.
And Poshipop getting that VIP treatment. Huge save there, keeping him alive, and honestly, it's actually super impressive. Floormen are still surviving in this game, Jake. It doesn't really seem like they should be able to do that, but they are. And okay, AVG's
in trouble.
He's not in a good spot. He's not in a good spot. Okay.
Found out by the umbrella there from Arctic. Yamato is exactly the person you want to be kind of catching this aggro in the mid lane, and he even finds that connection. All right, is there any follow-up for this chase, though? I mean, this is such a deep look here for Yamato. Does have that ulti, if she wants to continue this team fight. I think she absolutely does want that. Punch out is actually going to, I think, get Ivy potentially out of trouble. Stone form. Okay, here comes Surly the burst for the follow-up kill. And Gibbs just has such incredible tankiness, even with all the lockdown that Floormen can bring to bear in that fight. He can still chase in full solo there and be a threat. Ult comes out here, Divine Barrier used, and I think this is going to be a passive reset here. Yeah, no chance to really continue this fight. Gibbs maybe being a little bit ambitious there with that ulti. Still only a 70-second cooldown, but there's a short window of opportunity once Floormen have their players back.
Yeah, especially because you don't have that for the mid boss now as well, which is up there where he's taken. And here comes Poshipop, and you got Tana who's just keeping a protection on Gibbs, and there comes Gibbs once again, now flying straight into this one, into Poshipop. Doesn't have the ult though, and that might give Poshipop an edge indeed. I don't think that this fight can be continued by Gibbs. Has to fall back here. Poshipop wants it. He knows he's weak, and he gets the pick off as well. Massive find, and that is again because that ult was popped earlier.
Man, Pashi is public enemy #1. He's reaching a point where he's really overwhelming in terms of the damage he can deal, but still needs to get bailed out in some of these fights by survival, and the rest of the team isn't able to fight on that level. So while he does clean up the Yamato, it's going to be a mid-boss forced here. Attempted steal coming in. Abrams looking to get it done. Affliction stolen by Hydration, trying to do what he can, but I don't think they can get much of anything done. Floormen all dropping. Pashi not able to come into this fight. Oh no, if Pashi goes down, this could be game over. Mina doing what she can, loses a redo charge, and Pashi actually may have done just the right read there. Barely survives, cleans up one of the rejuves, and maybe a second to go down. No, Cool Cheese is afflicted. Looks like he's just going to go all the way back to base.
Okay, so there's still a lot of ults were used. Pretty much all the major ults were used here. So Flock don't have, they have 2 rejuves obviously, but I guess, you know, what I'm trying to make a case for her is, can Floormen hold on longer? Can they play defense right now? They don't have Death Slam up. They don't really have all that much, I guess, in terms of team fight ults anyway, without that.
Yeah, it's a big question for me is, are they going to be able to contest this urn? 20 seconds left. It's going to be pretty tight. Although Matt isn't insta-running. I mean, he's stopping for a buy, slowing himself down quite a bit. I mean, that's a lot of damage he's going to bring to bear in this fight, but I think the timer is just a little bit too long for Hydration and AVG to be able to get to this urn contest, especially considering the rest of Bunny with Clock are just full control of this area. I just don't see the contest coming in. So the lead is going to be pretty expansive, but Floormen have full resource, full ultimate in this fight. And so it's not going to be a dominant fight for Bunny with Clock. Like, getting a good engagement into this comp, especially on the defense, like, we've seen how good Pasha can be out on the map. And when I think he's playing from the base, just turreting, close to his own fountain, if you don't kill this Wraith, which seems pretty difficult in that scenario, he's going to be a massive problem when you try to siege.
Yeah, I totally agree. And the lead is only starting to extend now as well. And the just in this time where Floormen are scared. They're scared to push out. They're scared to get picked off because they have no map control. Then you got that left lane push. So it's always this very difficult spot to be in because you don't know if you're being held and there's a trap or if they're just free farming the map. And like both things are bad. So like, it's so hard.
Yeah, this is a scary moment. I think just because like there's pretty much no jungle left on the Floormen side of the map, Bunny with Clock are probably going to be pretty happy to just farm up. They also have 2 curses coming online since the last fight. So there's going to be a curse on Viscous and a curse on the Paradox. So that's going to be a pretty big problem for Rashi Pop, right? This single target Wraith carrying the game, while curse is a powerful response to that. And I mean, this is interesting. Tanner has spec'd early into the gun build and then has pretty much gone full support from there on out. And now I think that's actually kind of matching what they need this game. They have plenty of carry potential in the rest of the team. They just need more lockdown, more ability to disable some of these key players. Looking for a swap here on Cool Cheese. People scared to contest into this, right? You get swapped deep into the Reju fight, you could be in real trouble. But man, that turret from Pashi Pop in the back lines is seriously scary, right? It's not going to be free to siege this, but they're going to have to force the fight somehow. I mean, Shrine down to half HP. Here comes the Lash ult, tries to send somebody very deep. It's the Mina. It's a great opening kill to grab. The curse is good enough to take down Lord and M, though. And Bunny the Clock, that's the one player who didn't have the Reju available, so it's a 5-on-5.
Yeah, that's actually a miraculous pickoff there. But what else can be done behind it? Hydration is going down, and the siege continues. And at this point, Floormen, they're in a lot of trouble. Poshy Pop, if he can find good positions here to fight with, that'd be great. And in fact, another Reju goes down. In fact, but all Reju's out now. And this is potentially a chance here. League able to pick off Aiden as well. 2 players down. Cool Cheese critically low here. Might be a pick off for Floormen as well, as they might have to go back to the fountain to try to get heals up here. League is almost dies there.
Just perfect min-max on the bloodletting. And a zip drop by Pashi. He's got Cube and DB. Surely this is going to be enough to get him out of trouble. Pashi's chasing for this one. He's thinking about maybe extending. Oh, and even blinks after this one. So it's a full commit from Pashi. This would be a pretty nice kill to find, but Tanner's a slippery one. And yeah, I think he's got to be a little bit cautious here. As strong as you are on the Wraith, it's not a free kill. And, your death is worth infinitely more than chasing down for that Viscous kill.
Yes. That Viscous kill, I don't know what the ultimate impact of it would have been. It would have been pretty great, though. But might be more opportunities here because Gibbs is getting bursted down here. Poshy Pop is not alone. He's got friends, and his friends are now starting to tank the damage, allowing Poshy in the back lines here to just send out those cards, send out all the M1 damage. And the damage?
It doesn't seem to be enough. The Lash ulti comes in, finds 2. Arctic, though, bats out of this one. Still fighting this here on the Viscous, still trying to keep this game going. Down a couple players. Aiden is going to spawn back into this fight as it goes long. Xerxes on just an absolute sliver of HP. The stolen ultimate from Mina, silencing her, trying to lock her down, but she slips away for the moment. And now cleanup could be coming in. Shiv starting to find some of these executes. So many low targets on the other side. Is Aiden going to come into this fight and really turn the tides? It seems like he has. I mean, League is down. Matt as well. Only the last players left here for Hydration and Posture trying to make this defense. And chasing into Pashi is potentially scary, but no, Aiden, he's got massive damage. You have to put some huge respect on this gun. And he can't even get the TP out, just dies in the animation. Even Hydration surely caught dead to rights here. And Aiden with a big respawn cleanup. And mid-boss, I believe, did it just respawn, or it should be coming up very soon? Actually, I'm not sure, but I guess they lost the Reju, so maybe mid is a ways away? I think the game kind of rests on mid not respawning in the next 30 seconds.
Did Aiden get like 2,500 for killing Hydration there? It's like souls. That's kind of insane. He's going to get pretty damn fat now. I mean, he doesn't have Glass Cannon yet.
Does he not? Oh, that could be game, honestly, right? Like, this is a free mid, ABG, no shot. You're contesting this 1v4. It's just not happening. So he's just going to go down another lane, try to put some pressure on as he can, but yeah, the full rejuve here, going to Bunny with Clock, allowing them to get a full reset, get these buys, get the souls onto the map, and let's see if we can get a look at the Aiden's build soon, and even a delayed rejuve for just like max time to work with here. 1 shrine left standing for the Floormen. This is a really rough scenario, and the ultra late game, I think, is also pretty sick for Bunny with Clock, just in general, right? Like, they're scaling so well to late game. Pretty much everyone is a carry at this point, and Viscus just has a lot of added utility on top of that.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's really anything that can be done at this point. This is the single worst look because off of a mid boss. Because in previous encounters, it's been the case where some of the mid bosses charges they got contested, stolen. Some were lost in the fight. They were able to just work the map in a way that was more favorable. But right now, everybody's up, nothing is challenged, and a 60k advantage.
Yeah,
And-
this
and-
this
What do you do?
it's super painful, right? Because I think you really just have to sit in the base. But a curse pound, that should be a kill. Yeah, Lord and M swapped in the curse pound. Instantly just delete. Like, I think he had half HP, and he died to like one lucky shot from Aiden. Aiden is just sending it right now into the base, calling the bluff, and without Lash, arguably, I mean, other than Pashi, that's probably the best pick you can find, because now you're lacking that key team fight ultimate to like turn and punish people for the siege. Vortex Web attempted by Hydration, I believe there, and it brings a lot of people together, but the damage is just immense. They're ignoring everything. Lordanen buys the refresher, but he's still on the deck for 35 seconds. They're trying to chase him, get some kills. Matt and Kulchi's both super low. Rejuve crystals, one down for now, but still 2 more crystals to deal with, and Floormen down 1. This is a really challenging hole for them to make.
Here we go. This is not fun. Aiden's just too massive, and it's going to be a massive W there as well, as everybody gets bursted down, and there's no chance to defend. It's a victory for Bunny with Clock. Amazing stuff there, as they are going to move on to the money match.
Pashi Pop in shambles. I mean, a really solid performance from him, but nonetheless, right? Like, this is that so much, the stakes riding on this game were immense, right? Like, you left your old team, and now they come back and beat you, and it's like, ooh, given that Pashi Pop played so well this game, I don't think he should be beating himself up. I mean, I feel like this was a great performance from him. Like, if he didn't have those really sick fights on the Wraith, if that team wasn't playing so well around him, this game could have been over a lot sooner. But, Bunny with Clock showing, hey, we've got a lot of threats on this team. We are way beyond just one player making the difference, being the carry. We can make it work even without you, Pashi Pop.
Yeah, and Poshi, I think he did look really, really good. Like, it felt like his impact was outsized. Yeah, he's a carry Wraith and all of that, but he did really well in the fights to maximize his damage potential in a way where the massive soul differential didn't look nearly as big as it actually was. I think that was because of Poshi. So I totally agree. I think Poshi can kind of hold his head high after this one. He definitely looked good, but ultimately, it was a great game from Bunny with Clock. And I don't know how much of it's down to the draft, but I certainly feel like the draft from Bunny with Clock, with the way that they played it, was really nice. The tempo and performance out of Aiden in the early to mid game, I think was massive, because, like you said, Jake, Poshi was out there farming, and maybe that's the big trade-off. You're going to be more susceptible to tempo drafts where they're going to be pushing down towers very quickly.
Yeah, I really liked, these, especially like the damage from Warden in the ultra late game was insane, but also, Matt and Arctic on the pocket and the Mina just being unkillable late into these fights, right? Like, always surviving deep into the engagement, having enough time to work with, getting that full build online for the mobility. And I think Floormen just kind of fell off in that regard. Like, Hydration wasn't able to have tremendous impact for me on the Sinclair, because so many of these characters are ultra mobile, hard to lock down, and now it's actually Hydration himself who ends up getting targeted in a ton of these fights. And once the curses come down, the game just feels incredibly difficult for Lord and M and Hydration in particular. They're heroes that really rely on the spell casting, the movement, turning a fight, and you're just getting cursed and swapped. Kulchi's 33 assists in this game. Really, really huge kill participation from him. Just, I think, being another really strong force in this game. And Gibbs just being like a big body on the front line, man. Like, full tank pretty much as he built towards the late game on this Yamato, but still very effective and just soaking Pashi Pop's damage longer than just about anyone else in the lobby could.
Yeah, and that damage out of Matt is, I think, really awesome to see, because I felt like for Matt, it was hard for me from an eye test to see like where all that damage came from. Obviously, with the pocket, you're going to be able to get huge damage off of like good afflictions and so on and so forth. But I think it just indicates to me, obviously, that Matt played a really, really good game, and pocket's also such a. I feel like not everybody can have like great performances on pocket, and I feel like for Matt, who was playing like or maining Holiday for a while, at least in some of these matchups here at Fight Night. Oh my god, I did it. no, I'm the first person to
You're
do it in
fired.
2026. Oh, I should get fired. In Night Shift is really cool to see, because we talked about the evolution of players. And I feel like for Matt, I think finding some good playmakers outside of the holiday, like a Pocket, is really, really cool to see for me.
Yeah, great performance from Matt as well, coming into this roster and looking like, you know, he's been a long time member here. 70k damage nearly on the Pocket, pretty insane. I also think the draft from Bunny with Clock just made this, like, the opener of Shiv and Abrams has been, looks super strong. The frontliners have been rolling a lot of people over, but in this draft, it's tough to be Shiv and Abrams, right? You've got the cube save, peeling people out, and the frontliners you're trying to challenge are Yamato and Warden, with a Pocket and a Mina behind them. So, you know, as tanky as Shiv and Abrams naturally are, they didn't feel tanky this game, right? Like, I mean, look at the build from League. He's got bullet resist and metal skin, and he's still kind of getting chopped up in these fights. I mean, even with the Shiv passive, with all the tankiness that Shiv can bring to bear, and Zerbzy trying to do what he can on the support, it's just not enough. They still can't stand toe-to-toe because there's kind of nothing in the game that deals with, like, these drafts from Bunny with Clock in the ultra late. I mean, there's no tankiness that's going to save you from a full build Mina, Warden, Pocket, and Yamato. It's just a little bit too much. And then when the curses come down, man, it's GG. So Bunny with Clock, a well-deserved win in pretty solid control of this game from 20 minutes. But Floormen, I think did look solid, and Pashipop was undoubtedly the strongest game on the team here from Floormen. So there's things they can build on and could come back better in the future.
Totally agree. And with that said, it's time to get to the MVP. I think probably a lot of people have a good guess as to who it could be. Guessing no longer required. Aiden the Destroyer. His name doesn't even fit in the box. It doesn't even fit.
All right, we're not allowed to add an R to his name anymore. He doesn't even fit in our existing graphic. But yeah, I mean, just a huge game from Aiden, right? I think that, like, late game fight where he's respawning as the fight begins, he comes in and just gets that solid cleanup, ends up just absolutely wiping the floor, even as his teammates have to back out of the fight. Also had a very solid early start to the game. A lot of beautiful counter spells this game. In particular, Pashipop just wasn't able to get that lift on him really at all once he had that counter spell online. So really good execution from Aiden, and I believe this is the first time we've seen him on the Warden. So Aiden continuing to look impressive, continuing to grow, what he's able to bring in these games, and man, just perfect execution is exactly what you need here on your gun carry Warden.
Yeah, he had such a great game, and I mean, for Aiden as well, like, it was really worrying when we got to that, I think that mid-game point, I forget which minute exactly, I think maybe like 10 to 12 minutes, where suddenly everyone caught up, and you could easily see him disappearing, and I think that's the way we were describing it, as Lee kind of disappeared. So Aiden found his way back into the game after that as well. So it wasn't all smooth sailing from start to finish for Aiden. There was a period where Floormen were really competitive and essentially getting a little bit ahead. And so managed to come back straight back out of that, like it never happened. So cool to see Warden really putting the punish on. And I think overall, like you highlighted, I didn't think about it as much initially, but that comp was actually a really nice synergy.
Yeah, that was, it was not a draft I think we've seen too much of in the past, going both Mina and Pocket, but I think versus the heavy front line, and like no Billy in the game, so you're missing that frontliner who can really control mobile heroes. And somebody like Abrams, like if you pin those heroes, it's great, but just how often are you really going to be able to get that done when they're using the verticality, playing over the top of your head, and really just giving you a lot of trouble at any stage in the game, much less as we got to that ultra late and it felt like, okay, the draft just came online in a way that you weren't able to match as the Floorman. I think they were hoping for the game to maybe be a little bit faster tempo where, okay, like you're not really worried about the enemy team getting everybody to a full build status. But of course, we'll have to see if that ends up looking anything similar, anything different here, as it's going to be melee creeps waiting there in the money match to take on Bunny with Clock. And the departure of Pashipop apparently hasn't changed a thing for Bunny with Clock. So we'll see if it does change anything when it comes to the money match. I mean, that's what everyone's been waiting for. And Bunny with Clock proving they earned it themselves. It's not about Pashipop. I believe formerly the team leader of the squad, they're going to do it without him. And we'll have to see after a short break whether he's able to get that win. And, that would be a tough one for Pashipop to swallow if it does go that direction. Welcome back, Deadlockers. If you're just joining us, it's the night shift, and it's going to be Bunny with Clock taking on Melee Creeps here in our NA Money Match Best of 3. Of course, Big Dog's the champions over the last few weeks. Almost, are they on a 2-month streak? It's nearly there, Dan. Melee Creeps, you got to expect them to be the heavy favorite, but Bunny with Clock losing Boshpop, gaining Matt, seems that they've become even stronger.
It's really interesting because Boshpop tends to play these M1 carries and more farm heavy roles, and Matt loves to play the playmakers. And so, I mean, I love the utility that can bring to a team, because there is if I just think of Matt as a player, I'll always remember how he has a mega impact, or how he had mega impact in my first games of watching him on Holiday, where he could, even games where all of his lanes are getting completely wrecked. As soon as he comes online, like in the 8 to 10 minute mark, he starts roaming with the Holiday. He's able to make really outsized impact. And so I love this look for them. And I love the comp that they went with. It was really awesome to see.
Yeah, it was one that I think Melee Creeps are going to have to potentially address, especially with Bunny the Clock. They opened with, I believe, the Doorman ban in the last game, which is something that you could equally apply to Melee Creeps, who are probably the team most out of anyone in NA to use the Doorman, whether it's, Gunman with John or something else. But Melee Creeps, they're a challenging team to pin down. I think, with somebody like Saya at, making a lot of these playmaking decisions in terms of what kind of interesting draft to come out with, is a team that's very hard to predict, very, very high skill. And there's a reason they've won so many DLNSs back to back to back now. I mean, just across the board, every player is maybe best in class in NA, and it's going to be a scary one, as luck that Melee Creeps, the cat in the business suit, pretty much dominating all comers. For what? That's 6 night shifts in a row, 7 in a row,
8.
and that you're going for 8 today.
No, you're
right. It
9?
is 8 because they won the
9
one before it. They were just on the other side of the left right.
A tricky graphic, but yeah, this is crazy. You're totally right when you said 2 months. It's bang on. So really impressive from them. I mean, this is the kind of dominance that we hadn't really seen in this region since the old Hydronation days. And obviously we already saw the problems now that it's the remnants of the hydration rosters, I suppose. So I'm going to be curious to see kind of what's in store for them in the future. If there's any more mix-ups to be had, or if they feel like there's just some stuff that they can work on. Because sometimes on the outside it looks worse than it really is on the inside, when you just need a few little tweaks here, swap a position there, and then it can all work out. So we'll keep our eyes on that. But for now, Jake, we got to keep our eyes on this final, because it could be a really good one. I know Melee Creeps are a great team, but I do feel like what we saw just a moment ago was really could make they could really give a run for Melee Creeps' money if they continue to play like that.
Absolutely. I think a lot is going to come down, especially at the draft, because things seem to have shifted a bit, despite there not being a major patch over the last week. I think teams through the break have just innovated a bit, adjusted the way they're approaching the game in terms of whether it's the pick ban or the play style that they go for. And Melee Creeps, we'll see if I think they take a lot of a break here too. I don't think they're necessarily grinding out in major scrims over the holiday. And so I really feel like there's an opportunity over a couple week break for things to kind of shake up and maybe change the standings. And I think that's obviously what you're hoping for as Bunny with Clock, that you can upset this team that has kind of batted you back time and time again. I mean, the weight of expectation is against you, but Aiden arguably making his debut on gun carry now that Boshpop's off the team could be a difference maker. I mean, that was a fantastic showing in the last game, and on pretty much every role we've ever seen Aiden play, he's looked insane. I mean, I think originally people were thinking this guy as a Vindicta one trick, trying to always ban it against him. Then he started playing the Mina. Now he's onto the Warden, and I'm starting to ask the question, maybe he's not so limited, right? As people maybe once thought.
Yeah. Honestly, back when John surfaced ages ago, when I first saw him, I was hearing, this is the Warden one trick,
Exactly.
And if you didn't see him on Warden, you're like, oh, okay, it's one of those, or do one pocket, there's just some of these iconic matchups where you're like, it's just a one trick. But in reality, he's getting his breakout moment here, and he's performing really well. I can't wait to see what he's going to do in the ultimate test here. And speaking of John, here is the Melee Creeps roster on our screens, and just back to front. It's at this point, what could you say other than it's a star-studded lineup?
Yeah, I mean, Saya plays lots of these unconventional heroes and makes them look like the meta. John playing some of these heavy gun carry frontliners, especially like Geist and Warden. And Ido pretty much plays whatever, but you kind of want him on some ultra high skill character, right? You want him on something where it's really up to his individual skill expression. It's something you can really rely on. DMB is honestly one of the longest standing, carry role players that we've had in NA, has been, on one of the top teams for almost a year now in Deadlock. So really building a name for himself in the scene. And Scout and Fishcake looking very solid, whatever you give them on typically a little bit more of like the supporty low econ side of the draft, but they're both heroes who can also, or players rather, who can also handle themselves with a bit more farm. So it's a team that's very hard to predict, it's very hard to pin down, and it feels like whatever they go for in terms of the draft and the playstyle, it ends up looking dominant and incredibly effective. So Bunny with Clock, I wonder if they've really thought about this match. I feel like you can't even prep for melee creeps because they can play so many different characters. I think you just have to kind of go into it with your game plan and try to just execute cleaner than you've done before.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. I think time and again when we've seen teams trying to draft against them, there's just too many problems. It's like you can't circumnavigate it at all, or circumvent. That's the word I wanted. You can't circumvent it at all.
Yeah, you can't like block everything that melee creeps want to do. And honestly, as soon as you start thinking that way, you end up in the passenger seat of the game, right? You're not really in control. Bunny with Clock gonna open. I believe they opened with the Doorman ban last time, so I actually like to see this, that they're kind of running the same draft as before. That says to me that they're drafting more for their own preference and their own idea of the game, rather than allowing it to, like letting the game come to them rather than trying to chase after melee creeps and deny some of their key picks.
It's also one of those nightmare picks for John, which is perhaps the player that gets targeted the most. Like you want to ban basically all of his heroes, the Doorman, the Geist, has been another one that can cause problems. But I do wonder, if Geist is going to feel as much of a threat right now.
In the last game, so I wonder if she'll see play at all. And again, just Mina snagged first. I mean, Arctic was a huge threat at all stages. Had a great early game, mid game, and then ultra late was a real problem in some of these deep team fights. But with the pocket band, you won't have that double threat of like ultra mobile, high damage characters.
Yeah, and if we see Billy here, Shiv gets open. So it's the first time today we'll see Shiv get the opening priority. Obviously, Billy's still available, and it's very interesting. I wonder if melee creeps are like, yeah, Matt, he actually looks great on pocket. He's really good on pocket, but Holiday is the only thing that we otherwise would be concerned with, and this Holiday's not super great right now. So they may feel like that just dealt with Matt completely. So we'll have to see, because maybe Matt will play something else and look just as good. But the Shiv Billy opening, that's a nice starting too.
I mean, it's nice to deny Matt the momentum to play the same hero back to back that he's just warmed up on in a big game. But also, you just take out Pocket, take out Affliction, and then you go for two of these heavy frontliners that are typically quite vulnerable to being afflicted and Affliction normally can't finish a kill. But taking Pocket away now, I think this is a remarkably strong opener for melee creeps. I mean, two of the best frontliners in the game, no Affliction to deal with them. Falls in Bunny with Clock's court, and they go with the Kelvin here. It's a really interesting choice, but I like it because I think there's a massive problem you have to solve in this draft, which is how the hell do you deal with this front line? And maybe inside the Kelvin Dome with the Warden, maybe some more picks down the draft to bring that high damage, and maybe Shiv and Billy isolated, you could just burst them down.
They could get Page here as well. This would be okay. They get Geist instead. So they lock in the Geist.
Whoa.
That's really interesting. So will Bunny with Clock ban the Page? Because I feel like you kind of need to ban the Page. Because the other thing about Paige is that her ult goes through the Kelvin Dome. So it's like a very nice way to support for any teammates that get trapped in there. And obviously the combo with Billy is ridiculous, as well as Shiv, as well as Geist, really anyone at this point.
I got better things to do than getting shot at.
There has to be a Page ban here.
Yeah, I agree.
Or they're mental.
I agree. I would really be surprised with any other ban here. I think it's kind of would be a perfect pick for melee creeps at this moment of the draft. Geist is also strong into Warden because you have that uncontrollable damage in the front line. I think that's less of an issue as Gun Warden, where maybe you can be a little bit longer range against the Geist and still get that value. But melee creeps is going for this like all-in, overwhelming front line, and there's been games we've seen where Kelvin the dome hasn't been enough. But honestly, I think Bunny with Clock still with 3 picks in the draft, they just need to draft, I think, a little bit more of like stuff you cannot stay in the dome with, right? Because right now I can see some of these melee creeps frontliners living through the dome, right? And being a continued problem deeper into the team fight. There's also the problem of just the pace of the game, because you go with Lash, and yeah, dome is going to be really effective, and maybe you're not going to be able to win too many of these fights when the dome comes into play, but if you're winning outside the dome, if you're, getting trades around the map, you're playing too high of a tempo where dome's on CD, there's other ways to deal with this Kelvin in the long run. For now, Bunny the Clock just grab a Paradox to maybe help catch, which I guess in order to dome them, you got to catch them first. So it makes sense in that regard.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was thinking BWC would have been fun for them to pick up the Lash, but obviously got taken away because you're thinking about things that do well against the heavy front line, ways to get picks against them, ways to kind of disrupt them. You're thinking about Lash, so it's a nice deny pick. The Yamato comes through again, so Gibbs did really well there, and they might just get Viscous left over, but would they get Viscous given that Kelvin's on board? I don't know, because they built Viscous into support later, so maybe Tanner just gets Viscous. And does any kind of build these songs like, whoa, all right, okay.
Viper. I mean, I think Scout plays a lot of this Viper with like the homeless style, just showing up with a ton of rotations. So this is very much an early game tempo pick. But I almost like that vision for Melee Creeps, because I think if you get late enough in the game, I think the Kelvin Dome kind of falls off in a way in terms of like the healing from the Kelvin Dome is nice, but if you're full build late game, like it's not necessarily going to change the outcome of the fight. And if, Shiv gets in like an ethereal shift or a metal skin, he might be able to actually live through even something like the Dome. So Melee Creeps, I think they're playing to kind of tempo this game out, put a lot of pressure on sooner rather than later. And we saw Bunny the Clock get to that absurd late game in the last series, and we'll see if they're able to do it again. I think Melee Creeps pretty clearly want to close this game out, in that maybe on the underside of 30 minutes. Bunny the Clock, though, I do think once they get to that full build status, things could get a little bit scary. And, with stuff like Viper maybe falling off in the late game, I could see Bunny with Clock just surviving and keeping this match close and maybe even turning it in their favor. So Melee Creeps, bit of an unconventional draft for them. We'll see if it works out, especially as it guards tempoing out and getting that early advantage.
So we got Kelvin, and did they have Paradox BWC last time?
Yeah, they did. I think it was Cool Cheese on the Paradox last time. So so 5 out of 6 Kelvin are going to be the same, right? And the question is Matt going to play the Kelvin, or is it going to be swapped around a little bit? I mean, I love the idea of just keeping people on the same hero they just played. They're warm. They're thinking about their builds. Like, they're just more comfortable maybe than they would be trying to play a new hero in the series. But I'm not sure Matt's hero pool, how comfortable from Pocket to Kelvin is kind of about as far of a swap as you can make in terms of your role in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, it is very interesting. I wonder, what kind of builds are we going to see from the Kelvin? What kind of play style are we going to see from the Kelvin? Because you are replacing that 70k damage.
I'm feeling a gun Kelvin game. It's actually an insane thing to say, but I'm kind of feeling it this game. I feel like one thing I do like about Gun Kelvin is like the Thunderdome aspect of like, you don't need a teammate in the dome with you to clean up kills. You are the fighter in the pit there when you dome in with like a Shiv or something. If you end up getting full build on Gun Kelvin, you're pretty hard to 1v1. I mean, generally, I think you actually do become a huge issue. And so I kind of can see that this game, but I could also see, hey, build some Spear, build some Heal Nova, make sure you survive the early game, because that is probably the issue in this draft.
Yeah, and it's definitely, I mean, if Matt is on Kelvin, I gotta say, I'm super curious, because I've just never seen, I think I've ever seen Matt not play a playmaker. So it's just, I mean, maybe he gets put onto something else. I don't know. I mean, we can't wait to find out, how they're going to play it. But yeah, I mean, one thing that was cool was seeing how previously we saw the opening gun build from Tanner on Viscous. Maybe you just go full carry Viscous. Maybe you go full express shot, Phantom Strike Viscous, and just super bursty. I don't know.
Yeah, I still think there's a lot, even the drafts being done here, I think Bunny the Clock have a lot of options as far as how they end up strategizing, who's going to get the econ this game. I think it's probably pretty fair to say, Warden and Mina are going to be your heavy hitters from a damage perspective. And I mean, given that you have Yamato as well, maybe it does make more sense to just support as Kelvin and get, some of those healing items online and allow you to sustain through the front line, because Billy, Shiv, Geist, this is going to be a major triple threat problem. Geist is another one of those characters where in the ultra late game, draft-wise, I still favor Bunny the Clock, but Geist alone in the ultra late game is really scary. Swap ends up being insane, and Geist just raw damage. I mean, basically every skill she has does huge damage in the team fight, and once your gun build is like crazy online, you get that Spell Slinger in the late game, things get a little bit scary, and even Warden and Yamato, I don't feel super great about their chances.
Well, into it we go. The first map here of our best of 3 for the money match. here for the first Deadlock night shift North America of 2026. And you've got melee creeps against Bunny with Clock. And just out of the gate on the lanes, what do you like in here? I mean, do you expect the Viper to have a big lane? I mean, that's what Viper's supposed to do, right?
I do like the Viper and Geist lane, mostly because I think Viper, ironically, just wants to leave lane. I mean, you're okay on lane, but I think Viper is going to get, like, maybe one level up and then just start roaming, to be honest. And Geist is a pretty good hero to allow that. Like, let the Viper leave, get all the solo farm onto John, and that'll be extremely comfortable for the melee creeps. And probably just waiting to get, you know, the question is basically, do you want to get, like, 1 or 2 levels here in the early game? But let's see the other side lanes. So it's Kelvin Viscous. Oh, so it's Arctic on the Viscous this time, and Gibbs on the Calvin. Tanner onto the Yamato. So they've done more or less a full swap. They picked almost all the same heroes, and I think it's what, only Aiden and Cool Cheese onto the same role.
All right, well, God, I'm just burning with curiosity in terms of the Viscous build. I feel like that's really what I'm in this for. No, actually,
It's
wait,
Arctic,
hang on.
so I think he's
Arctic's
full
on
carry.
it. Yeah. Okay.
I would assume full carry, because that's pretty much what Arctic has always played for this team. Really putting a lot of frontline pressure in Scout. He wants to leave lane, but instead he ends up just dying in it. Can't quite get the level up, so good punish here from Bunny with Clock. I mean, it's a very conventional, strong lane. Paradox plus Warden, you have great wave push, you have great damage and catch as well, so it's definitely a solid start for this lane in the mid for Bunny with Clock. Melee creeps, though, looking very good on the side lane, so this game is still incredibly even here as boxes spawn and teams think about starting to get active with some of these roams.
I love the versatility of this BWC lineup, because obviously we're getting Gibbs back onto the hard support with Kelvin, which I didn't even think about. But yeah, you know, typically he's going to play the hard support characters on this team. So we'll see how that pans out, and you get Matt on Mina, so you can see that's Mina action already, getting some good pressure, sending Fishcake back to base. I think already. I think
He's in
Fishcake can
trouble.
stick around.
Look who's here. It's Cool Cheese getting active, roaming, beating the Viper at her own game. Oh, and hold on. The counter damage is good. They do end up bursting this one down. Question is, does Lash try to chase? Ido is a little bit too low on Lash to chase this out. Slaya does find Arctic in the other side lane. It's like a bit of a lane swap now with Viper coming over to the right side lane. Trying to help do what he can. Kelvin maybe sacking his life, just trying to clear any wave and deny some of this heavy push.
So a lot of aggression on this right side, we can see. The bombs getting thrown. So that's definitely a good sign for BWC that they have good early lane control. I guess it's going to be... I mean, it is hard to be against Yamato and Mina. Even if you have a Shiv on the lane, and depending on the lane, I think Shiv will either spec like two skill points into the knives or 2 skill points into the dash. So the slice and dice. I feel like you can't really like play close on that lane. If you're against like Mina and Yamato, you just can't really like play close on that lane.
Yeah, it was like so much damage pressure. You know, even for Shiv, it's like you have resistance against burst, but in the laning phase, it doesn't really matter. Like, you're gonna take the damage sooner or later. You can clear some of that burst off, but in the end, there's still gonna be a lot of pressure coming in against you. You can see a lot of these roams, a lot of these contested boxes. Ido trying to take a bit of an early game fight. Ultimates should be coming online in the next few moments, though. Expecting, you know, some of these lanes to get a little bit more active once the ults come online. Scout finds Tanner, though, and in this like pre-ultimate state of the game, the Viper is really profiting, and that kill is going to really speed up some of that tempo. Arctic could be caught again, could be in big trouble. Yeah, taking heavy pressure now from Billy. Very wasted from the Calvin, but the Viscous Punch does get him out of trouble. Both teams just maybe happy to just farm and get what they can out of the lanes, but a slight soul lead starting to open up towards the melee creeps.
Yeah, Aiden leading the way slightly for the BWC side, so that's kind of what you want to see on that Warden play. And more aggression from both sides here on the left lane. Billy having to charge on out, keep himself up, and damage exchange from both sides is pretty extreme at the moment.
A lot of pressure coming in. Ivy doing what she can to keep the wave pressure off. More players trying to come into this, but yeah, Yamato deep behind tower, taking a risk, but both Ivy and Billy are low. And that Guardian Ward here coming in as continuing to assist this as Gibbs. A bit of a problem here in the side lane. The trap is good enough. Parry drops Billy for the moment. Yamato trying to finish that kill with a big power slash. Is all on the parries now. One miss. He just spammed quick meleeing. Billy is so powerful when he does this in the lane, but I think Yamato should be able to finish this one off. Hold on, he's being blown away. Dropped in again. And Yamato may have just run out of gas. The full charge power slash is enough to get Billy's shield down, but not enough for the kill. And Saya, big save there on the Ivy.
Oh, that was tragic. That's an absolute tragedy there. The shield from the Ivy ult coming on through just to save the day. Oh, those big missed shots too.
Ido doing a little bit too much. They're trying to be a little bit too tricky playing for the wall jumps and just gets trapped.
Anyway, here comes Matt looking to put the pressure on to Shiv, being played by Fishcake. That's always the dedicated Shiv player for this team. Lux Nostra reposition with the Sanguine Retreat and back to safety. And in that exchange, it felt like BWC, the left lane exchange that we saw, it felt like BWC like a pretty good spot, but we'll see how things will actually look when we get to that 10-minute mark. It often feels like the impact in the first 5 to 6 minutes is as long as nothing like super catastrophic happens, like it's pretty easy to kind of minimize any problems you get into.
Yeah, I don't think the soul lead matters too much when it comes to those early game fights. It really depends on more of the later objectives. Big slam and misses though from Ido. Still has enough damage to help a scout to take down Arctic. I think the biggest advantage here is the mid lane for melee creeps. I mean, John's farming up an absolute storm from the mid, has cleared the Guardian, so has a lot of safety to continue to play in that position and clean up quite a bit of jungle camps in the meantime. Mac, there's a side Guardian, but it's being traded right back by Side and Scout. And yeah, and that mid lane differential is going to be very hard to come push into John, given his status of the game right now, off to a very huge lead. Gun investment for Saya. Maybe he'll build a little bit more supporty as the game goes on, but right now he has a lot of damage with the backstabber and the headhunter, so really do not want to tango with this guy in the mid-game fights, and he's just roaming with Scout.
Yeah, we had a nice invasion from Bunny with Clock as well, stealing the Sinners on the right side. A lot of potential players here ready to gank on behalf of melee creeps in the middle of the map. They're going to disperse back towards the mid lane. A lot of movement here to catch all these Sinners. And taking a stock of things as well. 8.6k on Aiden, so he's doing pretty well on the farm. He's way ahead of everyone else on his team. But on the other side, John's at 10k.
Nice ulti there. Keeps him off the ground. Puts some counter damage onto Ido. Big catch, it comes in. Oh, diving a little bit too deep. You turn the corner for that kill, and you end up just getting swarmed down by the Viper and the Billy. Scout can live out of this one. Oh, be nice. Bakuchis snipes him from range. Gets that counter kill, so it's going to be a 2-for-2 on the side lane. Nice find to shut down some of these players getting active for the melee creeps. And as you said, that the soul lead, it's there, but it's pretty marginal right now. And it feels like it's more about the ultimate tempo, more about finding those numbers advantages and seeing if you can get some cheeky jungle camp steals as Saya getting on the opponent side of the map and getting what he can from those opponent jungles.
Well, there's decay coming in as well. That's always annoying, but yeah, interesting scenario so far. One thing that I'm being worried by at the moment, Jake, I'm curious on your thoughts, is Tanner is a bit behind.
Yeah, Tanner struggling right now in Yam, and Yam is one of the most farm-dependent characters in the sense that if you're far behind the game, you really just don't feel effective. It feels like all you are is a vehicle for souls to like run down the enemy team, and if you don't have that kind of advantage and you can't be aggressive, you don't have any stuns, you don't have any control. I don't even think you have any slows on the kid, right? It's just all in damage and aggression and tankiness. And if you don't have the souls to back that up, it doesn't end up feeling effective. There's a lot of damage to the rest of the team. Maybe they can make some space. Matt gets a big hit and goes down. I mean, that's one of your soul leaders, Matt, dying again on this Mina. This game not going as smoothly as the last. And Tanner even dove that aggressively under the enemy walker. Kuchi's trying to get some counter trades, though. Is going to be able to find that one onto Ido, who does drop an 800 bag, so that's actually a pretty nice find. Coolchi's trying to get out with that very bag, see if he can get back to base, or if this Shiv can get the execute on him.
And he's out. Maybe there's some assistance though to catch the Shiv. Your Fishcake, who is trying to evacuate the area. Massive take down Sire in the meantime, which is a nice find. But as we say this, the urn is being run across the map by your slithery friends. Scout on Viper is about to go for the deposit. Here he is. Any challenge? Okay, you've got Aiden straight in your face there with that ultimate. He's going to get bursted down. Can he do anything to survive here? He's trying to get out of there. But Aiden is a machine, and he's going to take down Scout. But he didn't deny Scout, I don't believe, from getting the urn. So still a win.
It is, but you can't be feeding those kills away, and I think probably a lot of those souls got denied by Aiden, so that's a really nice find from Aiden. Is standard bearer easily for Bunny the Clock right now. Super important to their status in the game right now. Melee Creep's low on a number of players, and Bunny the Clock are going to pounce on that advantage, cleaning up that long-standing mid-Guardian. DMB is going to find a trade, dropping down almost all the Guardians, and I expect even this last Guardian is not long for this world, as Arctic stepping up to the plate with a full gun build. This tower is not going to live long in the face of this Viscous.
Really interesting situation right now, Jake, because John has 15k souls. He literally has more than two times what Tanner has.
He's enormous.
But
this is a deep dive.
Go ahead.
Billy, I don't know about this one, man. They're diving super hard on a Fury Warden. Got stomped once by the Walker. Is there going to be assistance here? I guess he's all alone. Maybe the dive is going to be good. It's enough for the kill, but this is a really expensive one. Test costs you a lot of HP. Maybe Ido can stick around and continue to put that pressure in, but here comes John, putting all that farm to use. And while Aiden's getting dove and killed on the other side of the map, the assistance does come in to both defend the Walker and clear out some of these pesky kills, but I guess the fact that John gets kills in the meantime is pretty much an even trade, but the advantage that did develop for Melee Creeps, everyone's at 3 or 4k souls, is all but gone now. So the game's still incredibly even, and Gibbs has that dome online on Kelvin, so trying to take a frontline fight could be pretty challenging even for John.
And something else worth mentioning is also the distribution of the souls, because John has 17k. He looks really scary, but the rest of his team is it's pretty poor in comparison to that. And for Bunny Clock, it's much more of an even spread, making them probably more effective overall in these big team fights. With that said, you got some caution now from BWC. They're in trouble. They're going to be chasing down a kill here. But they're low, and there are players in mid here that might try to deal with this. Tanner having to pop the Shadow Form there to try to stay alive. Viper coming into the fray as well. Could be a problem, but just not enough here to fight for Melee Crew, so have to back away. Kick is isolated though. He's actually very isolated. Or Lash, I should say. That's Ido.
Billy does find the Walker, but it's going to cost him his life. Arctic coming in for the cleanup here. Does get a parry. He's going for that greedy heavy melee ball. But wait, Shirley? Hold on. He's getting the extra heal from the creeps. Okay, slowing X is here, and that's going to be enough. Coolchi's had to come in and assist that cleanup. It's good that he did. I mean, honestly, that could have gone wrong for Arctic if he was trying to do that in a pure 1v1, but hey, opening a Walker this early is definitely a win for the Melee Creeps, even if it costs DMB's life. I mean, that's a very valuable slot to find at this moment in the game, right around 15 minutes. That's where some of these players are going to start to run up against the slot restriction. So great find from DMB, capitalizing on his earlier play to already get that Walker nice and low.
And it seems like the team is catching up overall, like, fairly well. Looking at Tanner now, it doesn't look quite as bad because, you know, Fishcake, Sire, Scout and Ido, they're all around 11 to 12k, so that puts Tanner not super far behind most of the other team.
Very nice ultimate there. Catches. Cube is good enough to block the big slam, and that's actually going to maybe keep Matt alive. Nice footwork as well from Matt to get out of this play. So Arctic, big impact save there, but across the map still the kills are raining in, and Slaya sieging down a tower at the same moment. So as good as this game looked for a while for Bunny with Clock, I feel like Melee Creeps starting to find a bit of an edge, a few of those trades going their way at once, and it could be a second Walker going down. I think just barely, not quite, flying out now with John and Saya, but the damage is done. I mean, that Walker is going to be an easy cleanup later in the game, and a gun buff for John. I mean, Saya full support Ivy behind John is actually really scary right now, considering the soul lead that John has. Like, Ivy tethers up with you know, heroes like Billy and Geist here and keeps them healthy. Man, I do not want to be on the other side of that team fight.
I totally agree. It is really, really cool how, you know, I just was thinking to myself, like, there's gonna be so many ways that you can play this game. Like once the game's opened up globally, I feel like so much more is possible in this game than we've really explored.
Yeah.
And just like the use that we see from John and the way that he plays a lot of heroes and how Saya can support him, it gives them a lot of unique gameplay. But with that said, do you have the urn drop off coming on through, or the attempt at least? But the puddle punch comes in, and that's gonna make things very tricky.
Scouts down. There could be a big team fight to be had right now. Aiden's not going to be coming to this fight. Gibbs trying to stand tall, but just can't even attempt it. John, the Terminator here, just walking him down. Cool Trees tries to step up to the plate, denies that urn drop for the moment, but Shiv drops the urn and just starts throwing up the dukes. You're taking this fight. Kelvin trying to assist in that, delaying the engage. Can they get the urn close enough where there's a free turn in to be had? Ivy Saya is just like standing in the way, putting his body on the line. Big double dash connection is enough to burst down Cool G's. The healing from the Kelvin is just not enough. And Shiv overwhelms inside of the dome. Here comes Aiden. He's got that ultimate on the Warden, but they're kiting him out. He's not able to find that early connection. And Aiden just has to get out of that fight, recognizes he has no chance to get it. Melee Creeps get their urn turn in, and a massive team fight, and the first major advantage in the game opens up. Aiden in real trouble trying to fight DMB, who's just stalling for time as the assistance comes in, and Melee Creeps wipe the floor with Bunny with Clock.
And that could be the moment that the tension sort of has broken on this game, as you say, like a big soul advantage starting to creep on through. 15k ahead for Melee Creeps. Looking to try to convert this into more, but we'll see what they try to do. Right now, the left and middle lane is really pushed for Melee Creeps, but they got to even up this right side lane. You've got an Arctic who's harassing this Walker on the right side. Is Arctic going to be able to get away? He surely has the Google available. No, he doesn't. He's going to get actually probably wrecked here. He is all in.
Just going all in, trying to find what trades he can. No parry attempted by Arctic. He does kill the Walker. It's a nice find. I mean, arguably that's worth it. Space the game. You pull two players' attention to yourselves, and Saya trying to fly somebody out, but yeah, he's just going to drop him right back in. Fishcake doesn't want to get out of this fight. He wants to continue this engagement, continue diving forward. Finishing surely Aiden right now, who's dealing what damage he can before he falls, but death is just inevitable now. And I mean, the game was so close for so long, and now it just feels like Melee Creeps have opened up a massive gap. They might even think about going for a mid-boss here.
They ain't thinking about it. They are doing it straight in there. And I don't know, is there going to be any alarm for this? Obviously, the mid-boss is going to scream, but is a response here now that the alarm has been sounded? Do you ever expect that they would just be going for this like so fast? You can't be prepared.
I don't know if you can stop it. Like, Yamato's the only one who could, and she's not coming to this. I don't think they're even going to attempt it. Kelvin, oh, that's a little bit ambitious from Kelvin. Just the full naked solo attempt from Gibbs. I mean, I guess if he gets one, it would be worth it, but just dying. I mean, I guess he doesn't have his ulti on Kelvin, so he's not really any use in the fight, to be honest, anyway. I don't think there's any intention to fight until he has that online. Arctic has earned a pretty massive soul amount, and he's going to grab another Walker, and actually, I think he'll get out with his life here. He has ulti. It's going to be hard. Maybe with the Lash ult. Okay, the Viper ult plus Lash ult. Surely it's going to be enough to lock him down, but he's taking on this Viscous.
There we go, he's rolling.
It's one of the sickest escape tools in the entire game. It's kind of like one of the things that makes this gun build work. And oh, a slam. That's a great connection from Saya onto Matt. Finds Mina, and beside the three Reju's, Melee Creeps are still split around the map and just hunting down Bunny with Clock players as they're trying to be tricky and like make a lot of space on the map, deny some kind of a push coming in, but if you just feed kill after kill, this is not worth it.
Yeah, this is looking really bad. Right now, the mid walker is going to go down as well. It's just getting focus-fied by Melee Creeps. Now it's gone.
32k. I mean, this is like disgusting. He's pretty much doubling up on most of the players on Bunny with Clock. I mean, that is a ridiculous lead to have at this point in the game. And I guess with this next 6k buy, things are going to be really problematic for Melee Creeps, or rather for Bunny with Clock. Not that they aren't already really problematic, as this game may just be out of control. Triple rejuve and the lead only expanding.
Yeah, they have so much in the way of neutrals to fall back onto. They started their neutral killing journey in the enemy side of the map, and now they are working their way all the way back into the depths of theirs. And once they emerge, they will be pretty damn strong. And the plated armor coming on through as well. That's going to be really annoying because, I mean, Aiden is a big damage dealer, and a lot of it's the gun damage.
Could be a nice start to the fight. All right, 2 crystals down instantly. Aiden still healthy, wants to fight off. Maybe wants to try to catch some of these players who have already lost their rejuves. But Jonathan fought Colossus at the side chop, and he's about to get active into this fight. They still have 1 crystal left, and Melee Creeps trying to get real value, punishing 2 crystals down, but the rest of the players still healthy now. Bunny with Clock expend all their resources for those kills, and they end up paying 3 lives to boot. Continued chase down from Ido as well. Might find something more in the mid lane. Cool Cheese. I think he's probably running very low on the stamina, and yeah, DMB and Ido just beam him down from range. And it's a nice look, I mean, to take out some of the crystals, to mitigate some of the tempo, but honestly, with these players dead, the base siege is going to come with or without the rejuves.
Yeah, easy does it. Getting all those shrines, getting the objectives. So
Billy's
painful.
taking big hits from this. It doesn't feel that safe for Billy to go for this one. I think Billy is going to die here. I mean, he has a crystal, so not the end of the world to just use the rejuve for value, and I guess you'd rather be on Billy than most others. I don't think in the end the shrines are going to drop, and actually you could end up being a bit overextended now as the chase comes in. Finding Shiv would be a nice catch, but he's very mobile, very hard to hunt down. Damage is good, and he ends up just trying to turn and deal what damage he can. Dome also used, looks like, onto Ido. And the silence from Mina over the top. The Nox Nostra putting a ton of damage into Scout, so 3 players on Melee Creeps dropping. Getting a little bit too big for their britches here on Melee Creeps. Thought they could open the shrines with just a 10-second spawn timer. They get 1. But if the second shrine is held, that will be really not worth it. Melee Creeps, they're kind of desperate now. I think maybe they just sack in and try and get these shrines down, but no, they're not even going to go for that. This could end up being a full rout.
This is really interesting. Obviously, still a very big lead, but it does give a lot of breathing room. It gives a chance for Bunny with Clock. I really don't feel like they didn't have a chance. Like Billy kind of walked in, kind of just donated his rejuve, and then they just put more like bad after good. You know, it was definitely not an ideal scenario. Now the iron gets turned in as well, and suddenly the lead is really starting to become somewhat negligible. So they shrunk to a 12k lead. It was like 30k plus just a moment ago.
Yeah, that's a huge fight from Bunny with Clock. It's a new lease on life. It's another chance in this game. I think Melee Creeps, they still have the lead, and you know, the base from Bunny with Clock is on its last legs. But that big fight, look at these big buys coming out. Aiden grabs Glass Cannon, Vamp Burst onto Arctic, and Cool Cheese with a crippling headshot. So pretty threatening, big buys of damage here. Gonna be not so easy, especially for Shiv and Billy to just frontline with impunity now in this game.
Got them Gambit gloves on, slapping the machine. When I do that, they tell me, they kick me out.
You're saying the casino frowns upon punching the machines.
Yeah.
There should be like a neutral in the center's sacrifice who like comes and kicks you out of the casino for counting cards.
Yeah, get bans. Yeah. We don't advise doing that.
Death is inevitable.
We don't advise doing that. Do not get yourself in any legal trouble. Make good decisions. Go to school and stuff. That's what we're all about.
I see Kelvin.
I think I saved us, Jake.
I think so too. Let's see if John now he's coming into this fight, looking to get active, looking to make those mistakes, go away with a big team fight, already to catch on to Arctic is one of your best damage dealers, and you're already dropped in the fight. John's still healthy, still fighting this one out. Big slam over the top, forces the bats now from the Mina. Knocks Nostra over the top, but many players inside the dome trying to just stay alive through this. Melee Creep still strong at 6 players. Bunny with Fox starting to run out of gas, but Aiden does find Scout. HP bars, though, aren't looking the best for Bunny McClock, and with Aiden dropping, that's one of your key damage threats. Cool, she's not far behind him, straight into the grave. Mina trying to get what trade she can, would love to be able to shut down Billy, but now without the single retreat, the execute comes in, Fishcake cleans up, and that could be game over. Bunny with Clock, desperate, had to force some kind of a fight here.
Thank you for your
Could be a catch to be had onto this Kelvin. It's not a free retreat from him. Shiv looking to cut him off. Fancy footwork now from Fishcake, a movement duel. But I think that zip on the side lane is going to be enough to be able to get Kelvin out of trouble, and the base is the real target. Melee Creeps, maybe a bit over-eager to seize the base last time, but now the Shrine's surely dead to runs.
Still not a massive soul differential here. It might be a chance to hold on after the patron drops, but still like a big advantage for Melee Creeps. And they've got a fair amount to fall back onto in terms of neutrals and what values left on the rest of the map.
Kelvin's in enemy territory. Little bro, somebody help Gibbs. Get over here, man. You had a zip in your lane. You just didn't take it. And now with Kelvin down, that actually could precipitate the end of the game here. I don't think Melee Creeps anticipated that. But buffs up mid-boss as well. I think you're just going to go for this, man. No Warden ulti, Kelvin down. I feel like this is, you got to try this. Bunny the Clock are going to get active on the map, though. They maybe try to punish melee creeps for some anticipated greed. But it seems like they do see it coming. Melee creeps, good read. Scouting out this desperation push and not being caught by it. Opportunity to go back and get your buys off. But Ido, not so lucky. He actually is going to get punished. Maybe just any kind of a connection will be good enough to take him out, and he can't quite get it done. That's huge that Ido lives. Big heal from the Ivy now. And Melee creeps are all in. Bunny the Clock, there's no backing out of this one. They bring everyone to the fight, and they end up getting cut down, not able to kill Ido, and he's going to be back into this fight with a vengeance here on the Lash. Scout does drop, but I think that's all they're going to find here.
John is a juggernaut. They're just cutting through absolutely everybody, and the Wipers is insane. There's nothing left here. They can just go straight for the base at this point. Finish off the game. That's it. Get into the pit, lads. It's time to end map number 1 here for Melee Creeps. And it was a scary moment when it felt like they may be throwing.
Kelvin sell everything and buy refresher right now. He needs a dome. And he needs to sell everything and buy refresher. This is like I still don't think it's enough. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sold.
You gotta really believe on that one. It's not gonna be enough. I like Bunny the Clock, playing fearless throughout this game. Like even as the game looked really dire against them, willing to take big risks. And Melee Creeps, frankly, some of their characteristic, maybe doing a little bit of trolling with their big advantage. That base siege was maybe a little bit over-eager the first time it happened. But hey, it all doesn't matter if you get the win in the end. You can put all those mistakes behind you. And as a series now, 1-0 advantage for the Melee Creeps. A lot of questions being put to Bunny with Clock about, can they bring this one back? Do they have what it takes to force this one to a Game 3 down?
Do they have what it takes? I mean, I definitely do think they have what it takes. I think they showed a great game of Deadlock here. I think the Kelvin pick felt weird. Obviously, they felt like they had to move some things around for it.
In the early game, like I don't remember him using a dome in the early game, truly, which is a little bit strange. I mean, that's really feels like in the past was the reason you picked this hero, is for the early game tempo domes.
Yeah, like the dives, getting him under the towers, and that kind of stuff. I absolutely agree.
This fight from Cyan DMB, this was so painful. I was like, oh my god, I feel for Tanner. Because honestly, Tanner's game really fell off a cliff, and this was kind of a big precipitating moment where you thought for sure you were going to get that kill. And, great moves from DMB, dodging away from the damage, the assist coming in from Saya to save him, and making it competitive at all stages of the game. But the execution a little bit better from the Melee Creeps, and it ends up being a huge difference here as we get towards the late game.
It does feel to me that the core of having Mina and Warden especially is really nice and is working for them. And also as well as Viscous. These picks do feel like they really work. And we saw Arctic do some crazy heroics, taking down 2 walkers by himself, like when they were behind. So like there's a lot here that works. It's just really the Kelvin that has me unsure.
John just hitting the full rainbow on him. That's nasty. I mean, didn't get the most assists in the game. I think he's got too many kills. I mean, Saya is so active, participating in so many fights. I love that, the Vortex Web. And I mean, this is a pretty sick Ivy build, right? He goes a little bit of damage in the early game to make sure the gun is relevant pressure. And then from there on out, it's just like annoying stuff to deal with. The Alkfire to help you push, the Vortex Web to disrupt people and lock them down in the middle of the fight. Mystic Slow and the Bullet Resist Shredder to apply more effects when you are able to land that damage, whether it's from the ult or your first skill. So I really like Saya on the support Ivy this game. I think super high impact. DMB super active in the early game, but you got to give this game to John, man. Early game dominates the lane, and it's just out of control in the farm. 1 death. 13, 1 and 13, top in every stat. It just doesn't get better than this on a Geist game. I
totally agree. And with that said, maybe it's a good time to throw it to a break, Jake, because we've got to set ourselves up for the next one. And I'm super curious what the draft's going to be. And I don't want to yap anymore. I want to find out. Is it going to be a Kelvin repeat? We'll have to find out after the break.
He thought he was so cool. My reach is boundless. You don't mind the pickup?
I see paradox. Well for the challenge. I see viscous.
Welcome back, everybody, to Deadlock Night Shift. It's 2026. We're getting into a new year and about to crown our new champion here for North America. Or maybe it'll be the same one who's been crowned time and time again here. Melee Creeps going for 9 straight. And if they're able to close out this series, they're already up 1-0. They'll be doing just that, setting a pretty massive record here in 2026.
It's really interesting, Jake, the way that Melee Creeps do it, because they can do it in a lot of different ways, but it feels like everyone's in the orbit of John as a star player, because and the way that John's a star player, it's like different than like Poshy Pop, how we saw how the way that Poshy is playing a Wraith, for example. Because with John, you know, he's playing like the Geist, but the Geist is a lot more involved, and like Sai is like directly supporting it in a way that we don't see, you know, like Poshy Pop in his version of playing the carry is playing. And when I'm thinking to like European teams, like where we see OCs playing, you know, the way that OCs gets to carry and gets to farm is more maybe towards like the Poshy Pop style, but the whole team, I think, makes greater concessions for how they actually allow him the dominance of so much of the map to farm efficiently. So like there's all these different takes, right, on how you actually do this. And I got to say, Melee Creeps is unique, I feel like, with John and what he can do.
I mean, the level of soul advantage he's getting in these games is absolutely unique, but I don't think we've seen any other player in the world right now get to that kind of an advantage. You know, being able to like nearly double the soul tally of the opposition. I mean, that is like, I don't think we ever see that really at high level Deadlock. And it's not like the game is overall a blowout. It's that they're really pumping a ton of souls. And I also think the picks that John gets, like something like the Geist, is a great user of that like super high emphasis net worth, where you can truly be the solo carry because you're not just high damage, you're also very hard to kill. You're very tanky, and you know, you put all your eggs in that basket, you know, you really don't want him to just get caught and bursted down. And John also has just been immaculate in the positioning, pretty much never caught out in that game. One death, I'm not even sure when that was, maybe from the laning phase, but overall just so much impact across the game, and no cracks that Melee Creeps are showing here. I mean, early game was, you know, there were a couple moments that Bunny the Clock were able to battle back, but we got towards the late game and it took kind of Melee Creeps going for a pretty big overextension into the base to give Bunny with Clock a strong team fight.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about the compositions previously too, how the impact may from just those picks may determine the fate of these teams. And we talked about how there's not really too much of a conflict in some of the key pickups for both teams, which is always interesting. But we did see one key issue, which is when Mac gets banned off of a pocket, what happens? Last map, we got a Kelvin. What do they do next time? Because like you said, Jake, I don't think anyone's convinced by that pickup.
Yeah, it felt like quite a bit of role swaps last game, despite the fact that 5 out of 6 of the heroes were the same as the challenger match. They ended up with a very different lineup in terms of who was on what. While Arctic had some nice macro plays in the Viscous, right, cleaning I think 2 walkers on the sides of the map, and you know, making a lot of space with those plays in the macro game. It didn't feel that their carry potential came in when it came to like the really big team fights that ended up counting. I think that's kind of my worry about Gun Viscous right now. As good as it is, you get to the ultra late game and you're just getting locked out in the team fights, and there's too much you have to do on Viscous just to stay alive, where you're not able to be as players like heroes like Geist and Billy are, where they're surviving and they're also doing massive damage and carrying at the same time. And that's what we saw from DMB and John last game.
Yeah, there's a lot to answer for that, and I'm curious too if melee creeps have a bit of fun with this second map, they could decide to ban a warden. They could do that. Aiden's obviously the next target. I feel like if you get rid of the pocket, which is really helpful for just the comps that melee creeps want to run, you could just for fun ban the warden and see what they do. And I'd be curious because we haven't seen what this roster looks like when warden is no longer available. So that could be kind of fun.
I think the onus, though, is on Bunny with Clock to change something from last game. Melee creeps, you just run it back, do the same thing again. The early game was, I wouldn't say rocky, it was at least competitive in the early game, but even Melee creeps had a few thousand soul advantage in the very early game that they ended up kind of losing due to some nice skirmishing from Bunny with Clock. So we'll have to see if that's, sort of repeated history. We've seen a lot of times in DLNS where a team that takes a tough loss in game 1 ends up struggling to just like have even a competitive game 2 with like the mental advantage slips away from you at all. Like if you stop being really with it in terms of the communication and those early game skirmishes, the verticality, like there's so much to communicate about. If you lose any of that momentum, I think you can kind of fall flat. So what I want to see most out of Bunny with Clock is just that the tempo in the early game, those fights, those skirmishes are solid and show that they really have like the confidence in themselves to force a game 3.
Okay, well,
When you need me, I'll
Doorman
be
gets banned
ready.
again, which makes sense. Avoid the gun Doorman that John will
Doorman is
inevitably
such
play.
it's like you could be John's Gun Doorman or one of the many like versatile players. Like imagine like Scout on the Viper. I don't think it was the highest impact Viper game last game, it's fair to say, but like give that guy a Doorman and now you're looking at maybe a much scarier lineup with some really powerful tools with regarding objectives and things of the nature. And interesting, the Shiv ban comes in from melee creeps, so they are going to force something different, banning effectively the Shiv away from themselves. I wonder if Bunny the Clock don't just grab a Billy here. I feel like that seems obvious to me, but maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, this is super interesting because obviously the difference here is
What are
this
we
first
standing
pick for
around
BWC. So
Let's start
melee
breaking
creeps,
shit.
I'm curious, do they pick up a pocket? Because pocket's got to be pretty high priority right now for Bunny with Clock, and that was what was denied previously for Matt. Do they pick up Pocket? Do they pick up Mina? These are two pretty important core heroes for Bunny with Clock. Warden as well. They could deny one of those three if they wanted to.
I like the idea of a pocket.
Abrams
Like
keeps
give
coming.
Ido the pocket could be a good look. They're going to go with the Abrams instead, so having something that can actually stand toe-to-toe with a Billy, and take some of those melee battles is definitely a nice find. I think Abrams is a really nice hero to build that rebuttal even, to like play close range with Billy and give him a lot of chances to make mistakes, meleeing into a parry. Melee creeps, wonder what the second's going to be. I wouldn't mind the pocket, but it's going to be the Warden, so bit of a role reversal for now.
Yeah, I feel like you got to have a pocket in one of these two pickups. I just feel like that's going to happen.
I want to see Bunny with Clock go pocket Geist right now. That's the pickup I really
Ooh.
want to see from them here. I guess it is a John Warden most likely, but Geist historically is a very strong matchup into the Warden. They go with the Mina though, which has also been very impactful for them throughout the day.
Okay, so pocket, is it here? What else is it in competition with? If I can say the word.
I mean, now Pocket feels a little more awkward. Maybe you just pick it anyway. Bunny with Clock played both in the Challenger match. Why not have it here?
Oh.
They go with the
here I
Lash
am.
though, which I actually do quite like. Warden and Abrams are
Interesting.
two heroes that don't engage so much with the verticality of the game and could end up getting Lash ulted, pulled into overextension situations, especially with somebody like Billy setting that up with a big chain gang, pulling people together for Lash to follow up. Mina has great follow-up damage as well. But
Okay.
Mina keeps grab the Kelvin. So that's a very comfortable pick for Saya and one that gives great team fight options to deal with things like Lash and Mina. You can lock the Mina down inside of the dome and her Sanguine isn't going to make that much of a difference. And for Billy, I mean, just can he really stand toe-to-toe with a heavy front line inside the dome? This game, there's no Shiv standing alongside him to help with that.
Oh.
They banned the Geist. Okay, so they deny it coming out there. I think Melee Creeps also thought, hey, that could be an effective pick here.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because Pocket is going to be available for melee creeps to pick for Ido potentially because Warden, as you say, John, Abrams, maybe Fishcake potentially, and there's a fit here still for a Pocket that goes either way. So I feel like that might be one of the next pickups we'll see here.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Ido on the pocket, right? Lash and Mina both taken away. These are the heroes I think that we've seen a lot of Ido on. Ido has also played a bit of Abrams though, so I wouldn't be crazy to see him just go with that what we've already seen.
No
so I
more
think if they
hiding.
don't go pocket, that it would be that. But it's going to be the Ido pocket, which for me is just it's so hard to bet against the Ido pocket. Like this guy, he's so solid on it. It's like the OG Ido one trick, which I mean he's so far beyond that as a player now. But I feel like it always comes back, and it's just this hero. I feel like Pocket's one of those heroes that's probably always going to be relevant in competitive Deadlock. It's just so much skill potential. The ability to get in and out of a lot of these fights is just pretty much unique in the whole Deadlock cast. No one can cross the map quite like Pocket can and deliver the amount of spirit damage that Pocket brings.
I do love Mirage though, especially against Pocket, because the burst damage on Spirit's really nice, and
Yeah,
if he
it's hard.
TPs away, the Jin's Mark can still pop, you know, when he's left. So like, Mirage is a really nice threat, I think, against Pocket. So I love that, and also shocked that it's taken this many games today to see Mirage. Mirage is still really in a great spot, and the Paradox comes in too.
I think Arctic has been amazing on Mirage too. It's like been a particular comfort hero. So while maybe other teams aren't using the Mirage as much, it doesn't surprise me that Bunny with Clock are the team to kind of go back for it here. Melee Creep's doubling down with the Viper, feeling like this must have been really successful for them in the past in scrims. And I do think the impact that Scout has on this Viper isn't even fully shown by like the eye test of, okay, Viper doesn't have like the most amazing individual game, but by virtue of sacrificing her game and showing up around the map and like the lane that John gets, you know, laning with Viper and ending up in the solo lane a ton. So Viper's taking the short end of that stick on purpose, giving all the farm over to John, and then the roams to get active and assist other players' games. It's really more of a supporting style, and I think it ends up kind of boosting up the allies for Melee Creeps. I believe this is going to be a DMB Wraith, so there's going to be a real double core threat for Melee Creeps with the Warden and the Wraith. And Bunny with Clock closed with the Vindicta. I believe this is the first Vindicta we've seen all day, and just thinking though, it's kind of a nice Vin game. I mean, there's not much to pull her out of the sky, right? No Paradox, no Holiday, none of these conventional catch heroes, no Bebop to be able to pull Vin down, not even a Grey Talon, right? Who's been able to sometimes shoot back at Vin. So this, I wonder if it'll be an Aiden Vindicta here, and we won't get to see like how good this guy is on an extremely comfortable pick for him.
And especially given that, again, you got some good targets here. You know, Pocket, Viper, Wraith, pretty squishy and susceptible to the burst spirit damage, and the lockdown too. You know, Viper, one of the counters for Viper is any kind of lockdown you can find. That if you just get some lockdown to focus Viper, she'll just die. So
Yeah, Tether is a problem.
it's a good. I like this. I like this draft. It's like very different than what I expected. I expected minimal changes from both sides, but we got pretty big changes from both sides. So this is fun.
I do think Melee Creeps have a much scarier late game in this game. Not scarier than Bunny with Clock, but scarier than the last game, where I think they're under a little bit less pressure to tempo out and kind of like snowball the game, as it were. I think with DMB probably going to be on the Wraith, going to be able to put a lot of side lane pressure on, threaten the macro game, and then John on the Warden, able to get most likely into that like heavy gun damage in the late game. That's super scary. Pocket initiates and the follow-up is there from the cores. It could be a real challenge. But Bunny with Clock, I think they bought themselves a very good chance in this match. Very comfortable picks for them. They get the Billy this time in their hands. They get the Lash this time for some of that team fight effect. We'll just have to see how do Melee Creeps deal with some of those scary picks that Bunny with Clock were able to grab in this draft.
Yeah. So what do you think about the how the lanes are looking? I always like to get your take on that at the start.
Let's see. So I do like Billy Geist. It strikes me as a pretty strong lane, and I sort of see Abrams Pocket as actually a pretty bad lane. Like there's no setup control for the Abrams. I think you kind of just threw these players here with a lack of another place to put them. So I think I would kind of have the highest expectations for this Vindicta Billy lane for Bunny with Clock. Mid lane with Mirage Paradox, that also seems pretty strong. For Bunny with Clock, Melee Creeps are going to be putting, I believe, it's a Kelvin and a Warden. Decent lane, but strikes me as maybe a little bit less dominant, a little bit more on the defensive side, if Arctic can get that prio. And then, of course, in the far left lane, it's going to be Viper and Wraith. Honestly, these lanes seem terrible for Melee Creeps. I'm looking at all three lanes, I'm like, wait, are any of these lanes good? I kind of don't see it. I feel like Bunny with Clock have given themselves generally much stronger laners. So let's see if they're able to get an advantage out of that in the early game and maybe make something here of this game too.
All right. Let's see exactly how this pans out then in the early game. I do look forward to seeing how this looks now, because we've seen everybody. I feel like so many players on BWC have like just completely changed what they're doing. You know, now Arctic is on. How many? He's played like 3 different. He's played 2 different heroes now on this. 3 different, if you can include the challenger matchup, right?
Yeah, I think
for Tanner it's the same. For Aiden, he's played 2. Gibbs has played 3.
Oh, hold on, some big pressure in the mid lane now. Kelvin gets in the mix, but takes a ton of counter pressure. And both players now just ignoring each other in the mid lane, going for some just broad pressure on the creep. So definitely mid lane maybe is going to be the one to get active in. Viper's here as well. It's a party lane here in the mid. And these early active trades put a little bit of pressure onto Cool Cheese and Arctic. But here comes the follow-up gank. Gibbs chases Scout down, says, hey, you'll be homeless, I'll be homeless too. There's a Billy here too, and the whole team is here in the mid lane. Absolute activity from Bunny with Clock, but they end up finding a couple of those opening kills. Aiden left alone in the side lane is being chased down by Abrams. Could be in real trouble just to take that bounce pad out. And I mean, damn, this game has gotten off to a very, very hot start.
Yeah, it has, and I'm still really excited for the potential for Aiden to have a big game on the Vindicta. You know, we'll see what kind of build he ends up going for, but Aiden is just so known to be a carry threat on Vindicta. Ooh, looking to try to get some damage there is Billy, but yeah, the Vindicta thing is interesting because we don't have too many. We don't have any. Actually, we don't have anything else other than the Vindicta that can snowball souls in that way. And I just love the carry potential from that.
You know what? We need the snowball right now, Dan. We need to snowball the prize pool. Right now, we've just had $15 in donations for the prize pool, but you personally at home have the power to add to the prize pool. ! Donate gives you all the info, and that will go directly to our winning teams here today. Also, this is great fill as, you know, finding a little bit of time on the broadcast. There you go.
Zeke right, coming in like the voice of God.
Sorry about that, gents. Had to feed my bunny.
See if he's got a good radio voice, don't you think?
I think so.
The resonant.
It's like a smooth jazz station. Speaking of smooth jazz, DMB cut up easily there. Arguably the jazziest character in Deadlock is Wraith. I think that's fair to say.
I'm trying to think if I.
She's giving me like the most jazz vibes, you know, like.
Yeah.
I feel a saxophone in a dimly lit club. She'd fit right in.
I feel like Infernus is a good shout to that as well.
Actually, that's true. That's very true. Infernus, very honorable mention here. John from Beyond the Grave, a trap on a TMB, with the continued 3 players in the lane. And I mean, talked about this in the pregame, right? Of what Bunny the Clock need to do in this game. I think the early activity going their way is actually a great sign. Like, they're still playing aggressive, they're still looking for their opportunities, finding their plays, and that's what they need to continue deep into this game. I mean, it's going to take a lot more than that to shut down melee creeps as good as they've been. But this game overall is not really going, I think, the way melee creeps would have preferred. Maybe Scout finding this ultimate could start to turn that tide.
Yeah, so 5 minutes now, and just looking across at the souls, nothing stands out too much. John's going to be fun on the Warden, but I don't know, man. Aiden's had some really great performances there. He's going to top that. I'm sure John's good for it, though, of course.
If you need me,
Sight on the Kelvin. The chase down here from Mina. Matt's back on the Mina again. Matt did, I think, a great job on the Mina so far that we've seen today.
Nox Nostra over the top, silencing this Wraith, but not able to stay there and stand and deliver. Additional rotations coming in from melee grips in this lane. Sai just barely living on that Kelvin. Should be able to get a quick reset and come back into the engagement. Actually sticking around, just keep pumping heals into DMB, keep this Wraith alive. And as good as John has been in the farm game, I feel like DMB, you got to give this guy a very honorable mention, has also played that role many times in the past. Lash ult on one lane, snipes in the other. And it's a dominance across the map. 2 lanes, 2 kills for Bunny with Clock. Melee creeps find one back though. Matt maybe going a little bit too deep to have to secure that.
And a quick shout out to Strokelahoma with the $35. Thank you, sir.
It's a quality name, honestly. I love to see like the gamer tags people come up with over the years. There's always more. It's like an area for continued innovation in the esports space. Matt takes some deaths in this lane, but is not scared, not giving any respect to Saya, and Gibbs just comes in out of nowhere. Entering Lash's world indeed. Scout try to get active, gonna trade lethal venom. It's enough to pop Matt. Yeah, you can't pop your bats when you've been turned to stone, but Gibbs got absolutely full value out of this life buff, man. That's the dream. You get the full like regen for the entire duration of the life buff. That is a little bit broken.
So far, it feels like Bunny with Clock really doing a pretty good job in this game. It just feels like already there's more cohesion. I don't know about you, Jake, but I'm getting a good positive feeling from this new comp that they are bringing to bear.
We'll see if it's enough to continue. So far, so good, though. The fights continue rolling in solidly for Bunny with Clock. Tower is going to go down, which is actually a pretty impactful find now, freeing up John to potentially play this side lane and just really pump up those farm numbers. Full spirit investment here out of Saya, so you got to be pretty respectful of this Calvin. I mean, he can bring a lot of impact with the full kit in a team fight. John hitting a Sinner's steal as it's just past the 8-minute mark now. Sinner's online. Arctic also pretty potent in terms of the build, like heavy damage commitment from Bunny with Clock, especially considering Aiden is on the Vindicta this game. They're not going to be hurting for that follow-up damage. Nice moves from John to delay the inevitable, but that's all he's going to get done. Calvin comes in, but just wasn't there in time to be able to dome him off. Keep that Warden healthy into the fight.
I gotta say, Scout has been getting hunted down a lot this game so far.
Your loyalty will be rewarded.
Oh, another Skype.
Oh,
Little poaching on an endangered snake here.
so close.
Oh
my God, the
he's
Scout,
crazy
why are
for
you
going
doing
across
it?
that lane. Don't disrespect Aiden like that, bro.
Why is he there? Maybe he calculated that.
Yeah, he knew he had enough. Obviously, he calculated that Vindicta could only charge 63% of the snipe and didn't have the damage to follow up. Obviously, a professional player like Scout would never leave something like that to chance.
Human calculator, Lizard.
It is a max snipe build from Aiden. So when Aiden gets this full snipe online, there could be a bit of a net worth explosion if Bunny with Clock are able to continue this kind of pace of strong early game fights that they've been pulling off so far. And just absolute gank squad here on the Warden. A nice 750 bag, John. Thanks for your farming skill. We will take that. Nox Nostra as well to ensure nothing can be deployed to delay this fight. Full charge snipe.
It's over.
Now the max is online. Things are about to get scary in the net worth department. Aiden needs to find a couple more of those fights. He needs to continue growing that lead, but could very easily see it happen. We've seen this guy have some insane games in the past of him.
Yeah, it's too good right now. The vibes are too high. Although with that said, you can never count out melee creeps. They're just too good. So we'll see what can be done about this. But in terms of like solo advantage, it's Arctic. That's super far ahead in terms of the carries. Ido trying to make an escape with the affliction. Is he going to be able to do so? He's going to get chased down. In fact, Tanner on the Billy is not going to allow him to leave. So with that said, you've got 51k to 48k, but that's really tight in the souls, but it still feels really good here for Bunny with Clock as they continue to fight.
Big lash out. The follow-up is so clean from Aiden, sniping in over the top here into the skybox. Fishcake up into the air. Does slam down Vin, but Aiden, he got those in the bag, no doubt. And the souls are going up. Aiden up to 9.6. One snipe behind most of the carries on this team, and I think Vindicta could be turning into a god this game. Ido, big stacks here. He's amping that damage, but the slowing hex means he can't teleport out to that cape, and the follow-up isn't there. He's not able to get that kill chasing down Cool Cheese. Ido has struggled this game, man. Bunny with Clock have been dealing with this Ido pocket comfortably, confidently. And the soul lead has continued to grow. Almost 10k now. I mean, there's going to be an advantage earned for melee creep, so that'll help them in the comeback perspective. But, man, that's not what we would have thought this game would look like coming into this after game one.
The birds will
No, it's really not. Definitely, we already did mention that there's some really big change-ups from both comps. And, starting getting onto Kelvin. Kelvin has not seen the luster, the success that he has once seen, where he was the insta-ban every single game for months. We are far from those days now.
Yeah, not nearly. It feels like the domes have not had impact this game or the last, really. Typically, that ends up feeling like the biggest reason you pick the Kelvin. Mina gets the life buff online, up to 1700 in max HP. I mean, that's a relatively tanky Mina, and with the debuff remover, it's going to be a lot harder to find any more kills on Matt. It's going to free him up to be a lot more aggressive with the positions he's playing on the map, with the way he's farming. Scouts coming in for the rotate, though. Slowing Hex comes in, instant DBR, he's out of there.
He down. Drifting away like Mary Poppins with the umbrella. All right, well, into the basement we go. And Fishcake looking good to escape here, I think.
Ooh, the chase on Billy's coming. I don't. Oh, nice parry though. Tanner gets absolutely dipped here. Oh, the counter parry. Hold on. Billy still into this, but surely the dome. Okay, now it's just too much. Beautiful parry to set that one up from Fishcake. But the team's coming in. They don't really have any way out of this but the hard way. Trying to just slide down. Saya down. Aiden, he got that snipe kill. Abrams forced into a desperation fight here. Incredibly difficult in the 3-on-1. Snipes coming in. Aiden would love to get that last hit. He's getting a lot of assists, but here comes Mina over the top, silencing, ensuring no one can continue this engagement. Scout has done some damage, but trying to get out of this is pretty scary. And Aiden is so clean on this Vindicta, man. He wants these souls.
Yes, this is it's interesting. Aiden is definitely a threat, but he's not quite as far ahead as I thought that he would be. And I think it's because earlier there was maybe like 3 kills where he sniped, and they were, he didn't get the last hit with it. So I think he could be quite a lot further ahead at this point. So there's still a great chance, especially given that John John's keeping pace here with the farm against Arctic, for them to come back into this game. Even though it's felt like, it's all bunny with clock in the last few minutes. A lot of potential for that to change around. We're still pretty early here in this game. Only into the 15th minute mark in about 50 seconds, where the next big objectives are going to be spawning. The urn in particular starts to get kind of valuable. So these big team fights might start to be the differentiator. And in terms of team fights, I mean, all Ido has to do is land a money affliction, and then the whole game can turn around.
That's true. We're at that stage of the game where affliction is pretty potent, but no one's really going to have divine barrier. Especially given the lineup here, I don't know who would even build it this game. I feel like you almost have to grab that item against Pocket, which the ability to purge affliction is so valuable. But Arctic could be a real threat in the late game now. I mean, he's got the build online, right? All 3 of the investment bonuses up is a very efficient build. Scout does find cool cheese, and engagement on the other side of the map seems to be taking place now. Teams clashing over those buffs. Uncontested spirit buff for Arctic, but on the right side of the map, a lot of damage coming down.
Arctic trying to catch back up. John John's he's actually not just caught up, but he's ahead now. And as we get the urn pickup attempts coming on through, big team fight like we were talking about here, and it's BWC that are starting to hold ground. It's very hard to get Billy out of position, and right now Melee Creeps on the peripheral of this fight, trying to just balance things out nicely with these engagements, but they're going to get caught up as BWC go for this. But huge plays coming in. John into the fight, still full health, is pounding into these players. Nice pickup though from Aiden to try to equalize the numbers here. So 2 players down for BWC, 3 down for Melee Creeps, and that urn still to be collected.
John farming up a storm on the other side of the map, so mitigating some of the losses for Melee Creeps, but Aiden cleaning house. Aiden's up to 20k soul, so he is leapfrogged the game now. Up alongside John, who's pretty much been farming all game, so the max snipe Vindicta still has some potential, as is being shown here by this match. Urn control for Bunny with Clock. If they're able to get this urn dunk, that would be a massive one to continue to expand this lead, especially with mid-boss soon to be in contention. This is that point of the game, I think, where a big dominant team fight is very likely going to yield you a mid-boss.
One of the problems for John is he needs walkers to go down. He's run out of slots. So he might have to start selling stuff or like prioritize some upgrades for, before other stuff in the build. But big team fight here. Jake on the turn in.
Ido, is he in trouble here? Doesn't have anything left here. Lip comes in. Doesn't get a lot. Yes, it prevents him from getting up to the high ground, so there could be a kill threat here, but no, the stamina is enough for Lash to play his way out of this one. Ooh, slowing Hex, just an absolute millisecond too late.
Smooth moves.
Fight could be going down here. Perfect position now for Gibbs and the Lash, all the way over the top, trying to get a big connection, but they're under the bridge, and a beautiful ulti from the Viper. Cancels the Lash ult, denies it from the team bot, and melee creeps. The execution, just perfect here. They get 3 kills and a free earn. And that's just a signature melee creeps team fight. I mean, the game is turning against them, and just pure execution delivers a massive fight win, arguably one of the biggest of the game so far. Arctic kills a Walker and TPs away, though, so the macro game still being played well by Bunny with Clock.
This case is full of surprises.
Yeah, but in return, Walker goes down on the left side of the map for melee creeps. Really important to get those slots opened up, especially because John John's so far ahead of everyone, so gonna need them to open those up. But John John's gonna go down.
John John's down for it, though. That's a massive kill, right? We talk about all the farm you give to John John. He buys glass cannon and just gets instantly deleted.
Headed to blue.
Yeah, the build is kind of nasty, especially when you get to like Vampiric after you've got the glass cannon and the lucky shot. It's like it's kind of painful. Kind of painful.
Interesting knockdown being bought here, potentially for Viper. I mean, I can see it, right? You need something to deal with this Vindicta and Lash as well. You don't really have great tools for that. You don't want to rely on having to hit that Viper ulti every single time to lock down some of these flying characters. Ricochet now online for Arctic too, so some very big buys coming in from the cores. John John still leading the way in terms of that soul status. We'll have to see if that continues. Buddy with Clock looking pretty potent as well. I mean, Arctic and Aiden leading the way in the damage potential. Viper's not an easy kill anymore, though. Has like enough survivability, the reactive barrier, all of these spirit items to kind of delay and disrupt any kind of attackers or gankers.
I wonder who at Valve came up with the idea that when you're sliding, you don't use bullets. Like, you don't need to reload any of the bullets. Like, it's such a novel mechanic.
Yeah, and it ends up being kind of genius and kind of like leading the game itself. Billy knocked down, cleaned up as well. Second knockdown as well on board for Saya. So a lot of tools now to lock down some of these players. Tanner, as the heavy frontliner, started to fall off a bit in this game. He's going to struggle to maybe play some of these engagements. As a collapse could be coming in. Maybe the crease bringing a lot of players around this mid lane. Abrams looking to get behind and maybe catch somebody off guard. Pins in, does not grab anybody though, and actually just has to run for his life now. Instant back out from Fishcake. Is he able to get out of this one? Seems like the answer is yes for now. Ido also taking the same route out.
A lull on the map at the moment. And 10 seconds until the next earn and buffs. There we go. Full capacitor.
DMB's been a bit of the punching bag in this game on the carry roll, right? John Johnson having a little bit of the safer farm. DMB's having to maybe be a little bit more risky, play around those blinks. Not easy to do, though, in this game in particular, right? With Aiden, that lockdown is so powerful. Lash ulti, yes, enough to grab Abrams out of the ulti as well. The snipe is good from Vin. Of course it is. Aiden picks up those bonus souls. A fight maybe also taking place on the left lane. Kelvin looking to assist this, and John John takes down Arctic. It's one of those key heavy cores. DMB finally getting his chance to get a bit of a split push off, but Cool Cheese is here to make the defense, and DMB is wisely not going to try and force his hand.
Still, big fight around the sun here, looking to take place. When Clock, just like with all the advantages here, just running through Saya on the Kelvin, and suddenly it's looking really bad here now for melee creeps.
The souls, they're lost.
What?
They're in the map. The soul bag. I don't think I've ever seen that, actually.
You need a shovel. Someone get a shovel.
It's like the Viper was sliding or something and dropped her souls inside the map. Somebody get a shovel. You need a Kelvin Dome to go under the map to get the souls.
All right, well, there's going to be some more souls on that the right side of the map there. The urn. I think go for it. I feel like, why not? Why not do it? Okay. Interestingly, right now, the differential in the game is super close. Like, if I had no soul reading, I would assume that BWC were like 20k ahead of this.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think they have a bigger advantage, but here comes the catch. Silence is good. DBR already used. There's too much lockdown now. for DMB, and struggling to find that effectiveness on Wraith in this game. And it turns into now a major team fight. Scout down as well. So down 2. Do you want to commit to this melee? Because you're kind of down some of these key ultimates as well. Nox Nostra silencing Saya, not allowing him to contribute really to this fight. John, he should be going down as well. The snipes raining in from above. Aiden so sharp and just getting every single kill to be found. Mid boss is up. And John just barely gets out of that one. Which, I mean, could have been a lot worse if you lost the Warden, your most farmed character, but pretty bad as it is, Dan. I mean, probably a free mid boss to be hound here for Bunny with Clock, starting to earn them back into that advantage that they so recently lost.
Yeah, Aiden, I wonder what the stats are actually. What are the stats on Aiden? Because he got there was like 3 kills I feel like he should have got. So he definitely obviously has some assists, but he's been getting a lot of like good last hits in the last like 10 minutes. So 32k, that's pretty nasty. We were looking for that big Vindicta game. He's having it. And that does certainly create a huge problem because Scout is extremely squishy, as is Ido, as is Saya at this point. And to be honest, Fish Cake as well. These are all squishy to a 32k Vindicta. So the snowball effect is really a huge problem right now for melee creeps. And in addition to now having a 3 rejuve crystals to deal with, this is where the game could get fully out of hand.
Hey, you think about it, it's kind of a scary prospect, right? In terms of the way melee creeps play, they love to funnel a ton of farm to John, which means a lot of these players, like especially Sai and Scout, relatively poor. This game, Ido is as well. Abrams also finding, can't get those souls. But now that means you're so vulnerable to the Vindicta snipes. Like, yeah, Vindicta's not going to do much with the snipes to somebody like Warden, but that's not needed. If you just kill all the supports first, Warden isn't going to be able to like 1v5, right? He needs those supports to continue to buff him up, to lock down targets for him, to slow people and set up some of those kills. You can see even Ido is like kind of scared to farm, and for good reason, right? There's a real threat of invasion from a triple rejuve Bunny with Clock team that is looking to really crack this game open around maybe one of these walkers.
Headed to Greenwich.
1 minute to go for the next earn and buffs. Bunny with Clock in a commanding position. Looking for these pickoffs right now. And the creeps have to be so careful. There's nothing left on the map for them. This is one of those sort of spots which feels just horrible. Absolutely horrible. Can they come back? I mean, it's only 20k deficit, so they just have to somehow manage not losing walkers, or at least if they do lose walkers, like trading effectively. But I don't know how they do it here, Jay.
Looks like Tanner starting a fight. TP in from Arctic as well. If they can catch this Abrams, it would be a nice find for the team fight. Yes, they pull in deep. Tornado is good, and this Abrams just absolutely rolled on. Colossus popped as well from the Billy. Standing tall. DMP does put some good counter damage out, so it won't be necessarily easy to continue to just run this fight down. But there's also a massive pressure on the mid-walker. Wisely, Bunny with Clock are backing out here on the side lane if they can. One rejuve, though, likely to go down. Tanner living incredibly long, though, and maybe has backed out long enough. Mid-walker down, the rotation's going to come right back into this. And so for the price of 1 rejuve crystal, you get a kill onto Fishcake and you get a walker. I think that's absolutely a winning trade right now. John going in full sending to the other side walker. Can he get out of this play, though? 10,000 souls unspent. Would love to get them active. It's a game of cat and mouse here on the side lane. The team dying without him, but still that John would be the big prize, and I think he may have slipped the net. Nice sneaky move from John. I mean, if he dies there, it really could be the game right in that moment. But I think he does slip away, and I mean, still it's a pretty bad scenario, right? Still melee Graves have a lot of ground to make up in this match.
Lots of ground, and it's come back on, but at this point, it's so much control for BWC and the crystals. They're going to be in a good stead to contest that. So, God, it's just suffocating right now on the map. All the lanes pushed up. 35k Vindicta.
It's hard to progress things much though. It's Bunny with Clock here. Either Rejuve's almost out, so you know forcing a base siege doesn't feel like that realistic. John gets the Spell Slinger off, and as tough as the game has been for melee creeps, John will bring the damage. So, you know, like in a way, even though, yes, the net worth advantage is pretty significant for Bunny with Clock, they can't just like play with impunity. John will absolutely kill them. Phantom Strike for Fishcake is another big grab. So the threats of the pickoffs are very, very real. The Rejuve really is your best asset, and it's almost gone, Dan. So I really think melee creeps,
look at this
despite
spot.
how close this game is, it could be a problem for them. It's a nice little cheeky nuke from Gibbs there.
Yeah, no, I think you make a really, really good point there. It's kind of stalling out because of that a little bit. But I do love the spot that Gibbs there to try to set up a crazy death slam.
They're baiting the Billy. They're hoping, daring somebody's going to come in and try and deal with Tanner. Maybe the prize they're going to have to take is just Scout. You're going to be happy to take any kill on the map right now. He's a little bit overconfident. Now TP straight into the fight. They're going to be trying to force an urn drop here. But Bunny read the play, and yeah, they're in real trouble. They're being caught out here. Yeah, Ido down. Saya soon to follow. I think he pops the dome, tries to stay alive, but the lash ult's good over the top. DMB is going to get the urn in, but I mean, if it costs your whole team's lives, I'm not sure this is worth it. John, low HP, drops down. Even with the Warden ult, he's not enough to stay alive. DMB got the urn in this fight, but can't really deal the damage, and it's a full team wipe. Bunny with Clock, clean house. A great pick onto Scout. Great patience from Bunny with Clock, baiting somebody out onto the map, punishing them, and then instantly Arctic TPs right in. The comfort, the experience on the Mirage really showing itself.
Yeah, it's looking good here for BWC for a map 3, potentially, if things continue in this fashion. Going to be getting all the base objectives. And so many red numbers on the top right side of the screen. Everyone's dead. Everyone's dead.
I mean, this could very easily be game. Aiden has really gotten to a pretty crazy soul amount here. Curious what his build is. Gibbs grabs Unstoppable too, so it's going to be, there's not really a way to shut down the lash ult anymore. You just have to dodge it. But when it comes to the base siege, I think this is the perfect item for Gibbs. It's exactly what he needs. Just guarantee a powerful lash ulti. I guess there's still the dome from Saya to maybe deny things on the defensive end, but that's usually not going to be able to save everyone, right? There's going to be somebody left out of the dome almost always. Silencer on Arctic, so good luck dealing any damage this game. It's Mirage hitting you with Inhibitor, Silencer, Ricochet.
This is just a sad moment in the game, Jake, where it feels like you're dead. You're kind of dead. But you're not fully dead.
How do you play as melee creeps? Like I mean, I think about last game when Bunny with Clock had that desperate run out of the base. I kind of think that's the territory we're in for melee creeps. They need to find some kind of a big move, get active on the map. There is a lone lash on the left side of the map. I mean, that could be a nice target if they know he's there. And for now, Bunny with Clock are playing this one slow and careful. They don't want to throw this advantage. They also know, hey, look, we should for sure win this game. We're up 30k. You know, the patrons dropped. We have every advantage, but we only have one set of base guardians down, so still no fast zips in the side lanes. And there's still threat, right? You lose like you lose one player, right? Like one lash goes down, and honestly, that's enough to equalize the fighting power of these teams. Mid boss is up though, and that's likely going to force the decisive team fights of the game.
This is really interesting because we're only here because melee creeps did so well to stall out those last rejuve crystals. We don't almost ever see all the rejuve crystals just time out like that. So this mid boss fight could be absolute. In fact, it should be absolutely everything in this game now. Totally agree.
Could be a catch. Looks like Arctic stepping up to the plate here. Kind of fearless on this from Mirage. Just feels like he's unkillable, unstoppable. Here comes the unstop from Lash. Lash does grab one. It's enough for the follow-up, and that's Saya down. You lose one of your crucial team fighters. Liv deployed. Parrying just in case he bought counterspell on accident. He did that game. Abrams ult over the top, but it's not even enough to really get him out of trouble. Aiden is down. One of the key damage threats is caught, but Ido stuck in a corner. Now John needs to bring the damage, needs to carry this fight. DMB maybe can do it. And down in this room is actually maybe a good fight for melee creeps. This is where Gordon and Abrams look particularly strong. Arctic super low HP. He's continuing to double down in this fight. Bags on the ground, but DMB is strong, and somehow, some way, melee creeps stay together in the secret shop and get this fight win. DMB online on this Wraith, and that's a fight win that gets you right back into the game.
That's insane. If they can convert this into mid-boss, they are so in the game. They are going to be carrying the urn at the moment, but I guess, do they have the damage to mid-boss? I mean,
he can. I think Wraith does. I think Wraith does, honestly. They're losing base guardians for this, so it's not free, actually. This is like a relatively costly death, but I don't know if Tanner can't really do anything about this. Yeah, it is a free mid-boss, and it's triple reju. So melee creeps, like, it took him a long time to get there, but we talked about this very early on in the draft. Like, the ultra late Wraith plus Warden, both like full build, is scary. Whoa. The patron threat is there. John's spawning, or rather Saya's spawning, so he'll be able to clean this one up.
Come on, little dudes. Come on.
I mean, honestly, like, if Tanner had just gone straight down mid, I think I guess Saya would have spawned and been able to, like, ult the patron, but it's definitely a little bit scary.
The patron should be able to clean up those little troopers. Like
Yeah, the patron is just a bum, dude. The bro is not even helping his own defense. It's an absolute freeloader.
Man.
Earn
Anyways.
being forced into the triple rejuve. Oh, wow. This is very greedy. Ultimate deployed from Scout. Drops the urn for now, but Divine Barrier picked up. I mean, this is super risky to go for it. They're gonna get it off, I guess. Knockdown used. I guess you're gonna be happy to fall back from this play without losing your team. I mean, Melee Creeps, they would love a team fight right now. Full rejuves far from their base. But fuck. Get the urn off. DVR is available. No Sanguine, though. He cannot die here. Ooh, that's a big kill on Demand. And now John smells blood in the water. He's charging forward, swarming in on top of them. Has the Spellbreaker. Incredibly tanky here. Gets the ultimate out as well. Chained in by Billy, but he's happy to be pulled in. Happy to get aggressive. One crystal down. A second falls. John drops out of this one. To hold on. Arctic could really tort this one out. Mirage could be deadly here. But the 2 kills, 2 crystals. It's a good trade for Melee Creeps. You're happy to find these. Maybe this can open up a siege. You need to drop that patron, of course. Bunny with Clock have a lot of room to work with in terms of defending this base. But they're down 2 players, so tempo advantage for Melee Creeps if they want to force another fight.
Yeah, this is really interesting now. There's a good chance for Melee Creeps to continue this forward pressure. Need to get that Walker down as the fight continues here, and Melee Creeps looking to go in for the kill here. There's the charge coming in from Fishcake. He's locking down. Oh, can he lock him down? Can he lock down? DMB's trying his best to do it. It's going to be very difficult there. DMB will finally fall, but the Rejuve Crystal will have him back up straight away. And all 6 members are alive. And there's 4 down for Bunny with Clock. This could turn into more than just a Walker.
Yeah, this could very easy. I think this is definitely going to turn into a base siege. Melee Creeps, they have the damage. John and DMB are going to crush through this base in a matter of seconds. Look at that Shrine drop. Still a few players alive for Money with Clock. They could try and find some counter kills, and there's no regions left. So there's no margin for error. Remember, Melee Creeps don't have a base to defend on their side. They cannot die during this siege. If this siege turns into a failure, it could actually be the game turning against them. John drops the patron. Is he going to decide to stay and fight? Does have that Vamp Burst. You got to remember, he does have the big threat to try and turn this one around. Matt goes down. John standing, delivering that damage. Colossus in with the Billy. He's trying to get on top of John. Needs more damage to follow this one up. The lift is good. Metal Skin is the Billy. It'll be so tanky, so threatening as he chases down John. And Bunny with Clock maybe snatching this one right back. Tanner doing what he can to delay, denying some of the follow-up from John. Tether is good. No debuff remover on this Warden, but the damage is immense. Aiden by itself, way more than he can chew. Saya's still here, trying to keep John alive. He's tanky, but he's not tanky enough. The damage is good from Arctic, following this one up. Saya, the last member standing for Melee Creeps, the last one standing between them and a game 3, but it seems Bunny with Clock have done enough. They should be able to charge this one down 30 seconds without a player to defend. And that will be Bunny with Clock forcing a game 3 in this series. Just when it looked just like they had thrown enough, they managed to bring this one back. An ill-fated base siege from Melee Creeps.
Oh, ridiculous. You know, when we were on John and I saw the Vampiric was like, just came online again. I was like, oh my God, this is like, if he wins that 1v1 against the Billy, who the hell knows what happens? But it's going to be a game 3. It's been decided. GGs are exchanged by Melee Creeps and Bunny with Clock as we go to a 3rd map here at the Night Shift.
Oh my God. I mean, Melee Creeps made that one so scary. Like, they very nearly brought that one back. It seemed like it was completely out of control. But, I mean, Bunny with Clock, they earned the win in the end. And Melee Creeps now are going to have to stare down the barrel of a game 3. You could argue they did a little bit of trolling this game with a huge change up in the draft from what was a very successful game 1. Maybe unnecessary. But hey, now it comes down to the wire. Now it comes down to this. And there's no more room for mistakes. No more room for excuses.
They got to tighten up the ship. They got to get the comp on lock. They've got to tighten it up, Jake. They can't allow themselves to lose the streak. They can't lose the first Night Shift of 2026. They can't do it. So I'm super curious to see what they do to do that, because this is a good performance, and I think there's a few things that could go away. I think the Viper could go away. I think allowing the draft to have Aiden on this Vindicta also seems to be a problem. So maybe they allow the Warden to be picked. Maybe that's better.
Yeah, I will say, I thought Aiden's Vindicta was just disgusting this game. I mean, he's so good on the character. It's been a long time since people have let him have it through. And now with Vindicta out of the meta, melee creeps think, you know what, this is the time. We don't really need to ban the Vindicta. It's fine. It's not that good of a character. But apparently, Aiden makes it work still. I mean, man, if Bunny with Glock didn't have that kind of a massive advantage into this game, this one very easily could have gone wrong. I agree with you on some of those adjustments, but I mean, man, John active in the late game, just absolutely beaming down all comers. It really takes a full swarm if the inhibitor plus silencer from Arctic to deny some of that follow-up damage.
Yeah, when the spell slinger, vampiric glass cannon, lucky shot, like it's so insane.
Ridiculous.
On Warden.
Look at that base damage, 33,000 objective damage on John. Monstrous. Aiden top damaging the lobby here on Vin. Huge impact from Aiden. Look at it. Okay, Aiden just basically solo carried this game. I mean, it's not obviously not that, but 18, 2, and 13. He's super active in the early game. Tempoed into the full snipe build. Became a massive carry threat in the late game with the Blood Tribute and Blood Tribute Unstoppable and Merc Mag. So I love the scaling from Aiden. Became the carry that his team needed in this match. And it took a lot of threat to bring down John in the end. But this is Bunny with Clock forcing a game 3 after game 1. I wasn't sure I believed that they could do it. But they made believers of us all now.
Yeah, totally. And it's going to force melee creeps to really just play things by the book, to bring out their best possible game so they can lock this one away and keep the streak going. And that would be, as you mentioned earlier, the 9th win in a row. And maybe that's a good point to throw to break, Jake, here as we gear up for the 3rd and final map of this evening.
Yeah, absolutely, Dan. We'll send it to a break. Welcome back, everyone, to the night shift, and it comes down to this, Dan, our final map of Deadlock for the night. It is Bunny with Clock 1-1, bringing it back against the melee creeps, forcing a game 3. Comes down to this, a fully decisive match, and I believe another opportunity for Bunny with Clock to get this win, to stifle melee creeps at the threshold of a potential 9-week win streak.
True. It is going to be interesting to see what changes now in the draft, because it did feel like maybe game 2 was a little bit experimental. I don't want to, I don't want to just, say too much about that necessarily, but we got Kelvin. And I feel like at this point, if we're seeing Kelvin, it's not a good sign. I think we will not see Kelvin in this next draft. I don't think either team is going to want to pick Kelvin. And I think we're going to see much more conventional choices, I think, being made on both sides. So who gets the first pick on this third map?
I'm not sure actually who's gonna get. Maybe it's is Control go to back to Bunny with Clock, because I believe as the challengers, Bunny with Clock get control of the who gets first, second in the first game. So I assume it goes back and forth. I'm not sure. We'll see who gets first and second pick if that ends up shaking up the draft further. But now it's a little bit worrisome for melee creeps, right? Because you can just go back to what worked in game 1, but that also leaves room for Bunny with Clock to respond with their own adaptations, such as the Vindicta, with how successful it was in this game for Aiden. It's something you have to worry about when it comes to the early game tempo skirmishes. I don't think there's much of an advantage. I think melee creeps maybe has a little bit better macro and overall team strategy, putting John to these huge soul leads, but the early game skirmishing, I think, is a bit of an advantage for Bunny with Clock, and it's one that Vindicta can really escalate and make a more significant issue.
Can you imagine that first game if instead of Kelvin you had Vindicta instead? That would have been really sick. Because it would have
Kelvin
been...
I wasn't feeling it.
No, and it's like Vindicta gives a lot of that burst spirit damage that you get from Pocket, but just in a different format. And obviously they're able to kind of work around it and play make around it in a way that's actually really effective. Whereas, again, the Kelvin wasn't really it. So Vindicta's really interesting, and I like this. I like that Aiden's basically, I think it's fair to say, he's the best Vindicta in North America. I've never seen anybody else do what he does at this level in North America. Yeah. So that's really cool, because one of the reasons melee creeps are hard to play against, draft against, is because they have so many best-in-class people, especially, the John heroes, which right now it feels like the biggest 2 threats are probably the Geist and the Doorman. And the Doorman has been an opening ban, so they might give up the Geist again, potentially. But I wouldn't be as worried if there is a Vindicta on the other side to kind of play counter to that.
I think melee creeps at their best when they run these really dominant front lines, whether you give John the Warden or the Geist or even the Doorman, whatever he plays, and then just if you're able to get things like Billy and Shiv alongside him, as we saw it in game 1, or Abrams, and just be the team that is running the other one over. The other team has to fall back. The other team has to react to you, and let John have the space to really cook and bring that damage down. That's where melee creeps look the best. So I kind of hope they prio some of those heavy frontliners, some of the top prio picks of the meta, like Billy, in this draft. First pick is going to be to Bunny with Clock, though, and I'm curious to see rather what they end up grabbing in this top slot. What is the best pile? I wouldn't be surprised if it's Billy again.
Big mistake.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder if we get the Vindicta ban
in the opener, no less. Actually, I respect that. I feel like Aiden is actually a player that maybe has been, I don't know if he's been slept on, because people recognize he's a strong player, but I think he's been one of those up and coming players that has risen in the ranks, and you're starting to wonder where's his peak. He could be one of the best players in NA right now, getting respect bans on relatively out of meta heroes. Before the last map, no one touched Vindicta today. Aiden comes out, has a huge game, and you have to opening ban, respect it. That's already generating a bit of advantage for Bunny with Clock, getting them on the heroes that they would rather get in these opening picks. That gets you Billy in this spot.
Yeah, it's like in chess when you're kind of stealing a turn by forcing someone to have to react to something. It's I forget what the term is in chess now, but anyway, it's really cool to see that, because I think that this game is all about having those types of players on your team. You have to create these disruptions in the draft with that value that's outsized somewhere where in the meta it otherwise isn't. So that's very cool to see. But we get the steal there, because Aiden, they have to pick Warden now. Yeah, because what else is Aiden going to play? His Mina's gone, his Vindicta's gone.
That might be true, but I don't think it's that bad getting forced to pick Warden.
I do
Warden.
bound.
No, no.
I think you're like,
Yeah.
sure, like we'll take Warden here. You know, like if anything, the Mina is a bit of an odd draft for melee creeps, and maybe that's one that they've wanted to snatch back from people like Arctic, who've been playing it pretty effectively today. But Arctic has also looked amazing on the Mirage. Arguably, that's like an even more comfortable pick for him. And so I actually think Bunny with Clock are getting the draft they want, and they grab the Geist as well. So I think this would have been the instant response pick from melee creeps as a really good counter to Warden, and also something that we know John is super confident on, as we saw from that like full rainbow stat card in game 1.
This draft looks nice to Bunny O'Clock now, and the one thing that is interesting is where what's Matt going to go to?
Oh my god, they're stealing everything. They take the Mirage as well. They're actually role swapping in this draft.
Super interesting. Okay, the second round of bans comes in, and okay, now if you're melee creeps, do you want to ban the Page? Page is a nice pickup for both teams right now. So I'm very curious.
I think
Okay,
melee creeps get first pick
serious?
right coming out of this. So
Yes.
I think I think Bunny with Clock will have to be the team who bans it. Because I agree. I think it's likely to go to melee creeps immediately after the ban phase, if it's not banned.
This is really interesting. Pocket's still available as well for both teams.
Pocket also impactful here. And they
guess
ban
I'll
the Ivy
do.
instead. Oh, interesting. So
Oh yeah, that's smart.
I do think the support Ivy is pretty nice right now, and I think that's something that Saya will be super comfortable on and able to have a lot of impact on. As we saw, some of the playmaking in the early game fights was really huge from him in game 1. But I think you're right. I would be surprised if it's anything but a Page here.
It was smart to
Paradox.
Paradox.
for help.
Okay, so they're actually stealing everything, man.
Yeah.
School Cheese has been playing Paradox all day, so. But I feel like it would have been better to grab a Page. Like, I would love to see a Page coming out for BWC and maybe something like a Holiday.
Interestingly as well, I could have seen the Bebop going to melee creeps because where's John? Like, what's he playing right now? We don't have any of his super obvious picks. I mean, they may still go for it. They could
Could be
pick it
Mirage.
late.
But we haven't seen a ton of Mirage out of John.
Yeah.
But I think just in general, it's like a farming core. But I talked about like wanting to see melee creeps get to be the team with the bigger, brawlier front line, and that is not the case. I mean, Bunny with Clock have like
You can
about
only
as
run
strong
from
of
the
a front
law
line
for
you
so
can,
long.
you can get. And they get the Holiday too, which I love the Holiday this game. I think the only thing you're lacking in this draft is somebody to just snatch that first kill and get you that opportunity, and the follow-up is going to be there. Abrams is going to follow up with the pin. Warden's got the trap. Billy can also initiate those fights maybe with the ulti, but the cooldown is, of course, a little bit longer on that.
Time for a little field work.
A Dynamo!
Ooh.
Okay, all right. This is a Dynamo game. Actually, this is a
Yeah.
Dynamo game for melee creeps. You've gone overwhelming frontline. Dynamo is actually a genuinely good answer to that.
Oh my God.
Whether it's the black hole, the stomp, even the quantum entanglement can like pull people out of tough spots when they've been grabbed by Billy or Warden. And the Kelvin too, not the Kelvin. Oh, I actually lost all faith in the draft from the Kelvin.
Oh my god.
This draft is zany for melee creeps. They're risking the 9 streak on this draft. This is some wild stuff.
This is
No
crazy.
more hiding.
Oh my god, it's a crazy
Like,
nice draft.
I feel like melee creeps. They need this Dynamo to work out in a big way. Like they need Dynamo to be a damage threat on top of being a key team fighter. And I don't even know. I feel like this is just, you can't predict this. You can't predict this game, man. This is out of control. Wild drafting from melee creeps. Bunny with Clock also pretty unconventional from them. I think this one is going to turn very aggressive very fast. If there's ever been a burger boxing game, I think this might be it.
I think this is a nice draft, but I don't know who's going to play Pocket for Bunny with Clock. I'm trying to think because Matt
it
is
just
Holiday,
Matt?
so
Oh, true.
I don't know who plays the Pocket.
Does Gibbs play Pocket or?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Gibbs.
I think it's a fair point. I don't know either. I think it's kind of like maybe they just felt like Pocket is such a good pick right now because you're up against Shiv. You wanted that high mobility hero to follow up with Big Spirit nuking. You have plenty of like low mobility, heavy frontline damage. You need that high mobility hero who can catch up to the pace of somebody like Holiday and follow her around in the early game or be active in the same way that Holiday can be active by showing up to ganks and some of these mid game team fights.
All
It
right,
comes
well,
down to this, Dan. Melee Crews
yeah.
versus Bunny with Clock. All the marbles on game 3, and it's a Dynamo and a Kelvin when the chips are down.
tell me about these lanes. Tell me about the lanes.
All right, so start in the right lane. So they're flying over there. Warden Billy strikes me as pretty powerful. But then again, Dynamo, I actually don't know how Dynamo is as a laner. I think in theory, he can be good with the stomps, but you know, at this level of play, people are so good at using the verticality, and you're just not really able to land the stomps the way you might otherwise expect to. And it's going to be John on Dynamo, so he's actually going to be playing the gun carry Dynamo build. This is absolutely wild from Melee Crews. I kind of feel like they got outdrafted here. I kind of think Bunny the Clock forced them into a sort of a very awkward scenario of, you know, feeling like this is their best chance is to go for like a cheeky Dynamo style to punish the heavy frontliners, but I'm just not entirely convinced. It's like so much is riding on you just hitting a huge singularity and big stomps in the fight when it doesn't. It's not as complicated for Bunny with Clock to make their fight work, right? Just run in, shoot guns.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's gonna be an interesting one. The John Dynamo is really curious because I feel like Dynamo was actually in a spot where I felt like there was a window where he was actually OP, really OP, when the kinetic pulse extended for like basically forever, when you got to like the higher levels of spirit scaling and stuff, because you could just infinitely catch people. You could get like 4 storms after another. You could just lock people down forever with loads of huge damage. So that was insane.
Did he get zip knocked or parried? Something happened. Their Saya got cut down.
I'm not sure.
And this is a Shiv Kelvin lane. I mean, this is supposed to be a strong lane. Obviously, it's fallen off a little bit in terms of, you know, the historical power of this lane. Stomp onto just one. Nice jump over the top there by Aiden on this Warden. And this is a lane. I mean, Mina does a lot of damage, but she cannot take as good as she can give, man. She really is a squishy one in the laning stage. And John's trying to be a little bit greedy, trying to build more of a you know, high damage impact style of build. Speaking of high damage, though, Shiv is on the other side of that. Getting spammed out. One more shot to get the kill. Is it going to be enough? Saya's getting some cheeky melees off. Is it going to be enough to take down Abrams? Yes, it is.
A snowball kill. He's got the snowball.
Oh my god. It's all about leveling up the snowball. Surely okay. The cape is explosions enough.
Is that the first one today?
Shiv took a reset on the HP. Oh my, wait. Oh, he's right behind you. Okay, the dagger is good enough. Matt is down. Dude, he's full. He hasn't bought anything yet. What was there something you saved for a 3K on Shiv? Like, I truly don't know.
Just rip the torment pulse. I don't know.
That would be great. That actually would go kind of wild, right? In the laning phase. He might do that, genuinely. Like, that could be insane. We never see that.
Walker as well. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, I think Walker is not as good anymore, so they nerfed the heal, but big damage, by the way, in the mid lane. Geist running for the hills. Arctic gets cut down. DMB, nice shot to finish that one off.
I see guys.
Cool Cheese.
I see pocket.
Can't do enough. By the way, it is going to be Matt on the pocket and Cool Cheese on the holiday this game. So Matt, maybe just feeling like the pocket. I mean, I guess Pocket's like a more important hero.
Yeah,
to
makes
have
sense.
expertise, and in a way, this is Cool Cheese's role. He's been playing for the team all day, right, on the Paradox.
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense. I like it. I love it. Dude, I actually think the melee creeps are in a lot of trouble. Because, okay, so there's another thing too. Is that John doesn't play supports. So we're going to see some kind of carry gun build, surely, right?
People do play gun carry Dynamo. It's just not really at this level. And I think it's honestly just a little bit sus. But it's John. I just refuse to believe he's going to build support this game. Like, Dynamo has decent gun damage. It's pretty meaningful, right? When you get that quantum, you set yourself up. But in the end, the black hole means you're a little bit scarier to like go on. But you don't have a natural steroid. You don't have raw damage. He goes to opening decay as the first item for Shiv. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. A lot of single target aggression. But it also means he has no sustain for the lane. Like, it's some good damage, but it's almost a little bit too early to make the decay as effective as you would want it to be.
I guess as well, if you feel like you're in a lane where you just can't do anything, you can slap the case on people. You can always do that.
Yeah, just spam it. I mean, it's good in lane harass, right? I mean, this turned into a little bit of a wild brawl here around the right side buff. Gun buff, it's going to be going to Scout. Warden ulti coming in. Aiden getting active here, and it seems to be a good connection. He's staying on top of Scout. If he kills the Scout, yeah, Scout loses the gun buff as well. Aiden, beautiful rotation. I mean, Aiden crushed through game 2, brought them into this match, and now has a strong start on the Warden. It's exactly the scenario you want to find yourselves in, as Bunny with Clock hoping to get, would this be their first championship win? They've had so many shots on goal against melee creeps, but this could finally be the week that they get it done.
Yeah, big skirmish here in the mid lane. It's actually going to go to melee creeps here. Looks like they're going to get some kills on the chase down. Ooh, okay. Seismic slam out, maybe?
What is going on?
What is happening? Oh, it's on the top of the obelisk. I don't know what's going on.
Maybe he's just trying to sit up there and stall as long as he could. Gibbs does go down. John doing what damage he can, but doesn't want to rip the black hole there. No damage follow-up. Save him from that one. Just rather save the cooldown for another day. But Aiden and Tanner should be able to get this Guardian down. They need to continue shooting the Guardian, though. It's not a free kill. Tanner, where are you, buddy? He's not shooting the Guardian. That might not go down here. Paradox gets lassoed in deep, but follow-up just not quite there in time. Took him long enough, but finally they get that Guardian. Arctic does go down in the mid lane where John has roamed into. Got some value out of the black hole there, it seems.
Ooh, okay. That's actually quite nice, you know, denying the kill from Matt there. Portuguese poses a threat to John, and I mean, for me, it's like all eyes on John because like you're picking Dynamo. Ooh. You gotta have a crazy something to show.
Dynamo public enemy #1 syndrome. Got hard focus there. 2 players now escaping on just slivers of HP. Scout not gonna be so lucky. Saya also coming to the mid lane, the party lane here. Absolutely everybody showing up. Tornado away from Mirage. Dodges the flask. DMB's gonna be
actually is ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Fishcake's doing really well, right? Being able to greed for the 3K item is kind of wild. I guess that's the Kelvin effect, in being able to assist in the lane. Now it's going to be pretty hard to lane against a Shiv with the K. You just show up in the lane, he rips the K on you, gets more or less rage pretty quickly off the back of that. And now he can kind of farm it up. So this is Fishcake's game to carry, I think. He's going to be the one who needs to be the standard bearer for a while. John not going to be able to have pure farm the way he typically does on the Dynamo. Has to be definitely a little bit more active. Jukes are good for the moment. Swap is good as well. Arctic cut down, no swap, or no life swap rather, to health exchange to be able to keep him alive into that one. It's like incredibly low. The trades are coming in. Healbane comes online. That means Shiv is going to profit even more off some of these kills.
Yeah, I don't know what build we're going to see from John, if it's going to be the gun build, because you can farm like crazy if you do an opening which is more like Spirit and like Vitality split, because the kinetic pulses, if you get the extra charges, you can rip those on camps and just like clear waves with like 1. So it's actually like you can farm pretty fast with it, but it's just, you know, I don't know. This is all experimental.
Yeah, no one knows what's going to happen in the carry Dynamo here for the night shift.
Oh.
Gibbs trying to get into this fight, but needs to keep popped a little bit early. Gibbs healing up off that passive. Here comes the lasso. Perfect timing. Grabs Saya. Just keeping him still here. Barrel bomb as well to follow that up. Damage is good. 2 kills found around the map. DMB and Saya dropping. John as well. Turning into a deathmatch here. Shiv still healthy on this lane. Doesn't have the execute. Mina's coming in though to try to assist this one. The swap is good, and Mina incredibly low. Just has to bats right out of there. Arctic swap just keeping him alive for now. Full aggression though, is I believe that's Aiden ripping the ult into the walker for not too much damage. DMB teleporting in for the defense. Maybe teleporting too far though. Hold on. Yeah, slowing X is good. You're not going to be able to take a tornado out of this one. Damage follow from Aiden is really strong. Are they going to be able to get the lockdown in? Yes, they are. Aiden finishes that one off. Swap comes in. They're trying to take down this Warden. Saya's here as well. Surely Billy can't stand up toe-to-toe against this one. Oh, the Billy procs are not enough though. And Saya and Scout showing up just when the team needed them, able to clear off some of these key frontline cores that would love to have a bigger lead in this game.
Yeah, Ido and Fishcake doing a decent job, you know, keeping competitive on the farm, which is really important. And it's actually only Aiden that's comparable on the Bunny Clock side here. Oh my god, where the hell did he come from?
Superman here coming out of nowhere. Gibbs just styling on him, just letting him know, wherever you are, I can reach you. You're never safe.
Gadget, rocket boots.
Literally sending a message there.
Oh my god. Okay,
Rune
well.
picked up by Saya. He might go for the drop here. Oh, Shiv looking for a siege here. Gets it to Canada Abrams. Abrams just happy to defend this Guardian, rather. Shiv knows, I mean, you get lassoed, you get pinned in, you know, end up getting pulled too deep. Things could go wrong. A push to attempt to do this urn drop, but the wave's against you here. And Tanner's actually looking for kills as well on the side lane. This urn is a lot of emphasis on this urn from both teams. Matt has found Ido. Maybe that's just enough space created. Yeah, with the Quantum Entanglement as well, ready to deploy if needed. They can just save that though. Nice free urn, good pickup for melee creeps inside. They get a Guardian as well for their troubles, opening up a small soul lead.
Chase down. Oh, are they going to find Fish Cake here? Would be a really big pick to find. Gonna have to go deep, dive beyond the Guardian there. Oh, there's the chain gang connection. You are going absolutely nowhere, sir. Fish Cake is going to get taken out, and so will the Guardian. And that's the wonder. Does John have the Dynamo Bauble left to complete?
Yeah, he's trying to do the holiday challenge.
Yeah.
I don't think it works in custom games, but to see Gibbs forced into a desperation pin. Cut down there by DME with a few assistants. The game's actually evened up quite a bit here. John, heavy damage now. Burst down Matt, even with the affliction on him. Matt was relying on dodging, but man, with this rapid recharge, 4 stomps for Dynamo, that's a lot to be worried about.
Yeah, it's quite a lot. Obviously, there's not much spirit damage though. That's just 2,400. No, is that 3,200 items? 800 and 2,400. Yeah. So it's not a lot of spirit damage just yet. I'm curious to see, what he's gonna go for. He's got the Swift Striker already, so that I think it's gonna be a lot of orange for sure.
Yeah, probably just enough spirit maybe to get those investment spikes. Probably worthwhile with the stomp.
I see Abrams headed to York.
DMB has done just that. This is kind of DMB now in the proper solo carry spot here on Mirage. Next up, probably gonna grab maybe some boots and a debuff remover. Chase down being attempted, but yeah, if you're not able to find those stomps, there's not really a way to catch up to this Billy. Unless Tanner's a little bit greedy and sticks around, John hoping to maybe get a punish off.
So the Veil Walker is actually really nice on Dynamo because it gets you some more vitality for the vitality bonus, but it also, you can move around the map really, really quickly and also like use the invis to get the ults off. So it becomes like really, really nice. Because sometimes you're like deep in enemy territory like this too.
And they're kind of baiting Aiden. He's going to come clear this wave, but there's going to be 3 melee creeps players waiting for him. And he's got a 1,000 bag. This would be a juicy kill. Does he read it? Okay, yes, he sees it coming. Dodges the first stomp. Quantum Entanglement. Just putting counter pressure on the Walker. Trying to get a Walker for this, but hold on. If Tanner shows up with a big chain gang, things get a little bit awkward. No Quantum. You're trapped as well in this Dynamo. Are you going to rip the ulti here? Is the follow-up good? Trying to, play a little bit off of this Dynamo. Abrams would love to just solo tank the black hole. And John in real trouble with the help of the Saya. They're trying to get out of this. He may need a black hole just to block the stomp. Okay, he's gonna like to just hold off for now. Aiden kills DMB. Tanner just lives on an absolute sliver. But in the end, it's just, you paid DMB's life for a Walker. Not a bad trade.
Headed to yellow.
Well, very interesting situation right now. We have to keep tabs on the John build as it progresses. But for now, pretty even game. Bunny Clock actually slightly behind, which just goes to show that Fish Cake's been keeping good pace, as is Ido. DMB not having as much success on the Mirage, usually a heavy farm hero as well. But does have that left lane to clean up with John. So I think we already have a Walker down, so melee creeps are in a good spot right now.
Yeah, Shiv should be able to get out of this one. Has a lot of durability. Hold on, I spoke too soon. The chain gang, if it pulls him deep, yes it does. And Shiv, even with his tankiness, maybe not enough. Hold on though, the Kelvin Dome sustaining him for a little bit longer, but as the dome expires, he's gonna maybe die too. The follow-up damage is good, and they're able to clean up Shiv. It does cost Matt his life, and there could be yet another deep chase in. Saya on super low HP, but the rotations are coming in now. Scout comes to assist this one. And across the map, it's melee creeps winning every fight they challenge. Ido finds Cool Cheese as well, and Tanner goes down. 5 players off the field. Aiden just jungling, just trying to farm it up. as he should here on the Warden, but that's a really decisive moment in the game for the melee creeps. Maybe it's an unconventional draft, but they are making it work, Dan. And oh my, if they attempt a unfavored urn, that would be truly wild. Surely they just hold this one.
That Kelvin Dome was actually insanely good,
Yeah.
because the amount of damage that Fishcake did whilst he was on such little HP with the knives and everything else was actually significant, and it allowed for the 2 extra kills to come out afterwards. So the trade ended up being like plus EV. So that was really awesome actually, and it's crazy. They're fostering a pretty nice lead here. 12k lead, not huge at this point, but huge enough to force a comebacker, and that's actually kind of frustrating.
Yeah, this is like just almost more lead than you want, right, with the comeback urn. And Scout's just going to juggle the urn to prevent it being a threat. But Bunny with Clock are calling the bluff. They're just going to show up in the right jungle, start attacking, trying to get some trades out. Some of the skills missing here, not good connections from Scout. Does get the swap though, and maybe that's all that matters. Makes use of the wall. Big affliction though, hold on from Matt, and now there's a fight to be had. Scout and Ido, I believe, both afflicted. Try and just get back, get out of this fight. Means there's no more affliction to deal with Shiv. Saya's into this fight, but he's doing that without the dome. Ooh, and a point-blank brawl for the carries. Who's stronger, DMB or Aiden? I think I kind of favor Aiden in the small room, but here comes John interrupting the one-on-one. Players live traded across the board. The stomp is good. Drops Abrams to the floor. Surely, is there any damage to kill this Paradox? She's dancing so well, and Scout hides between the legs of the walker and picks up the wave clear for his trouble. That's such a massive 1v1 to win. But across the board, I mean, all those traded kills, probably a net positive for Bunny with Clock since the souls are against them.
Yeah, it doesn't end up changing too much, but it's kind of scary that you know, Belly Crease are doing so well with this comp. Like, what can we check out John's build when we have a chance? I'm so curious. But I spammed a lot of Dynamo like a month ago. It's like all I was playing. Really nerfed it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Definitely going to be a lot of damage this game.
Let's take out Mirage.
Black Hole is down. Maybe that's something that you want to work with as Bunny with Clock, but then again, you don't have Affliction or the Warden ulti, and arguably those are yet more impactful. Oh, that's a big lasso onto the Kelvin, no less. It's the dream target to start on. Is he going to get the dome up in this fight? Maybe yes, the follow-up's not quite there. Yeah, he just domes in, swap as well. Thinking you could kill the Kelvin, that was your mistake. Not enough damage in that moment. Aiden was not around. And a split fight across the map going extremely well for the melee creeps. 3 kills for them, none against them. You're trying to hunt down a Paradox. She's still healthy. The Affliction is only going to tickle, and the execution onto Arctic. Fishcake, after a very strong start in this game, he's continuing that snowball. He's gone for the Cult Sack as well, securing that late game. Continuing to stay at pace with the top souls in the match. Oh no, and even Aiden goes down trying to burst Mina. They do get the trades, but it's too expensive. It's surely not worth it, throwing 2 bodies for 1.
Is absolute.
There we go. Either Hollow Point, Access Shot. Okay. Hey man, I'm pretty sure this is a build that I was sucking a lot as well. It's pretty all-rounded, but it's good. It's good damage. And here comes mid boss as well as a nice juicy prize. Although the mid boss doesn't look all that appealing, but we'll get the crystals soon enough. The very shiny crystals.
You'll eat your crystals and you'll like it. As an ultimate test comes in, Bunny with Clock, they're gonna try this. A lot of skills pop. Here comes the black hole to secure it though, and that's one of the best uses for Dynamo in the game. Nothing you can do, no way to melee into that. But attempt to clear the crystals here. Hold on, Bunny with Clock, they're still healthy on their surviving players. You'd love to be able to drop a few of these bodies, take away some of the potential threats for the siege. And here comes Aiden over the top, trying to deal what damage he can. DMB has found Tanner, and oh, they're starting to turn into the Warden, even into the last stand. They're just disrespecting it, fighting strong. Cyan DMB low, but not down, and still 2 more Rejuve crystals to assist in potential Walker sieges to come.
108k to 136. Not a good look for Bunny with Clock here. These 2 Rejuves are up to get all of these walkers. There's a lot of map as well to devour. There's loads of neutral value just waiting to be had. All of the gambits have been stolen away as well as they're being ransacked, pillaged. There's no police around to prevent the theft.
Oh, wait, they might have gone a little bit too deep here. The lasso is good. Oh, but here comes the swap. They're saving their teammates. Still with 2 Rejuve crystals. Bunny with Clock were desperate trying to get some of these kills off, but a big heal from Saya keeps them healthy, keeps them fighting. even Shiv. Oh, and Shirley in the dome. You've gone too far. He's full rage in the dome. He's cleaning up these kills. The heal main is getting him back. He's absolutely full. Every execute now going to Fishcake. 5 players down, and Bunny with Clock absolutely desperate here. It's a full team wipe against them. And that could be the beginning of the end, Dan. A 30k soul lead opens. It was so close. It looked like an opportunity to maybe swing things back in their favor, to maybe make one of those trademark comeback fights. But it's answered with extreme prejudice. Melee creeps, they're going to push the walkers, they're going to push the base, they're going to do the urn, they're sacking the sinners. It's about as bad as it gets here, Dan.
Is John John like the Hoots of NA? Do you think?
I think John John is the John John of NA. You know? Like who's the John John of EU is the better question.
Yeah. That's fair. Because sometimes, like, you know, you see like Hoot play like a random hero he's never played before that might be off meta, and it's like, oh, he actually just mega carries with it. So, you know, I feel like John John has this like effect a little bit where it's similar, where again, you know, you can see him just pick up random stuff and it just looks insane.
I think this game, honestly, I give a lot of credit to Scout and Saya. I mean, the saves from both Paradox and Kelvin this game have been immaculate. They've like a lot of initiations that have looked like a good opportunity for Bunny with Clock go against them because of the awareness of these frontline fighters. And I mean, John John's like doing his job, but this isn't really like the trademark, you know, John John Omega overfarmed game. I mean, in the end, he's playing Dynamo, right? So yeah, he does some damage, but in the end, he has a lot of utility to bring to the team as well. It's kind of DMB who, by the way, just got Ricochet inhib. That is a really challenging power peak to fight against. I mean, Ricochet inhib, it keeps you up so long into the fight. It denies so much of the damage that comes out from the opponent. And now a lot of tankiness built here for John John, making him a bigger problem. You just always have to be thinking about this Dynamo when Black Hole's online.
Yeah, the big problem too is DMB is fat as well right now. He
Toxic gets him. Yeah. Ticks out the last tick of Toxic, but I mean, John John would have cleaned him up anyway. I mean, now it's like, you really just, you need like Tanner or Cool Cheese to find some sort of godly initiation. But with 2 Reju crystals, it's like even that won't be enough. You need to somehow sustain deep into that long team fight. Curious to see how DMB plays this one. I think he's going to be really the key player with how much damage he can bring to bear. High ground control, big swap in, immediate catch here from Scout. He's been so sharp this game, and it just continues now with the base siege. Melee Creeps looking to do it in 9 straight. Here comes the chain, though, maybe from Billy. Could be turning this around. Affliction to follow it up. Quantum Entanglement, did that dodge the Afflict? Not quite sure, but it looks good enough for Melee Creeps. The dome keeping them healthy, locking down Tanner. Fishcake cleans house. Shrine's falling as well. The Patron soon to go next. And Melee Creeps, they sense a championship. They sense the opportunity to take home yet another win here in the night shift.
And look at making that Shiv Kelvin look good once again.
But
and there we go. John John with the black hole, the singularity.
Maybe there's enough follow-up. I mean, Fishcake is still healthy. I kind of feel like he could take on the remaining players on his own here. Bunny with Clock just risking it all, gambling it. But I think this is game. Tanner stuck in a fight that he cannot win. 5 versus 1 here. And GGs are called. Bunny with Clock, they fought valiantly this series, but for some reason, it was the John John Dynamo that gets it done in the end. Melee Creeps with a very unconventional style, but executed to perfection. Scout, incredible work here on the Paradox this game. And Saya refusing to give up on the Kelvin, proving us all wrong. We just don't understand the game like he does. Bro is different, makes the Kelvin work as good as it has all day in this final match.
Yeah, great performance from, I mean, we should never have doubted them. The draft looked really good for BWC, but Melee Creeps, they pick up Dynamo, they just work that magic, that Melee Creeps magic, and they get it done. So really well played, and I love the call out onto Scout, because it's the first time we've managed to see Scout get to play Paradox, of which, you know, he's such a great player on this particular hero. And so it was fun that, you know, we saw that, and we saw the impact, and, you know, Ido getting onto the Mina. That was a big pickup for Ido that he had a lot of success with when he came back into competitive play. Good to see that also, you know, once again doing its work here for Melee Creeps.
Yeah, it was a nice cleanup for them, and honestly, I just feel like Scout was in Viper jail for most of this day. Oh my god, this was too dirty, bro. Gibbs is going to be reliving this in his nightmares tonight. This is so painful. Scout turning the kill, dancing under the walker, blocking all the damage, and even staying on the map after, staying healthy, keeping the fight going. Saya with some absolutely dream domes here, letting Fishcake just run rampant. The Shiv Kelvin, apparently it's not dead, man. Still here, still dominating. And this was the fight that really broke the back of Bunny with Clock, and really, I think Melee Creep started to feel it's over now. We've got this one fully in the bag.
And here are the statistics, the numbers. And you can see across the board, it was definitely team performance. Ido actually standing tall on the damage stats, which is cool to see from him. Again, we talked about him having like a pretty solid game on the Mina. In I think a start that was a little bit more troublesome. And then Matt on the other end of things, pretty much equal on damage, like providing also like a strong performance, proving why getting him off of the pocket, like pretty much all series long, was a priority for Melee Creeps.
Yeah, Aiden having a decent game here, but it's just not enough. Matt as well with some solid performance. Melee Creeps just winning so many of those mid to late game team fights here, and the execution was really done well from them. DMB also taking that high econ spot this game, taking over for John, looking amazing. And John in his own right, even with lower eco, still contributing to a ton of those fights. I mean, 4-2 and 26, so he's in like just about as many fights as anyone else. But Scout has to be, at least for game 3, my MVP. 10-2 and 28. This guy is just everywhere across the map. Saya as well, always in those fights. 28 assists for the both of them. Fishcake also with a great start to the game. I think, led the Souls for a little bit into the early game and drew a lot of attention to himself, which actually was pretty important considering overall on the lanes, I didn't like the look for Melee Creep. So the fact that Fishcake did well, was able to, stabilize things in the early game, keep things on an even keel, was actually really to their benefit.
Yeah, love seeing that Fishcake Sai connection. The old Shilvin. Hey, we never said that before.
Shelvin. I like
yeah,
a little Shelvin.
we haven't seen it in a while. It's been depowered, but this game it's showed that it still has some pretty big impact. So great performance from Melee Creeps, and that is 9 in a row for them.
9 straight, man. They're building a new dynasty here in North America. It's a lot more contentious than I think in EU right now, where Abrams are so solidly on top in the night shift and really on top of the region as a whole. But in NA, I mean, there's real contenders. And Pashibab leaving Bunny with Clock. I mean, maybe the Floormen, I think, giving them some more time, maybe they could be a bigger force. I think the biggest challenge for that team is going to be, don't disband. You guys lost one game. It's okay. It's all right. You started, building a new team from scratch. It's going to take a second. I hope to see them continue to build, because Pashibab also had a great game in that challenger match. And I'd love to see what he could do, given the time and opportunity for that team to gel. Maybe they could be a real threat for Melee Creeps. But for now, the Melee Creeps, 9 in a row champions here at DLNS.
Absolute Giga Chads. And speaking of Giga Chads, let's look at the MVP, who is the most Giga of Chads. It's John. Oh,
John does it again. You got to give it to him. Game 1 was like one of the most destructive performances from a carry that we've maybe ever seen on the night shift. At one point, he was doubling the net worth of pretty much everyone else in the lobby, and I think this Geist performance alone probably secures him the MVP. But the fact that he has something like the Dynamo in the bag is also pretty significant for him, right? That he can, not just play some of these conventional carries, but can also bring out a tech pick when it's just the utility that the team needs in that moment.
Yeah, I totally agree. John showing the versatility and showing the raw power, the reason why he's feared, the reason why you have to be careful to ban him. There's quite a few heroes that are problematic. Doorman was getting banned every single game, and so we didn't get to see the John Doorman, which is so iconic at this point with the gun builds. But instead, we saw the Geist, we saw the Dynamo, and we also saw the Warden as well. So you got the Warden highlights here. Game 2, obviously a lost map, but it was close. This fight in particular, this little exchange here, which would eventually be against the Billy, was one of the reasons for that. As the Vampiric gets back onto cooldown again in about 15 seconds. That fight went on for another 20 to 30 seconds, and then finally into the Dynamo here for a nice finish to the Christmas tree, perhaps.
Yeah, you got to get those snowballs maxed out, of course. I think we even saw a snowball kill.
We did. Saya got it. So on Kelvin, so that makes it's pretty.
He's got 2 snowballs. That's not fair. He's got a second snowball skill with the holiday tool. It's kind of surprising. Like, no one's really. We haven't seen those be that impactful. I guess they aren't that meaningful. I think I saw some EU players throwing them around, getting into the holiday spirit a little bit. It'd be sad to lose the snowballs for sure.
How much damage does the fully upgraded one do?
I have no idea. I don't think it's like that much. I think it's probably like similar to a low level left click. But it's enough where I guess maybe you weave it in, maybe get some efficiency spam damage on people. Hey, if it does something, it's better than nothing. So you'll take it, right?
100%. Yeah. It's gonna be interesting to see, what developments we'll have in the following week. But I think, overall, by closing down the whole chapter of Bunny with Clock for this week, even though they lost it and they had the stand-in coming in with Matt, they looked actually really good. So super excited to see the rest of that journey for them.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the Prio heroes this week, what we saw in the meta for the top players, what they're looking to pick most of all. Doorman getting a ton of respect bans, this hero. I mean, especially in NA, teams just don't want to see it come out. It's such an X factor. Mina and Pocket, though, rocketing to the top of the standings when it comes to those highly mobile damage characters, kind of unique in their role, but able to do so much in this kind of chaotic early game fighting meta that we see right now. And then Billy Abrams dominating the front line. Paradox, the best of the catch heroes, back on top where she belongs. I feel like this hero is always going to be so good with the amount of utility on the kit.
Yeah, but where's McGinnis?
Rest in peace. She had a good day. She had a good singular match.
I mean, I feel like there was I can't remember which draft it was, but there was a world where I could have seen like a good reason to pick an Infernus, because Infernus is still like decent. It's like, okay, Talon got some buffs. Actually, I think all of his abilities got buffed in the most recent patch from the 29th of December. So, but no Talon. Calico not making an appearance. It's pretty interesting. How this is developing recently. I don't think that we saw a Victor in NA at least. So we saw it in EU, but not NA.
Yeah, I don't think much Victor being played in NA for now. Mirage climbing a little bit. I think that was pretty much all NA playing it. So it's definitely still some big differences between the regions. Interesting that like Calico and Mo are untouched this week.
Yeah.
I mean, those are a little bit surprising. We've seen those heroes pretty often be prevalent, especially Calico when the way people are playing the early game right now. I'm a little bit surprised to not see her in the lineups. Instead, it's a little bit more of the Haze and the Viper, which cool to see them getting a little bit of time in the limelight for some early game tempo play. And definitely just a very fun week of DLNS. A lot of fighting, a lot of action throughout the games, and very little of like the farming stalemates that have, sometimes characterized other metas.
Yeah, totally agree. And very fresh looks across the board, and I hope it continues to be seen. Cultist seems
still broken.
Still a big priority. Yeah, still a really, really, really good item. I feel like we're getting some change here for Connect Dash. I don't know that it was this popular.
Yeah, I mean, it's climbed up a lot here. People actually buying Heal Right more often. Interesting. I mean, maybe that's because people are building it into like the Healing Nova and some of these Ivy styles. We saw Kelvin build it in the last game. Enduring Speed, always kind of a goated item. Warpstone, I mean, this item's never gone away, right? This is just like a bread and butter item for a lot of your heavy frontliners who just are desperate for that little bit of extra gap close. Slowing Hex up 58 places. So Slowing Hex was like untouched before this and is now pretty seriously being bought, which makes sense when you consider all these high mobility heroes being picked in the meta right now. Having that Slowing Hex worth it for those early game team fights. If it gets you 2 or 3 kills, it's kind of paying for itself.
Healbane dropping down a little bit. Healbane, there was a time when Healbane was like very high up. So interesting to see its slow decline, I gotta say. But otherwise, it looks things here look pretty normal.
Yeah, definitely no huge surprises. I hope we'll get a Cultist nerf in the big patch that's upcoming. I feel like Cultist has been too good for too long, and they've tried a couple things to nerf. It might need a little bit of that fortitude treatment, just getting absolutely kicked to the curb and maybe brought back slowly over time until it feels like, hey, maybe it's a more safe place in the meta. But 5 Cultist buys per game is a lot. It's definitely the most bought item. Also probably an item that you pretty much never want to sell until it's like ultra late and you're fully slot locked. So much power from that active. As we say, okay, that's the Prio heroes, the Prio item picks. Of course, we want to say thank you to our patrons who help make the show possible. If you're a patron, stick around after the show. We're going to be doing the Graveyard Shift with Pashi Pop. So if you're a Twitch sub, if you're a YouTube member, all of those are welcome to join us on the Graveyard Shift. You can ask questions directly in the chat. We'll be chatting with Pashi, talking not just about today's matches, but also just getting a little bit deeper into the state of Deadlock at the moment, wish list for patches, where he thinks the meta, the balance is at the moment, and how he sees the competitive scene as well. So always a lot of fun to chat with some of our pro players on the Graveyard Shift. And if you're one of our supporters on Patreon or one of our other social channels, you can join us for those Graveyard Shifts to get your own questions answered.
Do it. Get in there. Get into the Graveyard Shift. It's the post show of post shows. Wait, did CP just say something, or was that our producer?
I think it's our producer, just
okay.
just trolling us a little bit coming into the close of the show. But that pretty much wraps us up here.
I got so confused. I got trolled, I think, the most there.
Yeah, it's another exciting match. I mean, this time Bunny with Clock bring it to a game 3, but Melee Creeps, there's just something different about this team in North America. 9-time champions, and now you got to go for 10, right? I mean, it doesn't mean anything if you can't make double digits. So with every week, the stakes get higher. We're, of course, back here doing the night shift every single Wednesday, showing you the best in competitive Deadlock. If you want to support us through one of our channels, that's great. If you got a company, you want to sponsor us, hit me up, hit my line. We'll talk details. We'll get your sponsors on the show. We're working on bringing more companies into the fold, supporting this Deadlock community esports space, as hopefully we'll be able to continue to run this long into the future. Obviously, everyone's excited for that patch to drop. Hopefully it comes down before next Wednesday, and we can have maybe one of the first Deadlock esports events of the fresh patches. Everyone in the Deadlock community is eagerly awaiting it.
Awesome.
All right. Well, thanks for watching, everybody. We'll send it.